any other microphones in here, and it's actually just my connection here. So I'll sit tight. Pretty good right now. Gets choppy when you move around. Okay, good to know, guys. I will sit tight. I'll try to find a good spot as soon as the speakers start as well. Can somebody post a YouTube link? That would be great. If somebody can post a YouTube link here in the chat, maybe Molly, you might be able to do that. I won't be able to do that because my phone is in use here for this current live stream. So if somebody's able to post that YouTube stream, it's going to start at the top of the hour. What time is it now? We're probably a couple of minutes away from, it's 10 right now, so we're a minute or two away from going live. Why don't you get him on the phone so he can let me know when we're live? And I'll let you guys know as soon as we're live on YouTube. We're just getting our guys on the phone back at the studio. Let me turn the camera around again. So again, we're here at Simon Fraser University broadcasting live here on Facebook, and we have our PFT team back at the studio in Vancouver where we're sending this signal to our live YouTube feed. So we're about to boot up the live YouTube right now. My brother's on the phone with our guys back at the studio, so hang tight. It's going to start probably in a couple of minutes. Oh, I've just been told we are live right now on YouTube. So if you guys are watching right now here on YouTube, welcome. Welcome. Glad to have you here. We've been broadcasting live for a little while on Facebook now, but you are now getting this stream directly to our YouTube channel. So glad to have you here, guys. Let me show you a little bit of look of what the room looks like. Pretty great turnout so far. Again, this is a free event here, Chemtrail, Global Chemtrail Summit, talking all about geoengineering of the planet. And I gotta say, there looks like, what would you say, Kev? Like maybe 100, 150?
I'd say there's a little over 100 people for sure.
Definitely over 100 people. And bang up job by Matt once again. Free event, catered with food, a whole host of great speakers lined up. And so this is really exciting to be here, really. I'm really curious to see what a lot of these people are going to have to say. You know, this is, a lot of people don't realize, I'm going to turn the camera around, are maybe not aware. This is one of the first issues that I actually ever really woke up to. This is the very first thing that I was ever told about. It was back in around 1998, 1999. I was in school at the time, and my friend told me all about this thing, chemtrails, and I was completely skeptical. I was like, yeah, you are crazy. And that's the very first thing I heard of anything. That is what essentially sent me down a wild trip down the rabbit hole. You know, from there, once I realized there was some truth to what he was saying. What else are they capable of? And sure enough, down the rabbit hole I went. Over the years, I will admit, I was somewhat on the fence on this particular issue. I mentioned this on the live show the other day that perhaps I was suffering from the cognitive dissonance. I don't know, but I think that is something that a lot of people deal with. But eventually, you just can't deny the truth anymore when you just, you know, observe what's going on, and that's exactly what I did. So here we are, almost 17, 16 years later, and what a shot of this room again, where all these people here are now coming out to learn about chemtrails and geoengineering. Again, if you're just tuning in now on YouTube, today's speakers are going to include Matt Landman, Harry Rhodes, Patrick Roddie, Terry Lawton, Elana Freeland, Amanda Baise, Eric Cypher, and Michael Murphy. And again, we are broadcasting live on YouTube right now. If you can see that camera that's set up right there on the tripod, that is ours here at PFT. And we're going to be documenting all of these speeches. And we will be uploading these speeches to our Patreon-only stream. So we're going to be offering it here free today. But if you want to watch the live unedited speeches, check it out, Patreon. I'm going to bring you guys in here.
The thing about this event is that this is an ongoing thing with or without me
this sounds, guys.
Globally, okay, so we'll have Sydney, for instance, will have their first annual Global Chemtrail Summit, but it'll be part of ours, okay? So next year, not only will it be in Portland,
Is the audio good here, guys?
around the world having their own Chemtrail Summit at the same time, so as to exponentially grow this thing, because that's the goal here, right? This is the first leg in a long journey.
Thank you, Ann.
So I'm really excited that we have Elana Freeland here. She's going to be our first speaker. Sorry, I had some printouts with the schedule, but unfortunately Scott Stevens was rejected at the border, so we're going to kind of play it slightly. That's really unfortunate because he's a very well-known meteorologist, climatologist, and it's unfortunate that he can't be here tonight, but he's here to support it for sure. Also, along with Elana, we have Pastor Roddie. I see Amanda Baise just got here, which is amazing. Also, we have Lawton from Ireland.
Again, guys, if you're tuning in right now on Facebook, be sure to go over to YouTube and check out the live stream that's also broadcasting simultaneously now to our YouTube channel.
We have Elana Freeland with her book, which everyone should take note. And we have, if you know about Chaga, we have the Chaga guys here. They were asked to lead. So it's awesome. Thank you for being here. There was some complication with them serving and not being the vendors who catered it. So we're happy to have it. So without further ado, and I'm going to come back on stage and talk later. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Elana Freeland from Olympia, Washington. Thank you so much for being here.
Once again, glad to have you joining us, guys, here. We're at the Global Chemtrail Summit Rally. We have the first speaker. Again, tune in on YouTube if you're here on Facebook.
Hello, everyone. I have a PowerPoint presentation. I'm getting better and better at doing them. I used to be a public speaker for Waldorf Education and mythology and many things at Evergreen State College.
Is everyone getting sound?
And PowerPoints are relatively new to me, so I'm happy to hear that I have 45 minutes to an hour. I'm going to try to stop at 45 minutes so I can receive some questions. And I apologize in advance for the talk being somewhat technical, because I think you need to know what we're looking at when we're looking at the sky and seeing the chemtrails.
Okay, I'll move closer to the speaker.
We are living in strange science fiction times. Issues upon which the future welfare of the Earth and its peoples hinge are marginalized as conspiracy theory. And scientists and doctors who step forward to sound the alarm are discredited, ostracized, or killed. High-tech research is dominated by military grant monies, compartmentalization and need to know clearance, and non-disclosure agreements signed in blood, while the good old boy peer review system plays gatekeeper. Despite the mis- and disinformation that must be waded through, the internet still manages to serve as a town square and university, all wrapped in one for researchers probing beneath the national security shroud that has been thrown over space war technologies coming online daily at a pace that defies reason. What university could one turn to for the kind of information we need in order to comprehend what the national security state is up to?
Okay, guys, we're going to try to boost the sound on the YouTube feed.
While writing Chemtrail's Harp and the Full Spectrum Dominance of Planet Earth in 2013, I hunted and pecked my way through hundreds of mainstream media articles, personal accounts, scientific and military papers, and patents in open source as
Okay, guys, just to let you know, we're working on the audio issue. It's difficult to get solid audio here, but I'm going to try to get closer to a speaker and let me know if it's better.
To refer to its Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, of 1983, supposedly tabled after the Reagan administration stepped down, and then U.S. President Clinton renamed it Ballistic Missile Defense. The SDI Star Wars is back with a vengeance, this time under the name of the Space Fence, for which we were given a bit more of military predictive programming in May 2012 in the blockbuster film Battleship, little more than a U.S. Navy advertisement with a huge special effects budget
I'm going to attempt to boost the audio
of an alien invader able to throw up an electromagnetic dome of entrapment, much as the Star Wars Space Fence hopes to do. This graphic from the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers is far too simplistic for the new global warfare model of the Earth since the 1990s revolution in military affairs. Big armies on the move far away and missile defense are as important as surgical strike teams, laser and particle beam weapons. The electromagnetic era means an everywhere battle space and erasure of the line between combatant and non-combatant, that's us, in the name of global terrorism. Of the warfare infrastructure is ionosphere heaters and their phased array antenna farms. You've heard of our high-frequency active aurora research project in Dakota, Alaska, but you may not have heard of other ionosphere heaters with less nifty acronyms. Here are just a few that have been active for years. You see there, Hypus, that's up in Alaska as well. Arecibo is in Puerto Rico. Hicamarca is in Brazil. And here we have the HISCAT and ISCAT in Northern Europe, the Sura facility in Russia, the NMRF in India, and the Jindalee operational radar network in Australia. These are just a few. I'm telling you now that in the book, I list 50 or so installations utilizing radio frequency and microwave technology for global military operations, including but not limited to weather engineering. And now they are increasing because they are now being made mobile and can be moved and used. And here is the famous, once classified HARP antenna farm, exposed in the 1995 book Angels Don't Play This Harp by Nick Begich, PhD, and Gene Manning. HARP was always about doing the research to resurrect the Star Wars SDI system. The truth is that from the mid-1990s to the summer of 2013, the HARP ionospheric heater up in the Arctic Circle ran exotic and dangerous experiments in the ionosphere that have had devastating effects on both our magnetosphere and the troposphere. HARP is a phased array with 180 antenna units organized in 15 columns by 12 rows, jointly managed by the U.S. Air Force, U.S. Navy, and DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, in conjunction with the Geophysical Institute of the University of Alaska Fairbanks. HARP and its patents were also overseen by the CIA and Raytheon Corporation, the fourth largest U.S. defense contractor after Boeing, Lockheed Martin, and Northrop Grumman. In other words, HARP and other ionosphere heaters have been military since the get-go. Just so we have a picture of the realms the military has been researching.
Now that I've boosted the audio,
Here are the troposphere.
perhaps I'll try to get closer again.
At the very bottom.
Do you guys want me to get closer?
Then you have the stratosphere. The stratosphere is about 20 to 50 kilometers above us, the mesosphere, 50 to 80 kilometers above us, and the thermosphere, 80 to 690 kilometers above us. As to where the ionosphere is, it's from the top of the mesosphere to the top of the thermosphere. And then the exosphere, there is an exosphere, it goes way out to 10,000 kilometers above these. But the magnetosphere is the outer layer of the ionosphere, and it goes to 60,000 kilometers. In 2010, the thermosphere collapsed.
Let's give it a shot.
And then rebounded, which NASA and the Naval Research Lab called a space-age record. The question is, why did it collapse? And how was it rebounding? The term chemtrails first showed up in the executive summary of the HARP program, which can be found in the cutting-edge military document Air Force 2025 under Weather as a Force Multiplier, Owning the Weather in 2025.
How's it sound?
In the chemtrails context, the executive summary clearly states HARP's reliance on extremely low frequency ELF waves, as does Dr. Bernard J. Eastman's 1987 HARP patent deconstructed in Chapter 2 of my book. Reliance on ELF waves leads directly to a reliance on conductive nanoparticulates in the lower atmosphere, or as the military often refers to it, chaff. So I just want to read this so that you know the term chemtrails is also something else. Department of Defense agencies already have ongoing efforts in the broad area of active ionospheric experiments, including ionospheric enhancements. These include both space and ground-based approaches. The space-based efforts include the chemical releases, and patent number 4,686,605's description states it has also been proposed to release large clouds of barium in the magnetosphere so that photoionization will increase the cold plasma density, thereby producing electron precipitation through enhanced Whistler-mode interaction. Barium is the second most common chemtrail, straight from the horse's mouth. The same year, the term chemtrails showed up on the cover of the U.S. Air Force Academy chemistry lab book. Soon, chemicals would be flooding in skies with artificial cirrus clouds, and the term chemtrails would serve to cloak experimental geoengineering programs while marginalizing and trivializing those awake enough to realize that they were not looking at jet condensation trails after all.
a full article. We have it here from WorldNet Daily, and Chuck Norris wrote an article called Sky Criminals. And I mean, this is a full, lengthy article all about what he thinks is going on with geoengineering and chemtrails. We'll include a link in the description. And I came across this today also when I was looking at this, and this is another list of some various celebrities who have talked about chemtrails in the open. As you can see here, we have the Princess of Sod, we have Beck, we have Billy Corgan, Dave Mustaine, Jim Core, Kylie Jenner, Merle Haggard, Prince, Roseanne Barr, and Skull. You'll notice a lot of these guys are artists. Here we have the Princess, what's her name here? At the recent Istanbul Security Conference, our intrepid citizen journalist Patrick Roddie caught up with the Saudi royal by the full name of HPH Princess Bajma bint Saad bin Abdul Aziz Al Saad. Wow, that's quite a mouthful. She more casually goes by the name of Princess Bajma bint Saad. She's the daughter of King Saud, granddaughter of King Abdel Aziz, founder of the modern state of Saudi Arabia, and she goes on to raise questions about geoengineering. As I said, we have a number of people here, Hollywood names, big Hollywood names, raising these questions. People like Prince, in fact. And, you may be asking, who cares, what some Hollywood celebrities have to say? And, you may have a good point there, but the fact that that the conversation is even entering the mainstream like this goes to say something. So I want to go ahead, I want to bring up our guest on the line, Matt, to break this all down for us and tell us all about this global chemtrail summit that he has organized coming up here in Vancouver on Saturday. But before we do, let's check out this short little clip here from Prince. Now, keep in mind, Prince said this stuff years ago. This is an old clip, but it has since resurfaced because of his recent death, and now it's sparked a lot of interest in this chemtrail issue. So when we get back from the clip, we'll be joined on the line by Matt Landman. Here is the artist formerly known as Prince, talking about chemtrails.
When I saw the State of the Black Union, Dick Gregory really moved me and a lot of my friends. I show it to everybody that comes over the house, especially white folks, because they need to hear that, so that they know more about all of us. Because what he said affects all of us. He said something that really hit home about this phenomena of chemtrails. And, when I was a kid, I used to see these trails in the sky all the time and say, oh, that's cool. A jet just went over. And then you started to see a whole bunch of them. And next thing you know, everybody in your neighborhood was fighting and arguing and you didn't know why. Okay? And you really didn't know why. I mean, everybody was fighting. So he started riffing about the chemtrails. And he started to say things that hit home so hard. And I would recommend that everybody try to get what he said online or wherever and try to get a copy of it and just listen to it. Because I was so moved that I had to write the song. The other thing is the first line of the song says I was born on the same plantation in the United States of the red, white, and blue. And we live in a place now that feels just about like a plantation. We're all indentured servants. When I found out there were 8 presidents before George Washington, I wanted to smack somebody. I wanted to know why I was taught otherwise. Just tell me the whole story. I'll fill in the blanks. But don't tell me something that you think I'm supposed to know.
Really just looking for the whole story there and trying to get some answers. And, it took some courage for him to come out and say that. And so I want to go ahead and bring on our guest for today. We're joined on the line right now by Matt Landman. Matt, man, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here on Press for Truth Live.
Hey, Dan. Thanks so much for having me.
It's my pleasure, man. I'm excited to get your thoughts on this because you have been immersed in this issue for years and are now about to launch this Chemtrail Summit coming up on May 7th at Simon Fraser University. We'll have a link in the description.
Global warming now. This is the global warming.
All right. Let me know if we have a good signal here, folks.
The HARP Gakona research project ended, and at last officially admitted that HARP was designed to inject energy into the ionosphere. I can make this work on the video. Matt, when I transferred it to the, does video still work?
Chairman, and thank you to all of you this morning. Very interesting. I wanted to ask a couple questions here about HARP, the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. Several of you at the table have a little bit of a piece here.
Let's get a little closer.
It's located up in Alaska. It's currently funded by the Air Force Research Lab. It was formerly funded by the Office of Naval Research. One of the prime customers is DARPA, which is currently running experiments at the facilities there. So, questions to several of you this morning.
Let me know if you can see and hear.
President of the University of Alaska that the Air Force has pulled its support for the facility and are taking steps to demolish it or take it down this summer. He's making the argument that there is other opportunities for us and is trying to find a path where the university might be able to take title to the facility. I'd like to start with you, Dr. Prabhakar. I understand that a lot of folks here on the committee probably don't understand what HARP does. I think most Alaskans don't really know what HARP does or why the agency is involved in it. So a very brief explanation and then a more direct question. Would you be disappointed or would you lose something if HARP were to go away?
Senator Murkowski, as I think you know, one of our programs has been using the HARP facility for the research that it's pursuing. And my understanding is that we did...
Can you guys see and hear okay?
The P and DARPA is projects, and we're not in the business of doing the same thing forever. So very naturally, as we conclude that work, we're going to move on to other topics. So it's not an ongoing need for DARPA, despite the fact that we had actually gotten some good value out of that infrastructure in the past.
Understood. Then to Dr. Walker and Mr. Schaefer then, Dr. Walker, your agency is currently running the facility. I mentioned that it's our understanding through the president of UAF that the plans are to move forward and demolish the facility this summer. So the question to you is that accurate? Can you explain why? And relationship with the University of Alaska to perhaps take over the HARP?
Thank you, Senator. The Air Force has gotten great value out of HARP in the past. We took it over from the Navy and managed it and actually did a number of experiment campaigns up there and have finished our work that we were interested in doing up there. We've moving on to other ways of managing the ionosphere, which the HARP was really designed to do, was to inject energy into the ionosphere, be able to actually control it. And but that work has been completed. The Air Force has maintained the site for other government agencies to use for several years now. And with DARPA completing their project, that's our last government customer that we have in the site. We have put out a call government-wide for other agencies that had interest in managing the site or taking it over, and including going out to academia and seeing if there was any interest there. We have gotten interest from the university in Fairbanks. However, the interest we have is that they will run it if we fund it, which is unfortunately in this fiscal environment we're in right now, this is not an area that we have any need for in the future and don't see that it would be a good use of Air Force SNG funds in the future. So our position has been that if there's not somebody who wants to take over the management and the funding of the site, then the Air Force has no future need, and that we do plan to do a dismantle of the system in the future after we make appropriate notifications.
When you say in the future, do you anticipate that it would be this summer then, or would you perhaps some more time for the university?
This summer, we would like to get the critical equipment out of the site before the winter. The harsh winter in Alaska does lead to a very costly winterization to maintain the site. I'd like to avoid that if we can.
Okay. Mr. Schaefer, if you have any comments on that?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm torn on this because my background is as an atmospheric scientist, and I think the facility is just a world-class facility. That said, we've worked very hard with the Air Force, with the Office of Science and Technology Policy over the last 18 to 20 sponsor for this because as you've heard that the other people, we, the department, have gotten the research value out that we need for the facility. We've also worked with University of Alaska Fairbanks to get some other person to pick up the long-term, just pure scientific research that HARP offers to promise of. But with all the other issues and problems and challenges facing the department at this time, we just don't see that investment over a long-term period is where we would prioritize our investment. So we support, we've been working with other agencies, trying to get agencies like National Science Foundation, Department of Commerce, who runs the National Ocean and Atmosphere.
Billy Hayes, the HARP man.
We're going to move back and get better audio.
Billy headed up the team that built HARP Gakona, plus 240 other installations around the world for defense contractors working for a not-to-be-named three-letter agency. Billy described this May 13, 2014 meeting of the Senate Appropriations Subcommittee as a snow job, a charade. This is Billy talking. Senator Lisa Murkowski says the right things. Certainly, HARP Gakona was shut down for 2 years, as was the space fence, but only temporarily. Each is being upgraded, retooled, recalibrated, and taken deeper black. The following month, Raytheon and Lockheed Martin were awarded contracts to upgrade the new space fence systems with digital high-frequency HARP technologies to the tune of $879 million. There's no doubt that HARP was a tour de force. Now, it is part of a growing global ionospheric heater network, many of them mobile on seas, in the air, and on land. In the first week of August 2015, the University of Alaska Fairbanks announced HARP's reopening. HARP is now ready for use in a digital web of instruments that spans the globe as the terrestrial aspect of what is known as the space fence. As Canadian anti-geoengineering activist Sylvain Henry put it at his website, Mass Action Demand, cirrus clouds are the thermostats of the climate. The thermostat can now be regulated by man, and countries of the world are fighting to control that thermostat. Here in this, you can read it yourself, independent scientists
truth.ca/live, and we'll also have links here in the chat.
Earning the Defense Mapping Agency Aerospace Center Employee of the Year and Geodetic Sciences Departmental Award for Outstanding Technical, Managerial, and Cost-Effective Performance. Carnicom oversees the Morgellons Research Group, a body of concerned citizens, healthcare professionals, scientific researchers, and microbiologists who devote their time to investigating the unfolding syndrome known as Morgellons. A little more on that later. Go to carnicominstitute.org to read Carnicom's more than 100 papers. In this 2005 photo, the honest caption reads, "Skyground. These peculiar snowy white streaks lingering in the sky Tuesday are human-made clouds," says Bay Area meteorologist Jan Null. The contrails, vapor trails from jet engines, had phones ringing at NASA Ames Research Center from onlooks, wondering what was happening. This kind of honest news coverage, I haven't seen this since the San Jose Mercury News. If you recall, the San Jose Mercury News is the one that covered Gary Webb's expose of CIA selling crack cocaine in South Central LA. Just to show you. All right, and then this will give you an idea of the difference between contrails and chemtrails, which I know some others maybe. Delivery system is costly. And requires thorough planning and organization. Chemicals are processed at plants of chemical giants like Dow, DuPont, and Monsanto, then hauled to small ports by tankers.
Guys, we're currently playing a video, so it's hard to get audio right now. But we're going to be right back in there soon. Shot. Again, if you're watching this right now live on Facebook, we are live on YouTube right now at youtube.com/weavingspider. You can catch that at pressfortruth.ca/live. See how the sound is.
Still has condensation water vapor. The others are chemicals coming from the jet fuel, if not from an alternative source on.
We'll just tell her it's hard to get audio. It's great. We're here with Matt. Live right now. We're live on Facebook, live on YouTube. We're here with the organizer, Matt. How's it going so far, man? It seems like it's...
Hey, the wheels are in motion. I'm very excited.
This has been fantastic. There's got to be like, over 100 people at least.
Yeah, we're about at maximum occupancy, which is just under 200. So I'm thinking at least 150 people showed up, and it's still early.
Yeah. I'll ask now live. Let the speakers know we're broadcasting live to YouTube and Facebook. So let them know to talk close into the mic, so all the live viewers can get good audio. Yeah, awesome. All right, guys, we're gonna go back in, check it out.
Thank you, everybody. I'd like to thank anybody who's tuning in and any viewers who end up watching this post. It's all about spreading the word, so share it around and be the change you want to see. Please, thank you so much.
Absolutely. All right, guys, we're going to take one back in and see if we can find a good spot for the Wi-Fi and audio.
It's a very unusual occurrence that you can see them. They're ELF waves, they're very long. You can see them because the particulates in the air have been activated in some way to show their presence. Otherwise, they're pretty invisible. Now we're going to, I'm going to read and I'm going to flip through some things pretty fast. This is an SSPX. So 26. Okay. Thus, the manipulation of weather and creation of artificial superficial plasma cloud cover is electromagnetic. Our atmosphere has become a battery, an antenna to be charged and recharged and utilized in military operations. Droughts and floods and earthquakes and tornadoes are now the spin of a dial away, thanks to the jets daily spewing conductive chemicals and a network of stationary and mobile ionospheric heaters. Radar installations. Okay, this is one of those mobile ionospheric heaters. This is an SPX. Okay, and next, radar installations. Here's some that serve Echelon, which is now known as Five Eyes. It's surveillance of all English-speaking countries, run by them. NexRads. There's a NexRad. Here's a map of NexRad coverage. It's not at all complete, but you can see that they're everywhere. Usually you'll find them in radio stations, but in other places as well. Gwen towers. Gwen towers are often confused with cell towers. They're not the same. Gwen towers
Molly,
are towers
perhaps you can post the YouTube link for everyone.
According to Billy Mays and the Heartland, have 6 guy wires. You can see them there, so you can tell the difference. Cell towers.
If you're watching this on YouTube,
We all know
we're
that.
simultaneously
But you know
broadcasting
these
to Facebook as well.
skies to cell towers. Wind farms. Yes, I'm afraid I have to tell you that wind farms are not green energy and what they appear to be. They are operating at the same pulse that all the ionospheric heaters and radar installations are operating.
We are recording all
They
of
are
this
part of the
in
global system
high
of the space
quality,
fence.
and it will be
And here
available
we have the fiber
at
optic cables. They also are
patreon.com/pressfortruth.
needless to say. California was 4 years in a manufactured drought thanks to U.S. Navy weather engineering diverting South Pacific moisture north and east instead of letting it make landfall in the California breadbasket. Thanks to endless rocket launches out of Vandenberg Air Force Base, spewing aluminum oxide and lithium. Thanks to oil fracking injections of aluminum oxide into the fractures for thumping, which also is tuned to the space fence resonant frequency. As Nestle's targets water, Monsanto targets food. Disaster capitalism is booming. Local companies are firing up cloud-seeding airplanes to profit from drought. Global corporations are investing in rainfall enhancement, ionization units like this one, run by Atlant in Oman. From space, weather instruments like NASA's Soil Moisture Active-Passive satellite are distributing nanoscale GEMS, global environmental MEMS, micro-electromechanical sensors, to make the measurements that guarantee space weather forecasting dependent upon the now controlled ionosphere. Let's see if I can come up here.
Understanding soil moisture is critical for planning how we live on and take care of our planet. For 3 years, NASA's SMAP mission will measure the entire planet's soil moisture every 3 days. SMAP stands for Soil Moisture Active Passive. Active and passive refer to the mission's radar and radiometer. Until SMAP, researchers are only able to estimate global soil moisture with the use of computer models. SMAP's near real-time measurements will enable better predictions of trends in a changing climate.
Just a little more. We'll see a little more, and then I'll turn.
Soil moisture is a key control on complex weather and climate systems. As a molecule of water goes through a cycle of evaporating from the ocean, raining from a cloud, and ending up back in the ocean, it spends significant time in the soil. SMAP's findings will help reveal the key roles of soil moisture in these cycles, enabling better climate forecasting.
I think it's important to hear that because these clouds will have some moisture and some rain will be allowed to come down if it isn't a flood operation. That rain is carrying not only nanoparticulates, MEMS and GEMS sensors. It's been zapped with radar from satellites like MAPS. This is not normal rain. This is a dry, artificial rain. Some of you have noticed it evaporates quickly. It doesn't last. It's turning the soil alkaline. It's turning the oceans acid. But what I wanted you to also see there is these satellites are radiating wherever they go. These are tomographic satellites. Tomography, they're penetrating the Earth, they can penetrate the cloud cover. This is radar, and this is what is also going on with our soil, our oceans, our air, okay? So this just is more of the same, a space weather forecasting system with multiple satellites based on a self-recognizing network. Self-recognizing means MEMS and GEMS. More and more of these sensors have been released into the atmosphere, and we all have them in our bodies. There's no doubt in my mind. They are in here, along with a lot of other things. Let's go on. This one is 51.
Again, folks, here we are at the Global Chemtrail Summit here in Vancouver. Be sure to check it out on pressfortruth.ca/live. We're also on YouTube right now. If you're watching this on YouTube, we're on Facebook. If you're watching this on Facebook, we're simultaneously on YouTube, so be sure to check that out. Let me know how the sound is, guys.
What did you do to make that? So this is the HARP wave clouds over Japan skies before the earthquake on March 11, 2011. Fukushima. Okay, let's see if this one is the same one. This is the one, this is 30 minutes before the May 12, 2008 Sichuan earthquake in China. Now, the color's not great on this screen, but you can see the kind of pinkish color of the clouds. That's barium. That's optics that barium is providing. And these clouds all lined up like soldiers. That's not normal. And finally, at 8 p.m. on October 27, 2012, after a magnitude 7.7 quake struck the Queen Charlotte Islands in Western Canada, a tsunami warning was issued in southeast Alaska on October 28 as a pinwheel HARP ring exploded into activity in central Mexico. The next day, Superstorm Sandy occurred on the east coast of the United States. I want you to see how it all works together. It's all moved together.
Can everyone see and hear okay?
Here I have weather manipulation, sky darkening, deforestation, air pollution, soil contamination, and it's causing the following, and who is benefiting. This is not a complete
Thank you,
list, as I hope by now in my talk you know. But it is an environmentalist list, and still worthwhile. The people benefiting is particularly interesting. Notice the pharmaceuticals industry is involved. They're benefiting greatly from our illnesses. The medical industry, I would add them to private health care, they say that. Soil contamination, genetically modified food corporations like Monsanto, etc. Now, this is a big business venture under disaster capitalism. If you don't know what the term disaster capitalism means, go and read the book, The Shock Doctrine, and she'll talk about it. I think it's what we're in now. We're in a disaster capitalist period because capitalism is collapsing.
Dave Mustaine, Jim Core, Kylie Jenner, Merle Haggard, Prince, Roseanne Barr, and Skull. You'll notice a lot of these guys are artists. Here we have the princess, what's her name here, at the intrepid citizen journalist Patrick Roddie caught up with the Saudi royal by the full name of HPH Princess Bajma bint Saad bin Abdul Aziz Al Saad. Wow, that's quite a mouthful. She more casually goes by the name of Princess Bajma bint Saad. She's the daughter of King Saud, granddaughter of King Abdel Aziz, founder of the modern state of Saudi Arabia, and she goes on and on to raise questions about geoengineering. As I said, we have a number of people here, Hollywood names, big Hollywood names, raising these questions. People like Prince, in fact. And, you know, you may be asking, who cares, you know, what some Hollywood celebrities have to say? And, you know, you may have a good point there, but the fact that the conversation is even entering the mainstream like this goes to say something. So I want to go ahead. I want to bring up our guest on the line, Matt. The artist formerly known as Prince, talking about chemtrails.
When I saw the State of the Black Union, Dick Gregory really moved me and a lot of my friends. I show it to everybody who comes over the house, especially white folks, because they need to hear that, you know, so that they know more about all of us. Mm-hmm. Because what he said affects all of us. He said something that really hit home about this phenomena of chemtrails. And, you know, when I was a kid, I used to see these trails in the sky all the time and say, oh, that's cool. A jet just went over. And then you started to see a whole bunch of them. And next thing you know, everybody in your neighborhood was fighting and arguing, and you didn't know why. Okay, and you really didn't know why. I mean, everybody was fighting. So he started riffing about the chemtrails, and he started to say things that hit home so hard. And I would recommend that everybody try to get what he said online or wherever and try to get a copy of it and just listen to it. Because I was so moved that I had to write the song. The other thing is the first line of the song says I was born on the same plantation.
And many of our experts are not coming. We cannot count on them to come and tell us what is true and what is not true. We're going to have to do that discernment ourselves. Many of them have been bought off, but others are under the fear for the safety of their families. So we're on our own in this. And I, for one, I'm not a plasma physicist, but I have had a great deal of fun in learning about this science. I was in biology, but not physics. So even though I'm not the sharpest, whatever it is on the block, I'm pretty sharp if I put enough hours into it. So that's my commitment. That's my commitment, is knowledge. Yeah, it's all on over. Yeah, sir. There, then you.
Again, guys, we're at the Global Chemtrail Summit here in Vancouver. It's going to be difficult to hear the questions from the audience members, as you can see, because they do not have a microphone. But we will be able to hear her answer.
Really true believer in Al-Gore's climate change philosophy. You know, of course, are jumping right on and say, see, this is climate change, this is what happened. And so I've been joining the conversation and inviting actively, strongly as I can, And so, what would be the best source of information? Easiest to read, get it the quickest, point out to people that this feeding of the ionosphere, these events to be what is the most authoritative.
Again, it's very, very difficult to hear the questions, but we'll get the mic on the speakers and we'll see speaker answers. Again, we're here at the Global Chemtrail Summit in Vancouver. We're also broadcasting live on YouTube right now, and we are
No, that was not a natural fire. Okay, let me look at that because first of all, you have a variety of people in the climate movement that, by the way, Al Gore doesn't even believe what he used to say. I don't know if that arrived in your press up here, but it did in the States. You have a variety of people who are looking at through a different lens at the issue. And the two lenses that I like for what people who call themselves pragmatic would be the disaster capitalism lens, to really look at weather derivatives and see how these fat cats are making money off of this weather because they have inside trader information. I'm sure that some of them had information that that fire in Alberta was about to happen. The soil is prepared by aluminum oxide. There's just tons of it in the air. There's tons of it in the ground. It's a tinderbox waiting to happen. The disaster capitalism, they make money off of that fire because how many people's homes are going to need to be rebuilt? How many people are going to have to sell their land because they lost everything and they're going to sell it for a song? I mean, we've been through this so many times, and I can't believe people still trust the powers that be, that they wouldn't do this. They wouldn't bend so low as to destroy people's lives in order to be wealthy. I mean, I find it hard to believe because if you know any history of the United States, and by the way, I don't see Canada as squeaky clean. You're right in with the United States, let me tell you. And if you weren't, you'd have a lot more trouble in this country. A lot more trouble. So that would be a way I'd go, disaster capitalism. The other one is Dr. Francis Mangels. Francis lives in Mount Shasta. He's a biologist. He has tons of research. I mean, he's done it for years on the aluminum in the soil and the trees, all the trees that are dying. Whole forests are dying. So that's the way I would go for the facts. As far as military documents, they're all over the web. I told you a couple, these with Air Force 2025 with weather as a force multiplier. There's tons of that on the net. But will people spend the time? That's the question. They're out making a living, they've got debt, their kids, they pick their kids up. So you see how we've been set up, and it's very hard to do that sort of peeking around. As far as a book, I mean, I think my book is really good to hand people, but most people don't read anymore either. They're just, they're acclimated to sound bites. And there's not much you can do in a sound bite. I mean, I've done my best here. But, it's...
Specifically what I was asking for is the resources that people will quickly get the only one, the monkey mind, the only one. No. 40 years ago, something. So, if there's an article or a resource that people can quickly get it about the rainfall issue.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to look because there is tons of good stuff, but I don't have it off the top of my mind.
I'll just turn this way too so everyone can hear, but whatever happens with the I heard orders of sanctuary go
She's telling you.
a photographer, and they called him to do a show in Vancouver.
Well, Clifford Carnicom too. Yeah, Clifford's been collecting research since 1995. Clifford? Oh, I know where Clifford is. She just said where he is. No, he's not doing this anymore, but he lives on his long side, as I told you. Okay, go ahead, back there.
Yes, there's two questions, and in response to weaponize about Fort McMath. But one of the questions I have for you in particular, do you have a sense of or a sense of betrayal by your colleagues in biology and the molecular biology departments of academia? Do you have a sense of betrayal because they've never really come clean about the effects that this type of geoengineering has taken place and is taking place? Now, the second comment I'd like to mention is, I don't know if you record in your publications the concern about Canada's not being clean about this deal. Back in 2007, and now I got this information also in collaboration with John Hutchison, and I'm sure you're familiar with John's work. He's outstanding. He's a dear friend of mine. It should be pointed out that in 2007, prior to HAARP becoming fully weaponized, when it was testing at 70% of its capacity, they, in partnership with the Canadian government, took out the fifth largest mountain range in the Killarney National Park, which is 300 miles northwest of Whitehorse. They disintegrated this entire mountain range in 7 seconds, and at the same time, parallel to that target, they went over to the steeps of the Soviet Union and took out that particular mountain range within seconds. And there were two survivors, two actual mountaineers that survived. One, I was told, was assassinated. The other one went into hiding because they were the perfect eyewitnesses, and they saw the plasma come down, and it was truly frightening. And the debris field that was scattered encompassed 37 kilometers. 37 kilometers, and when I looked at the engineering report, I passed that information, my comments and my findings, to John, who went on to Art Bell. And the following day, Black Ops and everybody, NASA's people, they surrounded his laboratory and demanded who supplied him with the information and threatened to take them. But Canada is in there like a dirty shirt. Do not be deceived. The government is in tandem with these technologies. And to Fort McMurray, that was indeed the HAARP weaponized system used on that, along with, and I'll say this in closing, along with a lot of the airlines that have been taken out of late. This has all been orchestrated by EMP attacks or targets.
I think you bring up a valid point that there are many experiments being run. It's sort of an open field experimentation going on. As you can imagine, with weapons like these, there's really no, they have to do it in open field. The difference between rumor and hearsay, I do see them not as the same. I go a lot from people's hearsay. It often sets me on a trail that I would otherwise have missed. But we have to be careful. Like in this, I never heard about this, and that my media has been controlled by Mockingbird projects since the 60s and 70s, so that's not a surprise to me. But we need to, do the homework behind the hearsay so that we can understand how far it's gone. Now I want to respond to your other question, then I need to have other people.
Yes, I just want to say, I did my homework.
Yeah.
My homework is impeccable.
Yes. Oh, I'm not accusing you. I'm not accusing you. I'm saying that that's what we all need to do when we hear these things. And John Hutchison, for those who don't know, is a very great scientist and has gone into retreat basically, yeah, because it's dangerous for him. Okay, and then the other question, no, I'm not, I don't feel betrayed by biologists. The academic curriculum is actually very tame and not probing at all into the futuristic things going on now. We have to find those for ourselves. They are going on, just like the Morgellons is going on. So that, yeah, there was a, yeah, the man, the sunglasses man behind you. Yeah. A little louder. Could you stand, perhaps?
Just in relation to Fort McMurray, there's a lot of tourists that take their Winnebagos and some other vehicles back with technology, and they can interact with customer store, which you just mentioned, very good, and interact with that and cause all kinds of disasters, and then they just go through the information to the city hall.
Good point. Yeah, many systems are operating right now. Yeah. Yes?
You mentioned that variant.
Aluminum.
Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in now, we're here at the Global Chemtrail Summit. Ryan, we are in Vancouver. If you're watching on YouTube right now, I'm responding to the chat window on Facebook. We're simultaneously broadcasting on Facebook and YouTube, so if you want to get involved in the chat, I can read your questions and comments right here.
For me, it's corporations, institutions,
all day here
governments
at Summit, interviewing some of the speakers right now, doing Q&A. Let's tune back in.
Service to the people that elect. These are my enemy. CIA, all that. You get it. I'm an ex-60s person. We used to just call it the establishment. What? And United Nations, yeah. I mean, an institution has a lot of people with self-interest in it. How can you trust them overtly? You have to really probe and find what is going on there. We can't. We're too naive, and I don't know why, because we've had over 50 years of this. So why are we still naive about our authority figures? I don't know. Yeah.
I'd just like to thank everyone for coming. It's pretty sad, Vancouver's population, how big it is. This is our turnout for our future of our air quality, number one. Number two, the question would be, how would we phone our local news, our local MLAs, and talk about it, and they laugh in your face like you're fucking crazy? I apologize for the language. It's very frustrating when the people who are in charge of our safety are laughing at us, and we're supposed to take it as, oh, we're a conspiracy theorist. When there's evidence, there's proof of what they're doing. When is enough enough? That's what I mean. We've gone our peaceful routes to try and ask and bring this topic to light, but instead nothing happens. It goes, like you said, I'm glad to hear there's going to be a summit next year, the year after that, and the year after that. But if you've noticed, the spraying has picked up tremendously in the last year. What if we don't have 3 years? I'm not going to be that guy, but I'm just saying we don't know what they're spraying because we're not allowed to know. That's disturbing in its own fact. Do you not agree?
Well, we do know some of the things they're And I hear your frustration. I understand, believe me. But I still believe that if we can, even for our own benefit as a people, continue to learn about the technology. We have entered a space age and we don't even know it. No one's telling us. We have entered a genetic age and no one's telling us. So we need to study these things and then doors will open. That's how it's all happened for me, and I assume it will happen for you. Should I shut up now?
No.
Yes, I have to shut up now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, So the more people we have, like her and Patrick and Terry and all the people that are here, and even myself, the more we get the youth involved. And to answer your question, brother, I know that it's picking up. I know that we need to have things more than once a year. So that's why we need to have local events throughout. I mean, anytime, any town, even if there's 5 freaking people there. In the past 2 months, with the help of Patrick especially, we've had 6 different local events. Like 6 in Oregon, California, and all over the place. Sometimes there's 5 people, sometimes there's 100 people. Well, here there's 100 people. Sometimes there's 5 people, sometimes there's 50 people, but it doesn't matter how many people are there because those people share that stuff online. And then that ripple effect, you never know how big that can be. So it's all about literally, and I'm going to say this 5 times today, being the change that you want to see in the world, you know? And it's not about just waiting for the next year and saying, oh, they're spraying a lot more. It's about getting out there and being active. So thanks. And without further ado, Terry, are you here? Oh, Terry's on the toilet. Okay, so Terry Lawton, he comes from Ireland, and I've had the pleasure of, I went down to San Francisco and picked up Harry and Terry, and I got to know these fellas. And they're exactly what you think. They're down to earth.
Tuning in now, we're getting set for the next speaker. Again, it's the Global Chemtrail Summit Rally here in Vancouver, and we're just in between speakers now. We are let me know if you're hearing us okay. We got the new speaker just coming in, and I'll show you the room here.
Thanks so much, Terry. And Terry, I hope you can represent Ireland and tell us a little brief something of where you're from, at least.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for everybody. Thank you everybody for coming. Thankfully, I'm on in one of the earlier presentations, so if anybody starts falling asleep or if you're asleep, bags in the back. So hopefully that won't happen. Just give you a background on myself. Can't hear me? Okay, to give you a background on myself, I'm an activist from Ireland, County Wexford, who has been bringing awareness to climate engineering, chemtrails, geoengineering. Basically, I've been trying to alert humanity for the last 5 years to these horrendous problems that are taking place in our atmosphere. And some people call it chemtrails, others call it geoengineering, governments call it geoengineering. They say that it's a proposed mitigation to protect us off from global warming, but they deny it's happening. I just call it a chemtrail extermination of life on this planet because that's exactly what it is. And that's it.
Can we have everybody be quiet for Terry, please? It's a little distracting when you've got chatting in the audience. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, so what is climate engineering and climate intervention? Okay, this is the Wikipedia definition. Climate engineering, also referred to as geoengineering or climate intervention, is the deliberate and large-scale intervention in the Earth's climatic system with the aim of limiting adverse climate change. Now, rather than reading more from that, I want one of the top scientists from the UK Meteorological Office to tell you what his definition of climate engineering is. More volume.
Geoengineering is a method to counterbalance the effects of global warming owing to the increased concentrations of atmospheric greenhouse gases. Geoengineering or climate engineering generally falls into 2 specific categories. The first of which is called carbon dioxide removal, which, as the name suggests, is basically capturing carbon from the atmosphere and storing it. The second method is what's known as solar radiation management. Now, solar radiation management differs from carbon dioxide removal in that what you're trying to do is reflect an additional amount of sunlight back out to space. So solar radiation management
basically trying to reflect sunlight back out to space, leading to cooling to counterbalance the increases in greenhouse gases.
I'm sorry, I hope you can hear that, folks. Could you hear it okay? Yeah.
A little louder, please.
Yeah, we need the volume up for this. A couple more videos throughout this presentation, so whoever's in charge of the volume, please turn it up. And, okay. Now, here is the US. You want to hear it again? Okay, let's do it again. Now, is the volume up? Okay, we'll go again. Okay, here we go again. Still not loud enough. There we go.
Geoengineering is a method to counterbalance the effects of global warming owing to the increased concentrations of atmospheric greenhouse gases. Geoengineering or climate engineering generally falls into two specific categories. The first of which is called carbon dioxide removal, which, as the name suggests, is basically capturing carbon from the atmosphere and storing it. The second method is what's known as solar radiation management. Now, solar radiation management differs from carbon dioxide removal in that what you're trying to do is reflect an additional amount of sunlight back out to space. So solar radiation management is basically trying to reflect sunlight back out to space, leading to a cooling to counterbalance the increases in greenhouse gases.
Okay, just to repeat, he was one of the top scientists from the UK Meteorological Office. This is a US Air Force publication called Owning the Weather in 2025. In this document, they outline their intent and desire to own the weather in 2025. I'm just going to gloss over these documents that I'm talking about here, so I'm not going to go into too much detail, but in the executive summary, it says, in 2025, US aerospace forces can own the weather by capitalizing on emerging technologies and focusing development of those technologies to war-fighting applications. Such a capability offers the warfighter tools to shape the battle space in ways never before possible. And later on in that document, they talk about how they could degrade enemy forces by use of precipitation enhancement, storm enhancement, space weather, and also they talk about how they can enhance friendly forces. So weather can be used as a weapon for good or bad. Throughout history, weather has been used as a weapon on the battlefield. For instance, in Vietnam, in the Vietnam War, the US military used weather as a weapon in Operation Popeye. This guy here is Ben Livingston. He was one of the squadron pilots who flew the planes up to the clouds and seeded those clouds to make it rain. He done an interview with Alex Jones about 7 years ago, and in this interview, he explained how that he would jump his aircraft, go up to the highest tower of a cloud system, sprinkle it with silver iodide, a couple of pounds of silver iodide, fly the plane down. A couple hours later, it would just, the heavens would open. They could bring anything up to 13 feet of water at a time. So it's a very powerful very powerful weapon in a war situation. In August 1952, the United Kingdom village of Devon, or Landman in Devon, was hit by a catastrophic flood, the likes of which had never been seen before. And around the same couple of days, the UK Met Office and the RAF were carrying out rain-making experiments. And here is the result of those experiments. The village was absolutely devastated. Again, this is 1952. They knew exactly what they were doing back then. This place looks like an earthquake hit it. You can find out more about that documentary on YouTube. Just search BBC Radio 4, The Day It Rained. Very powerful documentary with eyewitness accounts and pilots speaking from their logbooks. Too much? Is that okay? Okay. JFK spoke about controlling the weather at a United Nations convention September 25th, 1961.
Mr. President, honored delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we shall propose further cooperative effort between all the nations in weather prediction and eventually in weather control.
So, I break down these horrendous experimentations that are taking place in our atmosphere I break them down into two main categories. There's commercial climate intervention and clandestine climate intervention. Commercial climate intervention is where you can hire companies like Weather Modification Incorporated, and you can buy rain on order or whatever you want. Sunshine, you name it, no problem. You got the money, you got it. Actually, sorry, that's the company. I thought it was on that slide a second ago. Okay. Also here is a company called the Beijing Weather Modification Office. This is the biggest weather modification company on the planet with 37,000 employees nationwide. Here is another company called Oliver's Travels. These guys can guarantee perfect wedding day weather. Prices start from £100,000. No problem. You want sunshine on that day, you got it. Here's a news article about that company. Would you pay $100,000 to guarantee a sunny wedding day? Travel company offers cloud bursting services to banish rain for couples' big day. Just going down to the bullet point number 4 there, it says particles freeze, water droplets causing clouds to burst and then vanish. They spray silver iodide. But unlike what they've done in Operation Popeye, they can clear clouds as opposed to filling them or taking the moisture out of them. So cloud seeding can be used for many different purposes. These are the rockets attached to the wings on their airplanes. Shoot that silver iodide into the cloud, just like Ben Livingston and his squadron in Vietnam. We got Rain on Request, another weather modification company. These guys don't use conventional weather modification, they use electronic rain making. You phone these guys again, weather on order. No problem, you want it, you got it.
Take a look at this. It looks like a bunch of radio towers. It's actually billed as a solution to one of our worst droughts ever. New at 6 o'clock, 10 News reporter Joe Little takes a look at this new system that promises to make it rain whenever we want.
Water isn't free unless we get it from the sky. But no one can force Mother Nature to open up and share. Or can we?
It all centers around ionization.
A new Miami-based company called Rain on Request says it could install a bunch of electrical towers and create an ion field.
Which literally makes it rain.
I spoke with manager Larry Gitman via Skype.
What is Rain on Request?
He says one of their systems could make it rain within a 15-mile radius. Each system consists of a primary 100-foot tower and 10 40-foot towers. The low-watt electrical towers create an ion field, which would create rain clouds.
We have tested improving the system on a fairly large scale in the Middle East.
Gitman says they're using an Indiegogo online campaign to raise $1 million to build one system in California.
For all of California, we need about 200 stations, and it would cost less than $100 million.
With that, Gitman says the state would be drought-free forever, and at a fraction of the cost of the $7.5 billion water bond voters approved on Election Day.
And we would be able to restore rainfall levels throughout the entire state of California.
So we'd have a bunch of towers as big as this one all over the state making it rain. So aesthetics aside, there's also an ethical question. Experts say we'd be stealing rainwater from somebody else. Several water districts declined to comment, saying they didn't have enough information. However, 2 experts said the system could work, but it would basically be preventing rain from falling somewhere else, making Rain on Request a little more controversial.
And even in mainstream news now, scientists think they can control the weather with lasers. Believe me folks, this is already going on. We can see flashes taking place in the atmosphere from different laser technologies such as satellites and different ground-based operations. I will talk about a bit about that later. So there are many different ways to control the weather. Hundreds of companies conducting thousands of programs around the world every day. Here is a report from the World Meteorological Organization, the 2013 report, which lists 42 countries engaged in full-time weather modification activities. Lots of these programs are for precipitation enhancement, rainfall enhancement, hail suppression, so on and so forth. All weather modification programs are supposed to be registered with NOAA. And here is one list of 2010 programs that took place in the United States. Just a tiny little section of a very, very large list. But down in the bottom here, can you see that mouse? No, you can't see the mouse. There's a program down here. Where is it? 186,000 square miles. Oh God, where is it? It's there somewhere. Yeah. There's one there, 184,000 square kilometers. And these, I can't see them bloody thing. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so huge programs taking place, and the general public have no idea that these programs are going on. It's very cheap to modify the weather. This is a book I bought on eBay recently for only like $10, and it's Weather and Climate Modification. It's like 850 pages of just scientific facts about the history and development of weather modification. On page 200, whatever it says there, you can see, I'm just going to read a little paragraph here from a Nobel laureate called Dr. Irving Langmuir. He once said that the analysis of the rainfall data shows that a concentration of 1 milligram of silver iodide per cubic mile of air is enough under the synoptic conditions that prevail in New Mexico to give a 1 in 3 chance that heavy rainfall will occur during that one day at any place. Assuming the atmosphere to be 5 miles thick, one thus finds that to get a 30% chance of rain per day with a given area in New Mexico, the cost of silver iodide is only $1 for every 4,000 square miles. So, if similar conditions prevailed over the whole United States, the cost per day to double the rainfall would be only of the order of a couple of $100. So very cheap to modify the weather. Also very profitable if you can modify the weather. This is the Chicago Mercantile Derivatives Exchange, the biggest weather derivatives market on the planet. Weather is traded as a commodity, and basically what you can do is you can bet on the weather. In a nutshell, weather derivatives, you can insure a crop of corn. Let's say if you're a crop owner, you can insure a crop of corn for 10 times the amount it's worth, and thus profit tenfold if a crop fails. So you would earn 10 times the amount if it succeeded or if it failed as if it would have succeeded. So very profitable. So if you hired a weather modification company to swamp out your crop, bingo. 80% of the world's economy is weather sensitive. So controlling the weather, very, very powerful tool, not only for war applications, but for economic purposes. Okay, so that was commercial climate intervention. Now we'll talk about clandestine climate intervention. This, by the way, the photographs that you'll see throughout the presentation I took myself in County Wexford, Southeast Ireland. This is what partly cloudy used to look like. This is what partly cloudy looks like now. Waking up to these horror scenes every morning, I tell you, it's so frustrating. Every morning when I pull up my blind, this is what I see. And you know that feeling you had when you're looking at the Twin Towers falling? That's the feeling I have in my gut. I'm trying to convey this information to people. So frustrating. Horror scenes. Look to old photographs, and we don't see clouds created by air traffic. This is Paris. I use Paris as an example because Paris is one of the busiest airports in Europe. So if these trails always existed, like the government agencies are telling us, why the hell isn't there trails up in the sky? Look at it, there we go. This is Paris modern day. That's not Photoshop, by the way. That's real. So wherever sunrises and sunsets gone, this is standard sunrise, standard sunset. When did you see one of these last? I can't remember. Studies have shown that sunrise and sunset are the most important times of the day for all growth. If there is not a gradual increase of light and temperature at sunrise and subsequently a gradual decrease of light and temperature at sunset, this dramatically affects the growth cycle of all plant life. Food growers, pay attention. Governments around the world are now proposing blocking out the sun and taking control of the Earth's climate as a response to global warming. They use the example, when I say they, I call them the geoengineering proponents or the geoengineering or climate engineering salesmen. They use the example that throughout when throughout history, no, is that okay? Is there a problem with the sound? Too close? Is that okay? Good. Okay, they use the example that when volcanoes have erupted throughout history, that the fallout has created a cocoon of artificial cloud cover around the planet and cooled the planet. So they think they can replicate this. But it's also important to know that all volcanic eruptions are related to mass extinction periods. Events, I should say. Okay, these are the proposals that government scientists and engineers are laying out now. They're proposals to take control of the climate. They talk about stratospheric aerosol injection, spraying the skies with sulfates, what we see every day. Cloud seeding, marine cloud brightening, spraying salt water particles from the sea up to the clouds and brightening the clouds to reflect the sun back out of space, talking about putting mirrors in space. And as Jim Haywood there from the Met Office in the UK said, they're also planning on CO2 sequestration, taking CO2 from the atmosphere and storing it. We'll talk about that a little bit later. So I've been to 3 of these conferences that I'm talking about. The first one I went to was in 2014 in Berlin, Climate Engineering Conference. Second one I went to was Solar Radiation Management Science in Cambridge University in the UK, 2015. And the most recent one was back in March of this year at the Royal Society of Chemistry headquarters in London, Geoengineering the Climate. You would imagine that this would be breaking world news. Governments plan to block out the sun. But no. Too busy wondering what Miley Cyrus is up to, man. Okay, so what they're proposing, we are now seeing every day. Isn't that so coincidental? Isn't that strange that they're proposing spraying this stuff in the atmosphere? But it's not going on. It's all in their head. Yeah? Horror scenes like that. You've always seen these since you were a child, haven't you? No matter what you remember, government's got to convince your brain that you've always seen this. Okay, there's a typical horror scene from space over Ireland and UK. Not one natural cloud formation there. Again, solar radiation management in full operation. Mediterranean, obliterated. Directly over the sea. Tailor-made to perfection. Different types of trails. Look at that. Wide trail, about a mile wide, another plane, same altitude. Tiny little trail. But they're just condensation trails, right? No, they are not. And we'll get to that in a minute. But even if they were, the fact is that airplanes are creating clouds that are blocking out the sun and changing the climate, which is exactly what climate engineers are now proposing. So how do we know they're not condensation trails? Well, go on to Wikipedia. I'm just using Wikipedia as an example. You can get this information from any scientific outlet. But this is a snapshot that I took from Wikipedia about 3 years ago, and they have since taken the specifics, removed the specifics from this section of the description of a condensation trail. Now I haven't got my pointer, so I just want to point this out. Contrails usually form at very high altitudes, usually above 8,000 meters, where the air temperature is below minus 36.5 Celsius and the relative humidity is above 60%. Relative humidity, remember that, relative humidity, so important. We can check the relative humidity on any given day on this website. It's the University of Wyoming Atmospheric Soundings. You can click wherever you are on the planet and you can get the atmospheric relative humidity at any altitude on any given day. So basically, on those days, you can refer to the University of Wyoming Atmospheric Physics and you can see whether the relative humidity was high enough or not. And when you tell people that these are chemtrails, not condensation trails, they'll say, oh, it's just water vapor. No, you go, no. Refer to this website, look at the relative humidity. This is how you can prove them, and this is how you can just stop people in the tracks from just going down this ridiculous avenue of thinking that it's just condensation. Okay, so just to note, that was the 15th of March of this year. Okay, going down here, relative humidity, Valentia Observatory, this is in County Kerry in Ireland, and we go to 10,000 meters, average cruising altitude, relative humidity 15%. Not possible for that to be a condensation trail. Again, 14th of March, 2016, Air Berlin, spraying the shit out of our skies. Here we go. Relative humidity, 10,000 1,000 meters, 31%, not above 65%. Take note, Germany, 6th of January 2015, devastated, not one natural cloud formation. Again, Meiningen, 10,000 meters, 31%, not enough. Okay, delivery systems. How do they spray this stuff? This is the Ryanair Boeing 737 aircraft. Ryanair is an Irish European airline carrier. And just above the jet exhaust you can see the spray nozzle here. On the Boeing 737 schematics, this pipe is referred to as a fairing drain tube for any hydraulic fluid, oil or fuel that may collect in there. So they're basically telling us that they're dumping stuff on us. This is a patent going back to 1975 entitled Powder Contrail Generation. And in this patent, in the outline section here, starting in the second paragraph, an earlier known method in use for contrail generation involves oil smoke. Oil smoke trails produced by injecting liquid oil directly into the hot jet exhaust of an aircraft target vehicle. The oil vaporizes and recondenses, being the aircraft produces a brilliant white trail. Oil smoke, oh, so I won't continue. Okay, so it produces a brilliant white trail. So in that paper they talk about using oil to create artificially induced contrails. So, they're telling us they're spraying oil on us? Whatever. So many substances are spraying on us, but those pipes could be used to deploy any amount of substances. The possibilities are limitless. Okay, this is a Ryanair Boeing 737 turning on a trail over my house. Notice, nothing coming from the back. Deployment. Take a trail within a couple of seconds. That doesn't get you asking questions, don't know oil. Okay, now interestingly, at the Climate Engineering Conference in Berlin, there was a presentation and they spoke about exactly that kind of hardware, retrofitting commercial aircraft with that kind of hardware. Aurora Flight Sciences, again, a cost-benefit analysis publication which talks about modifying existing aircraft for solar radiation management purposes. In this document, they talk about spraying sulfuric acid on you and your family. Okay, but commercial airline companies surely wouldn't have an interest in engineering climate, would they? Well, it so happens that Richard Branson from Virgin Airlines has offered a $25 million prize to solve global warming by geoengineering. Woo! Brilliant. Yeah, he's got a good interest in that, man. Look at there, they're spraying away. That's some American actors took that. That's actually a real photo, really high-powered, beautiful, crystal clear photo. Virgin Airlines in action. But why would pilots be spraying their own children? This is what everybody asks themselves. And this is what everybody asks me. When I try to tell them about this stuff, when I'm out in the streets and wherever, I believe that the pilots are busy flying the planes, so why would they even need to be involved when it can all be done remotely using modern day technology? So how could this all be coordinated? Well, here we are in, this is the Meteorological Office headquarters in Exeter, England. In 2014, myself and Harry Rhodes, who's going to be speaking later, and another co-activist there, we paid a visit to the Met Office for an open day. 2 open days take place every year. And we noticed on the way into when we were entering the grounds, it says, this sign was there, it says, this is a prohibited place within the meaning of the Official Secrets Act. The Official Secrets Act. Why would the Meteorological Office be an area of the Official Secrets Act? Well, let me tell you why, folks. Because in there is one of the world's most powerful supercomputers. This computer does 16 trillion calculations a second, and it knows what's going on in every square inch of the atmosphere worldwide. So if you want a supercomputer to coordinate a global chemtrail spraying program, this is the computer for the job. How it would be done would the computer, let's say a hypothetical situation, the computer spots, let's say, a little piece of Ireland that's blue skies. Oh, we can't have that, so the next plane in that area will just deploy. Signal goes to satellite, back down for remote control, receiver on the jet. No problem. No problem. Pilots don't need to know. Why would they need to know it's switching on and off? They're busy flying the plane, man. How can a problem like this go on? Well, think about the Manhattan Project, the construction, the building of the atomic bomb. 130,000 people working on an evil project like the atomic bomb, and very few of these people knew what the actual end result was. Well-meaning people just do their job. This is operated through a process called compartmentalization, where everybody involved is just focusing on a dot, a separate little section of the overall agenda. But they only work on a need-to-know basis, so they don't need to know the end result. It'd be like in a bank. You know, the guys on the floor, the tellers on the floor, they're just doing the skivvy work, and then as you go higher up through the hierarchy, up as the floors go up, you know, the guys up they know more information the higher floors go. So, compartmentalization. But the government wouldn't be spraying us, would they? Well, from the 1940s to the 1970s, the UK government sprayed the people of England with biological weapons. Live bacteria, zinc, cadmium, you name it, the list goes on. They sprayed their own population for 30 years. They called it the biological warfare trials, and it was secret at the time. It was later revealed. But their cover story when they revealed it was that they sprayed this stuff into the atmosphere and let it fall in on populations to see how the population would react in the event of a Cold War attack, a biological attack by the Russians. They got a cover story for everything. So what are they spraying? This is a slide from the most recent climate engineering conference I attended in London, and the candidate particles for solar radiation management listed here, I won't go through them all, you can just read it, but the two ones that keep popping up most commonly are sulfur dioxide, sulfuric acid, and aluminium, or what do you call it here? Aluminum, well we call it aluminium is what we call it in Europe, and actually, by the way, throughout the whole presentation is going to be referred to as aluminium, so just bear that in mind. Tomato. But they are not only spraying one substance. We know this because there are different types of trails. Okay, you got a little short one over here, similar altitude, maybe a couple of 100 feet of difference. You got a longer one, and then here you got a longer one and wider one. Trails vary, you know, so that's evidence of some different substances being sprayed. We've already seen that photograph. Here's a trail that just comes to a cut-off point here. That's not that plane there, just cut off. So much evidence of. I have so much documented evidence of planes turning on and off trails. It's hundreds of hours of footage. This is the trail here, as you can see, just multicolored, straight from science fiction film. A trail here with bobbles hanging down off the end of it. That's like when you see these trails coming the other way, actually coming towards you, it looks like something taken off from Cape Canaveral. They just like a rocket, they just come out the bottom, big smoke plume. Here's a plane spraying a third trail from the APU, the auxiliary power unit. The auxiliary power unit should not be on in flight. It's like a generator, temporary power supply in the airport. Shouldn't be on in flight. Now you'll see these spurt out a little squirt every now and again. Maybe it's a catalyst to add to the other ones here. Don't know. We have a trail here. You can see that there's a substance separation going on here. This is the plane here. You can barely see it. But just here, there's a substance separation going on here. We're just going to zoom in on this. And as you can see, there is a substance here that is suspended at a higher altitude than this. So this one here is obviously heavier. This substance is obviously heavier than this. So that is two substances at least being sprayed there. How would they do this? This is the Aer Lingus Airbus A319, you can see the green there. Just there, looking above the exhaust. Again, 3 nozzles this time, not just one like Ryanair. We're going to zoom in on this here. There we go, I got 3 nozzles. The limitations for deploying whatever, wherever are endless. Yeah, I took all these photos, that's what I just said. Every photo you're going to see here I took. On very rare occasion, when we do see a blue sky and there are no lingering trails, the sky is still not natural blue with all the particulates floating around up there. This is a perfect example. I should have said that where I'm from is under one of the busiest air corridors in the world, the southeast of Ireland. This day, which is as rare as hen's teeth, there was no trails at all. No trails coming from planes at all. But as the day went on, the atmosphere got wider. As the day goes on, the atmosphere just gets loaded and loaded, packed more stuff. And you can see it here. The light projecting out the cloud there, and you can see it's just loaded with shit. So they're spraying every day. There's a patent, I don't have it here, look it up yourself, a patent for invisible chemtrails. So, climate engineering salesman, this is David Keith, the poster child of geoengineering. This is David, hang on. Yeah. Okay, the candidate particles that David Keith talks about deploying are aluminium, aluminum, and sulfuric acid. Okay, this is David Keith. In the interest of time, I'm not going to play the video, but this is a clip from What in the World Are They Spraying, where David Keith talks about spraying 200 million tons of aluminium oxide into the atmosphere every year to protect us all from global warming. When questioned, has he done any health impact studies into the effects of aluminium on life on this planet? He said, well, we're looking into it. But he said it's not really a moral hazard, it's just like more like free riding on our grandkids. That's what he said. This man is an absolute psychopath, he needs to be locked up. Actually, Harry, we're going to go to the police station before we leave the States and we're going to call for this man's arrest. Okay. And his cohorts as well, who I'll talk about in a minute. Here he is on the Colbert Show.
Okay, so what do we do?
The other thing is horrifying is that you can actually spray sulfuric acid in the stratosphere 20 kilometers over our head and use that to stop the planet warming up. Ugly tech fix.
You could spray something into the atmosphere to change.
Spray pollution into the atmosphere to stop it warming.
Okay, nice guy. I questioned David Keith at one of the conferences that I was at in the conference in Cambridge. And I asked him, what the hell are you doing, man? You're proposing spraying sulfuric acid onto life on this planet. I said, how would you like if I came along to you with a spray can and sprayed sulfuric acid into your face? And he goes, well, there's sulfuric acid already in the atmosphere. It's the biggest pollutant and killer in the world. So basically he was saying that another couple of million tons, who gives a shit? We're going to just spray you more. Okay. Aluminium is floating around at cruising altitude. How do we know this? Oh, nobody's going to listen to the conspiracy theorists, are they? No, because we've not got no credibility, do we? But if we do our research, we can find out this shit is up there. In 2004, the UK Civil Aviation Authority carried out an investigation into cabin air quality. And guess what one of the peak materials found was? Aluminium. Okay. Has anybody ever heard of aerotoxic syndrome? This is a respiratory problem rampant amongst cabin crew and pilots. Headline, BA pilot killed by toxic fumes on flight deck after being consistently exposed to fuel leaks. They call it fuel leaks. Two BA pilots killed by toxic fume oils. Passengers' lives are at risk from toxic fumes in cabin. Coroner investigating death of BA pilot tells airline chiefs. Guardian newspaper. The World Health Organization said last year that air pollution is now the single biggest environmental health risk. And now in Ireland and around the world, the media are normalising weaponised air as a reality that we all must get used to. This guy here is one of the front men for the climate change agenda in Ireland. His name is Duncan Stewart. This psychopath pushed me, assaulted me at a climate change conference when I simply asked him a question. I will be suing him. Okay, top 10 leading causes of death worldwide. Okay, number 4, respiratory infections. Number 5, respiratory diseases. We are being slowly exterminated. Nano-sized aluminium being sprayed into the atmosphere causing degenerative disease, says a neurosurgeon. Refer to the work of Dr. Russell Blaylock. Okay, here's a rainwater test that I got sampled for aluminium, and we got aluminium here, again aluminum, 37.83 parts per million. Shouldn't be aluminium floating around in rainwater. Any reputable hydrologist will tell you that. Yes, aluminium is the most abundant metal, but it should not be in free form, unbonded, floating around in the atmosphere. Alzheimer's, again, linked to aluminium. Alzheimer's will be epidemic in 40 years. Already epidemic, I say. Warning over rising dementia, Irish Times. Dementia is now the leading cause of death for women in the UK. Dementia is the catch-all for different forms of aluminium, or for Alzheimer's and autism. But all of these neurological disorders are predominantly caused by an overaccumulation of aluminium in the brain cells. So you want to dumb down the population, slowly just send them all to an early grave and nobody knows what's going on. Aluminium is a perfect ingredient, man. Of course, yeah, look, that's a whole other thing, man. I talk a little bit about that actually in a minute. 1 in 3 seniors will die with Alzheimer's disease or dementia. That's in the Alzheimer's Association. That's not from Terry Lawton's
live feed is going to end in a couple of
the
minutes.
bees are now suffering dementia due to mental
time. So I'm going to go ahead and get a new Facebook feed going right now. So I'm going to close this feed off and then start another one. So get ready for the new one. Also, we're broadcasting live on YouTube, so there's going to be uninterrupted stream on YouTube. That's at youtube.com/weaving-spiders. So I'm going to go ahead and end this broadcast. Again, we are filming all of this in high quality. So if you want to get these speeches in HD and high quality, we're going to be uploading those to our Patreon stream. And you can get those if you become a member at patreon.com/pressforfree. So we're going to quickly end this one and start a new one right away. And we'll be back live in about a minute or so. Tune into pressforfree.ca/live. We'll be there live all day. Okay, I'm going to
some of the potential purposes here.
So Dan, I love the why. The why is great. So the why I could talk about. I've deeply looked into why as like psychologically, because again I do this grassroots activism, and you can get people, and they can even take it that far. They can do the what, the how, all these other things, and they'll even process it and be like, oh yeah, I think that could possibly be going on. But if they can't get a grasp on the why, they abandon it. And then, because it's so weird, because people want to know who, what, why, where, when, before they can actually put something in their mind and get concrete on it, you know what I mean? And for me, the why is, it's so multifaceted, man. It's so multifaceted, and if we're just going to talk about the weather control, then it's control over the weather, okay? The president of Iran, Ahmadinejad, he speaks out against the manipulation of the climate. There's a jet stream that comes off the Mediterranean, just like the Pacific Northwest one that I'm living in. There's a jet stream off the Mediterranean, and Ahmadinejad has spoken out and said, hey, guess what? I found out that you all are spraying aluminum in the moisture that's coming over my country, and it acts as a sponge, and it soaks up, and we don't get any rain. You've got to stop this. I know what you're doing. It's total weather control. So there's a why. The military gets to control the weather over their enemies. There's one big one. But another one is just complete and utter control. Like these families that are in control, I mean, at the end of the day, they just want to be able to control everything. Did you know there's a derivatives market that you can trade on the stock exchange what the weather's going to do?
Well, I would have to agree. It is a great deal about control. And you're absolutely right. Like, when you see that the military is involved in certain aspects of this, like, for instance, you know, when I was researching a lot of this years back, I remember looking.
That's NASA's statistics, not me. Okay, but they still want to spray the skies, block out the sun. Not seeing much sun anymore. Very little left to block out of the atmosphere, but they want to block out more. So plan B for global warming. Good guys, I'm here for the rescue. So not much sun left to black out. This is just a video for the month of March over Ireland and over the world actually. But look at here, March 3rd, March 4th, it's just going through really quickly. You can just see the amount of cloud cover cocooning the planet. This just confirms NASA's figures, basically. There's just very little blue sky left, really. Okay, in the interest of time, I'm just going to keep going. I won't, I'll go to the end there, remind myself. March 17th, 18th, and it's just every day, every day, every day. Every day, just cloud. You know, Africa is pretty clear. States, Europe, no sun, man. What about the EPA? Sure. surely they should be able to stop this, shouldn't they? They're the people to protect the environment. EPA, help. EPA, stop checking for aluminium in the environment in 2006. Whoa, actually 2001 I think Patrick Roddie said it was.
2001.
I don't have all my facts right, I don't care, you know, I'm just telling the truth, that's what matters. You phone these people, and they just tell you what you're seeing is water vapor. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep, you conspiracy theorist. All sources needed for life to exist are under attack by these programs. Sunlight, water, and CO2. They want to block our sunlight, they're already doing it. They're already poisoning our water, and they want to steal the little bit of CO2 that we've got left in the atmosphere. We're already at dangerously low levels. I'll talk about that in a few minutes. That's what our planet should kind of look like, kind of a amount of cloud. So, who's funding this? Bill Gates to the rescue. Bill Gates has got a project called Pfizer Project, a fund for innovative climate and energy research. He funds geoengineering up to the tune of geoengineering research to the tune of 20 million a year. He funds the likes of David Key, Ken Caldear, all these guys. Richard Branson, as I spoke about, he's wanting to fund it. Whether he's already funded or not, I don't know. He's definitely making big bucks out of it already. But here we go. Here's the UK geoengineering funding tree. This was made up by Chemtrail's Project UK. A lot of research went into this. Do your own research. Don't take my word for it. But basically, the Department of Business, Innovation and Skills are the main agency that are funding it. And you've got all the offshoot organisations here. But ultimately, the taxpayer is paying to be exterminated, really. This is the Solar Radiation Management Governance Initiative. They're a think tank organisation that go around the world and they organise conferences. They invite delegates along and they try to sell the idea of solar radiation management to save yourself from global warming. Now, on their website, they've recently taken this off actually, but we done a screenshot a few years ago again. You gotta keep doing screenshots of all this information that we're learning every day because they're burning pages to destroy truth, man. Okay, but look at here. Inform the general public because A, they pay for it, and B, they have the power to stop it. Now, take note, this is the stakeholders of the Solar Radiation Management Governance Initiative. Greenpeace is one of the stakeholders, and the World Wildlife Fund. Wow, those good guys that are protecting our beautiful, innocent life on this planet, they're funding these programs. Take note. New normals. 100% cloud cover in a high pressure system, 1024 millibars, 100% all natural. I'm 41 years of age, I know what high pressure used to look like when I was looking at the weather in the 60s, the 70s and the 80s. The weather forecaster would say, high pressure is on the way, and high pressure always meant clear blue skies, always, not 100% cloud cover. You might have saw an odd cumulus cloud here and there, but never 100% plasma. This shit. Wave clouds, sundog, lenticular, they've got different names on that one. M1 altocumulus, got a hole here, possibly from HARP, who knows, and all these ripples from HARP, whatever. We'll talk about that in a minute, but Elana has spent a lot of time on that, so I'll just skim over that. Here's the new NASA cloud chart to normalise all these new anomalies, brainwash our beautiful, innocent kids' minds into believing, oh, this is just normal. Sleep. When I was in school, it was 9 cloud types. Yeah, there's always subcategories. But none of these. When did we see these growing up? Did anybody here ever see one? Anybody here like grew up in the 50s or the 40s or the 60s? Ever see it like that? We see them every day almost around the world. But go back to sleep, it's all normal. So what could be causing all these strange anomalies? Surely just aerosols from aircraft couldn't be the only cause, could it? No? Certainly not. There are these things, as Elana spoke about, so I won't waste any time talking about it. My atmospheric heaters are like giant microwave ovens on the ground. They can heat the atmosphere, sending billions of watts up into the ionosphere, causing the ionosphere to lift, which creates a vacuum down below in the atmosphere. And with this capability, they can redirect jet streams and play God with the planet. They can do all sorts of stuff, earthquakes, mind control, you name it, frequencies, man, no problem. Nicholas Tesla said, do you understand the universe? You think in energy, frequency, and vibration. We are in a soup of vibration, weaponized frequencies everywhere. Wi-Fi, telephones, Nextrads. This was there's more over here, man. We couldn't believe when we were driving up from the States, the amount of facilities, all these towers on hills, and Harry talked about this a bit more, he's very knowledgeable about stuff, but it's crazy the amount you have over here, and they're getting that way over to Ireland as well, and Europe. Let's say, so here's the ionosphere, and I just raised that up to the first part, and there's different sections around as well, different names to different other sections of the atmosphere, but that's just a simplistic diagram. And we've got the jet streams here, you see, like, this is where the harboring Gakona is in Alaska. And this is where it would send it pulses. It's in a perfect location because of the magnetosphere, and it's also where the jet stream kind of pretty much starts and goes around. Well, not starts, it's always conveying, but that's where it passes by and it's routes around America. And here we go. This is from Mimic microwave image website. You can go on this, anyone can access this site any day, and you can see microwave anomalies going on in the atmosphere. Basically, what you're seeing here is a pulse coming out from the Gakona HARP facility, and basically these satellites pick up heat changes. So what we're seeing is heat changes in the moisture here from the heating these microwave weapons. This is Arecibo in Caribbean and Puerto Rico. This is often been referred to as the Caribbean HARP. This is in a James Bond movie, it's straight from a James Bond movie. It's a telescope. Yes, it's a telescope. They say it's a telescope, and it is a telescope, but it's a weapon used for many, many different purposes. Again, an unused weapon is a wasted weapon. I made a video about 3 months ago where this machine, let's call it, was creating artificial cloud directly above that island. Just way above this facility was just cloud billowing out, just like a smokestack. Crazy. And all that cloud was just drifting over to Europe. And it took days to get there, but when I got there, it just completely blanketed out the whole of Europe. I've got that up on my YouTube channel. Check out my channel, it's T-Bird Lauderdale. Mobile HARP. Hey, they got mobile ones as well, man. But these are all atmospheric research facilities, we're told, yeah? Just to see what's going on in the atmosphere. They have to have a cover story, of course, they know we're not that stupid. The floods in Ireland and the UK in December 2015, the country was flooded out, man. It was just like almost, we were getting towards the lost city of Atlantis kind of status, man. And all around that time, beginning in December is when the floods were, around the 2nd, 3rd and all that of December. And on December 4th, massive cloud seeding. I don't know if you can see the lines there, it's not a very clear image, but no natural cloud here at all whatsoever. Massive cloud seeding operations taking place. Over around the UK, you can see HARP ripples here, lots of technologies at work, whilst the people sleep and have no idea what's going on. You've got NextRads here, pumping out electromagnetic frequencies from the 3 facilities in Ireland. Actually, the one in Dublin is not on there, but what I'm talking about there is what that lady in the Rain on Request news report talked about shooting out electromagnetics and changing the ionic charge of the particles in the atmosphere, and the moisture falls down, basically like a ton of bricks. And this is what they can do, the technologies they have, this is what I'm talking about, the NextRads. There's 3 of these situated around Ireland, one in Shannon, one in Dublin, and one in Casper Bay. Okay, we can see these, go on to weatheronline.co.uk, it's a brilliant website, and you can see the radar images of these weapons, weather weapons at work. You can just see them shooting out lines, and straight lines of rain. Okay, so as I said, that's electronic rainmaking. And throughout that whole period of the floods as well, we had an anomaly on the microwave website. Big pulse being sent out there, possibly from Superdam in the Falklands, another atmospheric research facility, another weapon. I'll tell you, just check out Climate Viewer. You can see the amount of these facilities around the planet, man. It's just unbelievable. It'll blow your mind, the technology that we have. Located around the planet, Harry Rhodes will talk a bit more about that later on. The former Secretary of Defense in the US, William Cohen, once said that others are engaging in an eco-type of terrorism whereby they can alter the climate, set off earthquakes, volcanoes remotely through the use of electromagnetic waves. Not my opinion. This is what the former US Secretary of Defense said. Normalizing the new normals. This is a BBC weather report. Is this guy under mind control? What's he doing? I don't know what the hell he's doing. But unbelievable. The smoke on his face, man. I could just... Sorry, I shouldn't have talked like that, but oh my God. Does he know this? I don't know, man. Yeah, obviously. Look at... Come on. Look at here we go. Just... Here's Wimbledon. Okay, as you can see, just loads of those lovely natural clouds up in the sky. Beautiful. Just end there, just goes on and on. Massive reduction in sunlight now reaching the Earth. As I said, NASA have announced 90% cloud cover over oceans and 70% cloud cover over land, just to reiterate. They're normalizing this phenomena as global, they call it global dimming. Global dimming, they got a word for it all, different terms. Oh yeah, it's cool, it's called global dimming, man. It's like global warming, but different, it's global dimming, it's cool to talk about it. Scientists have discovered that the amount of sunlight reaching the Earth is diminishing, and this holds the potential for powerful disruption to all life on the planet. Take note, we are living in the 6th mass extinction period. Oh, I didn't mean that in an American way. We're living in the 6th mass extinction period. The greatest mass extinction since the dinosaurs died out. 65 million years ago. Over 200 species of plants, animals, mammals, birds and insects are becoming extinct every 24 hours. That's a fact. Every 24 hours. That's not incorrect figures there. I haven't made a mistake there. 70% of those extinctions are fungal related. Take note, fungal related. What does fungus thrive in? Dark conditions. Sunlight kills it. Dark conditions brings it to life and superimposes it. 70% of those extinctions are fungal related due to the dark conditions being caused by lack of sunlight. Fungal epidemic to destroy mankind very slowly. Earth has lost half its wildlife in the last 40 years. World Wildlife Foundation. I'll have to repeat that, man. Has anybody heard that on news? Even a footnote? Yep. Again, headline news. Earth has lost half of its wildlife in the past 40 years. What the hell is going on? Nobody's talking about this. Bill Gates and his vaccine extermination program.
Okay. The world has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we could do a really great job in vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 to 15%.
Okay, nice guy, Bill Gates. Nice guy. We're in safe hands, folks. No need to worry. Go back to sleep. Again, Secretary of Defense Cohen once said that there are some reports, for example, that some countries have been trying to construct something like an Ebola virus. Why would you say that if it wasn't going on? Again, more news from The Guardian. Files reveal Britain's secret biological weapons trials in the Second World War. The list goes on. There's a US Army publication about activities of biological warfare programs that took place in the United States. This was published in 1977, so all of those programs would have been subsequent to that date. How the US government tested biological warfare on America. And here is a map of the biological warfare facility labs around America. What the hell are they doing with these labs, man? Some of these things are only like, not even safe. You know, they're not top, what do you call it, maximum security or high level or whatever. And apparently they've got like, I've heard Alex Jones, I've heard different people talking about this before. Apparently they've got viruses which they resurrected from victims of the bubonic plague and the Black Death, and they've superimposed all these viruses to deadly death weapons of mass destruction, real weapons of mass destruction, not that shit that Jago, what do you call him, told you about in Iraq, George W. Okay, Public Law 105 permits US government to spray its own population. Look into it. I'll go back to that. Public Law 105-85. Take note. Ken Caldera, another geoengineering salesman, a climate engineering salesman, and another psychopath, found this information out from Patrick Roddie. Patrick has done great work confronting this psychopath. Ken Caldera once said, I used to work at Lawrence Livermore Lab, where we all participated in a meeting, where we all sat around thinking of ways to manipulate the geophysical system, to use it as a weapon. That means you could somehow interfere with the Earth's functioning in a way that you could use it as a military weapon. Could you change the climate? What could you do to manipulate the Earth's geophysical system? Some of the ideas were we could blow up a hydrogen bomb underwater, offshore, to make a tidal wave waving over a city. The result was, isn't it easier to just drop a hydrogen bomb on the city? Now you could imagine putting pathogens into clouds. Let the cloud go over somewhere and rain down on your enemy. do chemical or germ warfare. Okay, this man is proposing deploying climate engineering. We have confronted him, myself and Max Bliss, Harry Rhodes, many other activists. We have confronted this psychopath, and he just runs from us, man, because anytime he sees our faces at these conferences, he knows the truth is present. Oh, that's what I just read. Sorry, I was meant to be looking at. I was hoping for you to look at that, but anyway, you just heard me reading that. Recent news, GMO chlorella vaccine to be released via aerosol spray. In Queensland, in Australia now, they have permitted a company to spray the population with vaccines. This is how they could possibly do it. A nanobot micrometer delivers medical payload inside a living creature. Why would he spray nanotechnology? Well, why would he even talk about it? The House of Lords in the UK wrote a report on nanotechnologies and food, it says there, but it's actually to talk about in this document about putting nanotechnology into food. They sell it under the guise of health safety and all that kind of stuff. This is a 2009-2010 report. The flu season declared an epidemic due to mutating viruses. This is news from over in Europe for 2014-2015. For viruses to mutate in nature is just almost an impossibility. You've got to be done in a lab. It's like, it'd be like a Chevrolet truck turning into a Dodge Chrysler overnight, basically. That's an analogy I've kind of heard before. You know, these things have got to be scientifically developed in laboratories, man. And now last year in the UK, spike deaths due to dementia and flu. 529,000 people died in 2015 alone in the UK from flu and dementia. Hear that in mainstream news? They're spraying us. All these flus just happen overnight. They just spread from Scotland down to Cornwall overnight. The flu doesn't spread that quick unless it's sprayed. Why would they be spraying themselves? People always ask this. Well, Max Bliss, when he was at a climate engineering conference last year in California, San Diego, he got talking to a scientist who was currently, currently working on designer proteins which can go into the brain and mop up aluminium. So we know that they have got these technologies, they're not just working on them, so they can do whatever, spray whatever, and they are resistant. You know, they're lecturers out their technology, man. Just going back to a couple of patents, 1927, weather modification patents, 1927, process of producing smoke clouds and moving aircraft, 1920, process and apparatus for the production of intense artificial clouds, fogs or mists, 1964, these are all US patents by the way, silver iodide cloud seeding generator. 1959, generation of electrical
Alright guys, if you are tuning in on YouTube right now, I just want to remind you that we're on filming, as you can see, the camera set, getting all of this in high definition, and good audio, and visuals. So if you want to see this presentation live only, be sure to go to patreon.com/pressfortruth. We'll have a link to the YouTube video. If you're watching this from YouTube, we have a question from Ashley Mary. She says, I'd love to be able to see the slides better. Maybe when this is over, you can set up a video of the slides and the audio in the background. I'd love to watch it again. Again, we are filming this in high quality, and it'll all be available for PFT patrons. Patreon.com/pressfortruth. Check the link in the description.
Precipitation and reduced precipitation. This program went from 1978 until 2004. Again, North America, Canada, 50,000 square miles in southern Alberta, British Columbia. Precipitation and increased precipitation and reduced precipitation. Program went from 1954 to 2003. But climate change is all your fault. All your fault. More programs there. China, 700,000 square kilometers in volume. Imagine that. From 1958 to 2007. Increased precipitation and reduced precipitation. Not conspiracy theory, fact. Again, European Union, France, 60,000 square kilometers. There's a map of geoengineering, a half century of Earth experimentations. The hotspots are represented in red. You see all the United Nations countries there have been hammered. So there are hundreds of companies conducting thousands of climate engineering programs all around the world every day. Every day of our lives. And climate change is all your fault, as I just said. We're all being told Climate change. You control climate change. Climate change, climate change, climate change. You're bad, you're bad. Climate change, climate change. Gotta save the earth. The IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, every 5 years they bring out an assessment, a climate assessment, which has often been referred to as the Bible of climatology, by the way. And these reports are based on computer models. And these models do not include climate intervention programs. These models are solely based on human activity, human population and carbon output. CO2 is the demon. That's what's causing climate change. CO2, the gas of life, giver of all life, without which life cannot exist. CO2 has historically been, I've even heard levels higher than 7,000 parts per million. We're currently at 400 parts per million. Possibly 385, whatever, thereabouts, rough figure. But, important to note, when CO2 levels go below 1,000 parts per million, the safety buffer to prevent against mass extinction, species mass extinction, is already gone. So we're well below that. We are in the danger zone. We are in the red, man. On the fuel gauge, we are in the red. And these psychopaths want to sequester our carbon dioxide and take our gas of life from us? Okay, food growers all around the world, industrial food growers, use CO2 generators to make their food grow bigger, their plants grow bigger. Look at this. At 385 parts per million, that's normal, okay? That's what, not normal, that's what we're at currently. Okay? Look at 385. CO2, better for life on the planet. More CO2, that's why the dinosaurs and all grew so big. Great, CO2 is brilliant, man. This is another climate engineering proponent, saleswoman called Joanna Haig. She spoke recently at the Engineering Climate Conference in London, and she's from the Royal Society of Chemistry. And when I asked this woman in the question time at the end of her presentation, I asked her, can you tell me a figure in parts per million what you intend to take CO2 levels down to, which are intended programs? And as usual, they will use Delphi technique and they will not answer a question. They cannot answer a straight question. They've got to divert. They have plants in the audience to put up their hand and ask new questions, to digress and divert and smoke and mirrors, yeah? So they cannot answer questions. These people are liars, psychopaths. Cannot answer a question. Sorry, I have to go back to that slide. I forgot to show you. After 150 parts per billion, game over. Life on Earth. Not conspiracy theory. Okay, here's David Keith again. Great guy. He's got to start a carbon sequestration company called Carbon Engineering or something. And he's up for the what do you call him? Richard Branson, $25 million prize. Yeah. He's, you can see why he wants to geoengineer the climate. He's going to have a company that's going to suck our life gas away from us, and he's going to sell it. Okay, 15 minutes. Okay, wildlife mass die-off events. Okay, birds falling from the sky. Thousands of dead starfish washed up on a beach in Devon. 50,000 starfish found dead on Irish beach. Pods of whales washing up mysteriously. Dolphins. Birds falling out of the sky again. Meanwhile, we got all of these big anomalies going on again from possibly super darn atmospheric research facility messing around with the electromagnetics. These creatures are so sensitive. I don't know how the hell we've managed to. No, I'm not surviving. What am I talking about? But it's a wonder we're not just like dropping down in mass extinction event or mass die-offs. You know, just like cities and people just boom. Mass animal die-offs are on the rise. National Geographic, killing billions and raising questions. Now, pay attention. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. This is a website. This is their website. They're somewhere in America. I can't really read it. This used to be in the information on their website, but again, they've destroyed the information. They've taken it down. Pay attention. Program description. The objective of this program is to understand and control the interaction of electromagnetic energy and charged particles to produce useful work in a variety of arenas, including directed energy weapons, sensors and radar, electronic warfare. And this is a screenshot from the document that I downloaded from the website at the time, so it's underlined here. Harry Rhodes actually got this. I'm going to read just here. They're talking about electromagnetic perturbation. It is well understood that the application of nanosecond pulse electrical fields into cells produces multifarious effects, including nuclear granulation, intracellular calcium bursts, cycloskeletal changes, stimulation of action potentials, and blebbing and swelling, and an initiation of apoptotic cell death. This is the important part. Cell death. Okay? So they're talking about destroying cells of living organisms with electromagnetic waves. Pay attention. Extinctions on the rise, more hard. Whoa, wonder why all these extinctions are going on. The climate change agenda, okay, let's talk about the climate change agenda. I'm near the end, folks. Thanks for putting up with me so long. Barack Obama, Barry Soetoro, whatever you call yourself, Mr. Criminal. He's got a big interest in climate change. He's a really keen interest. He was at the, this is in 2014, but he was at the Paris Climate Change Conference last year in Europe. Got a keen interest in climate change. He's also got a keen interest in killing people. Nice guy. Woohoo! We're going to get them terrorists, man. We're going to save us all from those boogeymen. The boogeymen that we create, the ones that we control. Oh, it's crazy, man. Crazy world. These poor kids. Obama calls climate change a national security threat. Okay. I think you're the security threat, you psychopath! No greater threat to the future than climate change. You know what? He's right. Because as Mikhail Gorbachev once said in 1996, the threat of environmental crisis is the international disaster key to unlock the New World Order. David Rockefeller. All we need is the right major crisis and the nations will accept the New World Order. This is a book called The First Global Revolution by a think tank called the Club of Rome. The Club of Rome, incidentally, were one of the sponsors of the Climate Engineering Conference in Berlin in 2014. In this book, they wrote out a quote. In searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, famine, and the like would fit the bill. All these dangers are caused by human intervention. The real enemy then is humanity itself. Club of Rome, the global warming hoax, envisioned a long time ago, massive scam, planned out decades in advance. Of course, they put all these images up to play on the heartstrings of people. Oh my God, like who doesn't want to save the polar bears, man? But like their populations are exploding. They don't tell you that, and they can swim for miles and miles. Have anybody seen the Statue of Liberty underwater recently, or the Eiffel Tower? Sydney Opera House, anybody? Global warming, climate gate. Anybody hear of climate gate fraud? Where the scientists in the University of East Anglia in England, in the Met Centre, they were caught manipulating the global warming figures, the data. And it transpired that they were making the planet look as though it was warming, when it was actually cooling. The temperatures have been dropping since 1998. There is no global warming. As there is, it's regional. And guess what? Maybe it's hard. And the microwave could do that, I think. But overall, the planet is not warming. 32,000 American scientists have signed a petition to agree with this, that it's not warming. And 9,000 of these scientists have PhDs. So, what the New World Order wants, the controlling psychopaths of our planet, what they want is a world full of problems. They don't want a world where everybody is just A-OK, where there's no problems, because where there's no problems, there's no money, there's no means to control people and all that, you know, so they deploy problem, reaction, solution. I'm sure we're all familiar with problem, reaction, solution, so I'll just talk about it very briefly. Just, you know, the government creates a problem, the public react out of, you know, fear and output, having a massive public outcry, and then the government comes along and they say, hey, we've got the solution to that problem. So they've planned it all out so that the solution will save you, but you think you're going to be free because the solution is going to save us all. And so they create the climate change extreme climate change scenario. Of course, the climate always changes. Climate's changed for billions of years. Change is the only constant in the universe, but catastrophic climate change and all this global warming hype and all this crap, engineered, massive agenda to enslave humanity, as Mikhail Gorbachev and as the Club of Rome said. The business model, cause massive illness worldwide, and Big Pharma makes trillions every year. Keep the host population dumbed down and so sick they will never be able to stand up and take their country back from the banksters who are waging economic war on nations worldwide. And frequencies from heart and cell phone towers alter brainwaves which are making people even more lethargic. Controlling the weather equals controlling agriculture and seed production and food production. You control food production, you control people. Controlling the atmosphere equals controlling life on Earth. And then you got the carbon tax agenda. Everything has got carbon taxes on it now. Carbon taxes. We've got to pay to breed the gas that we need to keep us alive. Okay, we got climate laws coming into legislation this year, apparently, which was ratified at the Paris conference. These climate laws are supposedly to save the Earth. We're all going to be enslaved with 500 laws that are going to save us all from climate change. Yippee! And you know, I just want to give a quick description on what these laws would mean. One of these laws means that basically if you go out to work and you leave your light bulb on and there's nobody in the house, your smart meter in your home will detect that there's nobody in the home, no humans present. You will receive a fine in the post because you are a green terrorist. Okay, this is green communism. 500 climate laws. US is exception. You're lucky for now, but we get them in Europe first. We'll send you an email, tell you how they're going. The Irish tea shop, another psychopath, promises new laws on climate change. He was at the Paris conference as well. So, you control every facet of human activity in the name of saving the Earth, when it's in fact to enslave the Earth. And also, ultimately, basically, by legalizing climate engineering as the solution to catastrophic climate change, this will mean the legalization of the engineered extermination of life on this planet. This is the future. If we sit back and do nothing, this is the future. This is now. This is now. What am I talking about? This is now. It's going to get worse. But this is what it could be. We can have this. This is the future we can have if we want it badly enough. So how badly do we want it? You make that decision yourself. Excuse me, I can't hear these people talking, please. Okay, just finishing with a quick quote. We now live in a nation where doctors destroy health, lawyers destroy justice, universities destroy knowledge, governments destroy freedom, the press destroys information, religion destroys morals, and our banks destroy economies. This is by Chris Hedges. So, real solutions. I want to talk about solutions. I don't want to just present problems and lump you with a burden of mental trauma. Okay, this global agenda operates on a mass deception, so informing people is key, because once the veil of deception starts to lift, the house cards will fall. We have the power. This is the tail wagging the dog, folks. They have told us all our lives that you have no power. Nothing could be further from the truth. This is why they poison our water, they brain dead, they dumb us down with their vaccines, and they know the power of the human mind and global consciousness, man, and they know once we start tapping in on that, man, it's game over. And then house cards will fall! So, quickly back to the solutions. This is what I do. I go around Wexford with my caravan, the Chemtrail banners, just exposing these mass murderers. I got Ryanair and Aer Lingus spray nozzles there in the back. Creates great attention, really turns heads, and stops traffic, man. My videos talking to kids on the streets and all have had thousands, 20, 30,000 views. Educating kids on the street is so important, because these videos went viral amongst, you know, a young generation, and I was being spoken about amongst parents and all this kind of stuff. I mean, obviously a lot of these parents wanted to kill me because they think I'm the demon, because I'm telling the truth, but I'm only the messenger. I want to stop it. There's the back of the caravan, Ryanair, Aer Lingus spray nozzles. More solutions, we can get into local papers. Geoengineering group focuses on an eye on the sky. New Wexford group focuses on geoengineering. This is my group, Wexford Skywatch. That's me there, and my team of activists. I haven't had a team quite as big in a while. Actually, it's hard to hang on to a team. It's very hard to have consistency. At the end of the day, I think I'm on my own a lot of the time, to be honest. So that's why I'm so humbled, and I just get so very overpowered and emotional when I'm around such like-minded people. It's very, very special. Phone radio, more solutions. I'll be quick, I'll be finished in a minute. Phone radio, talk to everyone you meet every day. Never shut up, just make flyers, distribute everywhere you can, film the skies where you can, and document it online. Patrick Roddie does brilliant time lapses every day. Do that, it's just open and shut evidence. Attend conferences, climate change conferences, climate engineering conferences, asthma society conferences, where they talk about air pollution, normalising the new normals, the weaponised air, and go to Alzheimer's Society meetings. These people don't even know. I phoned up the Alzheimer's Society of Ireland, and these people don't even know that Alzheimer's is caused by aluminium in the brain cells. The woman I spoke to actually sounded like she had Alzheimer's. So phone and write to agencies like the EPA and DOA and the police. Yes, you are pissing against the wind, and I love this girl here, Amanda Baise. She is just a dog with a bone. She's a real terrier, man. She just will not let go, man. I love her. She just keeps on phoning them, man. I phoned them a couple of times myself, but man, this girl just amazing. So something eventually has to give, you know, because these people are breathing it. You know, they don't have these life extension or whatever technologies, you know, proteins and all that kind of stuff. These people are being poisoned and they don't even know they're compartmentalized. They've been told the cover story that's protect us from global warming, and they believe it, you know. So we've got to wake these people up. We've got to reach out to these people. We've got to reach out to the police, especially here in America, the military, because that's where the rubber meets the road, man. These are guys that fight the wars, and these are guys that are going to enforce ultimately the New World Order. More solutions, chelation, you can, that's what I said, didn't I? Chelation, spirulina, use spirulina, chlorella, garlic, turmeric. I'm not a health expert, I'm just telling you what I do. Stop drinking fluoridated water and remove all mercury fillings. Very important to remove all mercury fillings. Harry Rhodes will talk about mercury fillings later on. Very important to get. I've recently got them taken out of my head. Starting to feel better already. I've had a ferocious memory all of my life. I can remember very little of my childhood. It's always been very upsetting for me, but it's just the way things are. And I'm trying to get my memory back now, and I'm starting to get my fillings extracted. I've got two done, 2 to go. Because we leave all the stuff in our bodies, we're just not going to be able to think, we're not going to be able to fight a war. All it takes for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. That's all it takes, folks. Lying down to this is an absolute guaranteed death sentence. Okay? What you got to lose? What you got to lose by standing up? Nothing. You're killing us anyhow, we're already dead men walking, each and every one of us. Humans are the only species that can do anything to stop this. We are the only species, your dog, your cat, the polar bears, the bears in the forest here in Canada, and they can do jack shit to stop this. It's down to us. We are the species, and we are at that critical juncture in human history. The most amazing juncture where we have the decision to make, what road we're taking. You know, we can have an absolute paradise or a hell on earth. The destiny of life is in our hands, and the choice is yours.
Social time with Terry, so we're gonna just go on to the next speaker if you don't mind. We're gonna have lunch after Eric. We've got cheese pizza and pad thai with a vegan option, and don't go anywhere.
All right, folks, I just want to remind you we are here broadcasting live on Facebook and also on YouTube. If you are watching on Facebook right now, be sure to check out the YouTube link. You can get that at pressfortruth.ca/live. And if you're on YouTube, come on over and check it out on Facebook as well. Again, this is the Global Chemtrail Summit here in Vancouver, May 7th, 2016. We are documenting this with a high-definition video camera, as you can see back there. So we will be having all of these speeches available in high definition with good audio. And we're going to make that available for our patron members at patreon.com/Press for Truth. So if you go there, sign up for $1 or $2 a month. It helps us to be able to cover these types of events and do these types of things. And again, we'll be uploading all of the raw footage to our patron members. So again, check that out at patreon.com/Press for Truth. Let's check out the next speaker.
kind of a huge valley, a huge sound here. So our waters are all connected. Our ecosystem is very similar. So I'm going to start off here. I titled this one "The Signatures of Geoengineering." So what we have here is a overview of the area. Yeah, Patrick. Thanks, buddy. I haven't even used it. I made this.
Once again, folks, if you're just tuning in now, we're live here at the Global Chemtrail Summit Rally. They're just working on some of the technical stuff, as we are as well. We're broadcasting live on Facebook and YouTube, so be sure to check out the links at pressfortruth.com/live. Let me know if the audio is good, if the video is good, and we'll keep broadcasting here for you all day, folks.
So like I said, we're all connected right here through the big body of water. And I will zoom up a little closer. And I'm going to be presenting a lot of visuals. I like to deal with visuals rather than a lot of text, a lot of things people have to read. I think people will respond a lot better to visuals, kind of in your face, maybe even comments that are going to tell a lot about it instead of a big paragraph. So here we go. So, this is what I do for the most part, and what I've done. A few years ago, I took on the challenge I called it connecting the dots. What I envisioned was more people doing this like me. When an airliner goes overhead, I identify who it is. I try to make a proper identification. If I can't make a proper identification, I won't even screenshot it. I have to know positively that I'm capturing who I'm capturing. So these are actually fairly new and unusual to what I'm used to capturing. I'm used to capturing a lot of commercial airlines, and it's very disturbing. So that raises a lot of implications on what might be really going on, because probably 90% of what I capture are commercial airlines. And of that 90%, I have a handful, probably out of, I don't know how many aircraft go over our skies, but I would say I have a handful of offenders. Of all the people that fly, I have a handful of commercial offenders. So that might even be a lead, possibly for anyone that can do research and maybe help connect the dots. What do these 5 airlines have in common? I'm not going to discuss those airlines. I do have them on file, and if I have time, I will go through a bunch of screenshots, and I will name the names, and you guys will automatically pick up on who stands out. So these are actually, you can see the AA 154. He is a common offender. That's American Airlines. The other two, notice the difference. 43,000 feet, both. These were both private airlines. One was a G6, I believe, and the other was a Bombardier, I think. So, in relation to cruising altitude, these guys are 5,000 to 10,000 feet above these other cruising altitude planes. And the persistent trail that these left, this was on a clear day. The whole day was sunny this day. Those two on the right left very persistent, billowing, extraordinary trails. I mean, just crazy. And be it that a day that the whole day had no trails, and then they left trails, and they bring up the humidity, it was a bit low. So, kind of a little bit of a telltale. So, that's Uncle Sam. He says, I want you to think this is perfectly normal. Well, you know, nowadays, I mean, I guess it is kind of normal. Should it be normal? No. I didn't grow up with this. I'm pretty sure most of you didn't grow up with this. Maybe a few times you guys captured some planes, leave some trails. Maybe it was even an experiment at the time. So, I'm going to start here, painting the atmosphere. When I'm talking about painting the atmosphere, I'm not talking about Bob Ross making paintings of the atmosphere. And if you actually research Bob Ross and you look at his paintings, you will never see what he's pretending to paint here. You won't see this in any of his paintings, and you probably won't even see this in any of, if you're an art history major, or even if you study art history, if you search and try to find pictures of this, you will not find. You may find a couple, and a lot of times they're even called an abstract. I came across an aviation one that was in war, and it was called an abstract painting, and it showed trails and whatnot. And it was an abstract because I don't think the artist was actually seeing all those trails. He was seeing a dogfight, and he kind of put it all together and made an abstract. So you will not see this in paintings. These are collages. You'll see these, I believe in the intro, maybe when you guys were waiting for the presentations, you guys saw these. I put these together. These are from my group. A lot of them are mine, probably about 90% of them, but there's some extraordinary ones that I used from people in my group, just because they were outstanding photos and they showed a great representation of what's going on. So right here, for the most part, these are fresh trails being laid. A lot of them are actually being laid in other cloud layers, fake cloud layers. So they almost act as like a cloud nursery, to where they're fortified, I guess maybe with the conditions and being primed with electromagnetic frequencies, and the atmosphere is just like perfect conditions. And it's perfect conditions for what they are doing, because a lot of times they're not perfect conditions for the, like Terry Lawton said, the Wyoming soundings and looking at your atmospheric data. They weren't perfect conditions for forming persistent trails, but the conditions were perfect for whatever they were doing there. So what they're doing, they're using technologies to manipulate the atmosphere. And this is kind of a visual representation of something you might see. A lot of these aren't technically chemtrails. A lot of them weren't even visible to the naked eye until they were formed. But they were formed in parameters. They're like contained within gas layers. When they start to form, they're not going to fill the whole sky. They actually fill pockets of gas that seem to be left there or dumped there. Say, in this area, a lot of stuff is dumped out in the Pacific Ocean, and they utilize the inland flow. Almost every day we have a flow that comes from the ocean, and it heads east. And they utilize that. They fill, I mean, you can look on all the satellite imagery and everything, and you can actually watch them filling the ocean with all these trails, and then over the day they'll head east, and a lot of times by the end of the evening they might even settle on the Cascade Range just past, and you'll wake up in the morning and the same trails that drifted from there are still there. You know, all these fake clouds, they're still there. How that's possible with condensation, it just doesn't make sense. You know, these particles are staying overnight. People say, oh, they go away in about an hour, or they go away in a few hours. No, these particles are staying up there indefinitely until they fall down to the ground. So here we got the signatures of climate engineering. Like I said, I like to go with visuals. So the signatures, what I'm going to do is show you what you would be seeing. So for any of you that aren't familiar with this, a lot of you, I'm sure, that are here are dedicated and know what I'm talking about. But for those of you that don't know, this is the collage of collages. I took all of my collages and threw it into a collage. So, fresh ones. A lot of these colorful ones, really close up, they're not mine. One of them, two of them might even be Terry's. I'm not sure. I don't have a camera that will capture these. I wish I did. That'd be nice. So fresh ones. Just a simple trail. This is kind of how it begins. Notice the background. I'm starting to build it up there. Here we got a nice start-stop. You know, why the rest in the sky can be, you know, left there. He happens to end. You can tell how it's wider at the top. That's he's departing into the sunset or sunrise.
Alright Guys, just really quickly,
So
if
here we
you
are,
just tune
trail
in right now,
through
we
the
are
old
broadcasting
spring trail.
simultaneously to Facebook
Some of these
and YouTube. Right
trails,
now.
they're
So this
not
video
super
will be saved to our
significant
YouTube channel.
on
You can
one
get the link
pass,
at pressfortruth.com.
but it's like an accumulative
/live.
effect on
We're
some of these.
also
So like,
with
maybe there's
that
different
behind it.
intensities, different
All of these speeches
formulas,
are high
to
quality,
where some are
high definition,
like a
with good audio,
10% haze,
and
and
you're getting
others are
the
like a full
PowerPoint presentations as well.
100% haze.
So if you
So
want
there's
to
different
get the
variations, and
package,
maybe that's just how the atmosphere is
you can
able
do that if you
to
become a PFT
react to
patron,
what they're putting
and you can
into
sign up
it.
at
So maybe it was a fail, like maybe it
patreon.com/pressfortruth.
didn't fully form the contrail,
You'll have
they
access
just
to
didn't do
all of
things
these
right.
speeches in high quality.
So this one, I believe this is American Airlines, and it might have even been 154 also. You can notice that the aerosols are so thick that that is a shadow. People want to say, oh, there's a black trail. Another plane left a black trail right along with it. Now, if you observe these, you will find that the plane itself is correlated with the shadow that's left there. There may be other cases, there are black trails, carbon black, at different times of the night and morning, that trails will appear to be darker than normal because the radiative forcing isn't as high on them. So people would go like, those were black trails. Well, check the clock, see how close to sunset or after sunset, all your trails are going to be black for the most part. So we got more. I mean, this is what they do. Got another shadow. Shadows up. Big conspiracy or a big debate on shadows going up. I don't know if many of you follow that, but you will see that these shadows are actually going up. So that's either the reflection of the sun bouncing off the earth, which is about 30% of light. 30% of light that reaches Earth, it actually reaches Earth and bounces back up. So we may be seeing the 30% shadow there, or we may be seeing a type of chemical refraction that's actually reacting with it's more of a reflection of the shadow bouncing back onto the plasma layer, which is making a shadow. So, I mean, it would be nice if we could come up with an honest scientific person that could actually give an honest answer of what we're observing, but I mean, it's highly unlikely. So there's a lot of speculation on what this is actually caused. So, sundogs. There's a misconception on what a sundog is. A lot of times people will call a halo a sundog. For the most part, a halo is at 22 degrees. It may change in degrees outward. 22 degrees is basically around the sun, a little bit off. These sundogs are actually the false sun that the sun makes on the aerosols, and it's usually to the left or the right of the sun, and it can spread anywhere from 22 degrees off to, I don't know the exact, but it's quite a distance off there. So this one was actually quite rare for me. This was my first sundog I caught inside electromagnetic frequencies. Before I was used to seeing them in pretty smooth aerosols, pretty smooth clouds. This one caught my attention because it was actually being HART, NEXRAD, whatever you want to call it, electromagnetic frequencies. This one was amazing. This one was like a matchstick on fire. Almost looks like a dragon. So, some people, if you've done your research, and you look into LiDAR and the equipment of lasers, you will find that a LiDAR, what it does is it samples the atmosphere and it creates a color spectrum, a rainbow spectrum of what is in the atmosphere. So if you analyze that color spectrum, it'll tell you what the compounds are. Some people say when you see these, they're not always a sundog created by the sun. They may actually be shooting a laser through the atmosphere to sample it. And that trail may not even be from a jet. That might be the laser-induced nucleation. So as that laser is flying through the atmosphere, it's actually exciting the molecules and spawning clouds. And it's called a filament. And then at the end of the filament is its classic sampling spectrum. So if you were to look at laboratory tests, you actually find laboratory tests that look similar to sundogs. This one was pretty crazy. This was a really bad day. The plumes were just enormous. And you can see how irregular the plume on the right is. It had to have been a start-stop, obviously, and just its irregularities it's just complex. Same one, different view. You can see the slight coloration, the sundog. There. That one was actually inside the halo ring, so it wasn't even quite at 22 degrees, which is kind of irregular also. Hardly see the color, but right in the middle where that bright cloud is, or aerosol, whatever you want to call it, there's a halo. This was Father's Day, I believe. They really did a number on Father's Day. So I'll just pass through these. Alright, so I'm going to go into halos. So we got the sundog, which is often confused with the halos. So the halos. So I've never seen these halos in the 80s, but I've seen over 80 of them in the past year. That kind of tells a lot because we're not used to seeing it. I never looked up at the sun when I was a kid and said, hey mom, what's that rainbow around the sun? I know rainbows rain, and I associate it with rain, and I associate it with being anywhere and usually a distance from the sun because the sun's traveling to it, through it, and you're seeing the rainbow. Well, as soon as we start seeing all these aerosols and talking about geoengineering, this is the normal. I can't count how many captures I have of halos and sundogs. It's pretty sick. So this picture actually has a lot going on. A lot of these clouds were artificially generated. A lot of the aerosols that are in the background are from jets. But a lot of the other stuff in the foreground, which would be down in the tropopause, is kind of a mystery on where they're coming up with the source of the chemicals for this, because they're clear. I mean, sure, nanos are clear, and all these particles are so small that we don't even see them. So it might just be a different type of chemical that stays clear until they nucleate it with HARP, NexRad, or any type of microwave technologies. I don't know if you noticed the top of the halo. It's kind of a little bit off kilter. That is not done by the camera messing up on its capture. That is an actual irregular halo. Normally your halos are supposed to be a uniform circle. That one's actually kind of wearing a hat, so it's lost its degrees on its top corner. Aerosols. A lot of these are aerosol flows off the coast. So here we go. I believe that one was Cathay Pacific. Usually what will happen is when certain airlines are the ones that are leaving them, they'll be the ones that are leaving them through the day. So if I know I have one Cathay Pacific, I will know to track for the next couple hours or even through the day the Cathay Pacifics, because they're going to leave trails, and they usually definitely do. So we got a couple different things. This is similar to that one. This is looking off towards the Pacific Ocean from the Skagit Valley. So it looks over just north of the Olympics. And what will happen is these billows of clouds will just drift in, and they'll be in perfect alignment with the sun. And usually they come in pairs of three, so a flow will go for a little bit. It'll be like a flow, a break, flow, break. And then for a little while, there'll be nothing. And then all of a sudden there'll be another series of flows. It's almost like they're resetting their equipment or whatever they got going on the coast. And it'd be nice if we have anybody that's involved in navigation out on the ocean, or is out on the ocean often, way out there, to keep an eye on what's going on, what vessels are doing what. I know it's a great body of water and it's hard to find anything out there. But it would be nice to collaborate with people that might be out there that kind of make sense of what might be going on out on the coast. More aerosols, that's kind of what I described. It's just see that flow, the way And that's not uncommon for my area. It's like all the way down to where it's coming from, down at the point, and directly in line with the sun. I mean, it's just an obvious attack on the sun, or attack on us. There's a halo there. You can hardly see it. There's so much wispiness going on. So halos, you've seen those. So. All right, so plumes. I consider plumes, they're a monster contrail, a monster chemtrail. This was 36,000 feet above Seattle, and that trail's above me. Visually, I can't tell you how far above me that is, but there's quite a distance. Probably easily 5,000 feet or so. So if I'm at 36,000 feet, it's well above 40,000 feet. And most commercial airliners won't travel that high. So on this note, since we're talking about in the air, as a kid, I traveled a lot. Me and my brother were sent to family quite often together without adults. So we took planes and we'd fight over the window seat. The main reason we fought over the window seat, it was because not just the view when you look at the ground, but we wanted to see if we could see up into space, see how dark you can look up and see how dark it is, see if you can see space. It kind of sounds funny now, but as a kid, it was kind of like one thing we wanted to do. The main emphasis here is that there's a cloud layer, a natural cloud layer. When I was a kid, I was amazed that there was no clouds above that natural cloud layer. They weren't there. And nowadays, they're all there. There's a whole nother world of trails and aerosols that are up there. Another view. And even more, that's looking up through a plume that I'm flying beside. And it went on forever. So on that note also, when I was leaving California on this flight, our aircraft was leaving a trail, and our trail was leaving a shadow on the aerosols that were below us. And it almost looked like a cloaked or invisible craft flying through and parting the skies, because when you actually eliminate the sun from that cloud layer, you actually can see through it because it's not illuminated anymore. It almost disappears. But once you shine the sun on it, it gets illuminated. So it almost appeared like our plane's shadow was parting the skies, which it wasn't. But it was quite an amazing effect. So plumes, you can see, I mean, they just billow, and that's a huge trail. Probably went from horizon to horizon, but that's just a section of the trail, and it's just crazy. Right there, American Airlines again. I don't know if you guys are noticing a theme here. So, as American Airlines, I believe I have a time lapse of that I'll be playing. Alright, so aerosol dumps. A little bit different than standard chemtrails that are confused with contrails. Aerosol dumps would be large volume dispersals done by aerosol tankers that are normally firefighting tankers, which couldn't get a contract with firefighting. They were evergreen. Now they're known as global super tankers. And I've noticed recently their website changed. It used to be promoting their use as a force multiplier, and you've heard that term, force multiplier, owning the weather 2025, using the weather as a force multiplier. They used to reference that on their website. They no longer reference that. I think they may have gotten a little bit of heat for that. That actual. So their standard website that I would normally do a search to go to no longer has that logo as their heading. So here's what we're looking at. That's an evergreen tanker. They have admitted, if I have time, I'll play a Harold Save video. They have admitted that they can be hired out for national security, geoengineering, firefighting, basically whatever you want to do, clear oil. They're for hire. This is what they look like. They're really wispy. They're really big. They take up a lot more volume than the standard. They're a lot denser and take up a lot more volume than a standard trail. And they may actually be the contributing factor to these aerosol flows that I'm talking about. So here we got side by side, you kind of see it coming over the horizon, and you got a detail of its effects on the sun. So there's another one, and like I said, these all come from that point. That's a common, that point, and they fly overhead, they go over the sun. It's like Groundhog Day, all of this is. This one was quite huge. What you can't see, the big portion there, it actually took up the rest of the sky. I couldn't get it in the picture, but that was just a huge artificial cloud bank. It was astonishing.
Alright guys, we're coming to the end of this broadcast here on Facebook. We're only able to broadcast for about an hour at a time. So we are actually broadcasting all of this live on YouTube right now. If you want to tune into that one, go to pressfortruth.ca/live, and we have that all available right now on YouTube. I'm going to go ahead and end this Facebook broadcast right now, and then I'm going to start a new one immediately. So look for the next broadcast in the next minute or two, and again, you can tune in to the uninterrupted stream at pressfortruth.ca/live. We are also filming this event in high quality with good audio. We will be uploading these speeches to patreon.com/pressfortruth for all of our Patreon members there. So I'm going to go ahead and end this broadcast. We'll be right back in about 1 minute. Hang tight, we'll be back.
Out of those clouds, because sometimes the rain does come out because the storm is so huge, some rain comes out, but oftentimes, and most of the times, when there are persistent linear cirrus cloud formations on the edge of these storms, there is not any rain coming out of them, or there's really small amounts. So people have tested this rain, and it comes back with 1,000 times any normal level of barium, 1,000 times normal level of strontium, and also aluminum. So after you do after I've done my due diligence, come to find out, we're gonna. There's 2 more minutes. Bear with me. We go back to 1916, San Diego. There was a crazy drought. They got this guy Hatfield. He thought that if he sprayed silver iodide in the atmosphere, this chemical concoction that's basically silver-based, that he could seed water droplets, that he could make water droplets couple together. These hydroscopic molecules could come together, right? And then by these droplets forming together, they would get heavy and fall out of the sky. It's called cloud seeding, okay? Like Vail, I know Whistler, different ski resorts even do this. It's actually common. You can seed clouds and make it rain. Well, come to find out, along with all these government patents that have come out, especially over the past 10, 15 years, there are ways to make it not rain as well. And you can disperse clouds by putting up, guess what, aluminum, barium, strontium. They're in the same column of the periodic table. These things act as dispersants. Okay, and then you see all these different things, all this historic proof. The Ho Chi Minh Trail was flooded. They flooded the Ho Chi Minh Trail in Vietnam by making it rain like crazy because they could, because they wanted to flood this trade route.
I thought weather modification was just a conspiracy theory, though. I mean, how is it possible that governments are actually doing this? You know, folks, people may not know that cloud seeding, as Matt says, is a very real thing. It was used to deal with the pollution problem in China during the Olympics. In fact, the United Nations, folks, went to the extent of forming a treaty that they would agree, a bunch of countries coming together, that they would agree not to do this. In fact, let me just show you very quickly here, the Environmental Modification Convention, or the ENMOD, formerly the Convention on the Prohibition of Military or any other hostile use environmental modification techniques, is an international treaty prohibiting the military or other hostile use of environmental modification techniques having widespread, long-lasting, severe effects. It opened for signature May 18th, 1977.
But, I mean, you're starting to get the picture. A lot of you have already seen all of this. It's nothing new to you. But you're starting to see the picture of something that didn't used to exist, and now we're having to deal with. This one was a really weird day, just because it was the irregularities. there was points that things were spawning from, but they just got really out of the upper edges, and they started getting really chunky and forming some really weird patterns. That there, it was pretty much a square or a rectangle. That is the one edge of it. I can only capture that one edge. So basically, if it were to be like a huge rectangle coming towards me and off into the distance. And that was also accompanied by trails on the leading edges at different points. So there's a meme I put out, zap zap, buzz buzz, manipulation, just kind of like to throw out little things that people just read and kind of get the point. So this here is dedicated to the weather people. What I notice and often see is the weather. I watch the weather. I work at night, so I listen and watch the weather, or listen to the weather through the night, and I compare it with what we end up getting the next day. And none of it matches. We understand weather reporters. I mean, they're inaccurate, but to be this inaccurate, it's just ridiculous. So things they'll say is like, enjoy the sunny day. Oh, I have nothing but sunshine tomorrow. Oh, sometimes they say a little filtered sun. It's kind of weird because there'll be no clouds in the sky and the only filtered sun with some aviation clouds. So they were almost like they were predicting the clouds coming in. So it's clear, just a few high clouds. And one big one that got me, because I actually fell for it, is go to the beach and have a picnic. Didn't technically go to the beach, I don't think, that day, but we did go places. And I believe my wife was left without a coat, complaining that it was pretty cold, and basically didn't dress accordingly because they filled the sky with fake clouds. This is from the Coalition Against Geoengineering. So this is what our forecast should look like. Maybe not the temperatures. We'd like better temperatures, but here we go. We got some HARP on Monday. We got some heavy trails on Tuesday, which we're going to get some halos and some shadows up on Wednesday. And, oh, sunny. Wow, it's sunny on Thursday and Friday, if that's what you want to call sunny. Saturday, beautiful. Look at that, almost nothing up there. But Sunday, it's going to get wrecked. So here we go. Up there. And that guy's going by. Oh, wow. How come they always keep going with the sun? I don't know. It's just something they do. And they always seem to leave clouds. They might not leave clouds or trails in the sky everywhere else. When they get right there, they'll just happen to put some out right there. Well, this one was weird. I believe that might have been Boeing. Not a Boeing. Boeing, the actual company. It had an on-off. You can't see, but it did start way here, stopped, and then proceeded towards the sun, and then it stopped again, and I don't know if you see at the very bottom down there, there's a little patch. He started back up again. So when the atmosphere was just full of trails, and there's no reason that shouldn't have been a continuous trail if that's what it was going to do. Right here, ooh, that was FedEx 24. One of my biggest offenders, all the way down to the actual number, FedEx 24. So if you enjoy sunshine and value your health, this should piss you off. These trails are quite amazing because they seem to anchor themselves where they first were put, and they actually dragged across the sky and eliminated themselves, eliminate their volume. So they basically, the big chunk and the thickness slowly got smaller as it dispersed through the atmosphere. So it perfectly laid out like a blanket. So we got to get the shadow up, and that was a start stop also. This is what we deal with quite often. Doesn't matter the humidity. I check my humidity through Wyoming Soundings. I also have an app that I can convert the relative humidity to relative humidity in relation to ice. Because there's a lot different when you're analyzing what the humidity is in freezing levels. You have to actually convert it to ice. So I verify a lot of what I'm capturing, and I cross-check it against my data. And a lot of this stuff shouldn't exist up there based upon the data and the formulation of what it takes to make persistence, which is all bullcrap anyways. Yeah, it was pretty crazy here. I believe they were hitting this with some HARP or ionospheric heaters of some sort because it was really stretching these out. Got more halos. So basically what this is a progression of, from fresh trails to clouding the skies up till by the end of the day, you can't see the upper atmosphere. You can see shadows, but you can't see the upper atmosphere. This one was crazy because the background is an aerosol layer and the foreground is an aerosol layer, but they weren't combined. They were separate from each other. So it actually created a line of light where there was nothing there. And then at one point, a jet actually flew through it. You can see it cutting through it. This is how the sky looked. When you look at the original, it actually looks like someone put a motion blur or a distortion filter of some sort, but that was how it was. I have video of it looking like that. That was one of the worst days I had seen. So when you're feeling down, at least you have sunshine, fall back on. So, all right. So chemical sunsets. We all enjoy our sunsets. We enjoy colorful ones, but I don't enjoy these aerosol colored sunsets. I hate when people say, "Oh, that's so beautiful," and all that. They just don't have a clue. So this is from Skagit Valley looking off. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that area. You can see Mount Erie.
Alright, just a quick reminder, guys. I want to let you know we are broadcasting this on YouTube right now, and you can catch that at pressfortruth.com/live. The camera that you can see behind me there, we're also using to capture these speeches in high quality, and we'll be uploading those for our Patreon members at patreon.com/pressfortruth. So we're going to be here all day documenting all of this live on Facebook and YouTube. And here's more of the speaker.
So, I don't know if you noticed, a lot of these dark clouds, dark trails, if the sun was overhead, all of those would be white. They'd be glowing white. It's just the time of day that the atmosphere starts to darken and they appear to be dark clouds. Because actually, a lot of these are dark. Carbon black and all the metallics aren't pure white. They actually silver and grays. These I like to call lava sunsets, just because just the way that the reds just come through, it's just like lava. Alright, so this one I'm going to do called the fallout. You see in the horizon, there's a visibility index. That's how they measure particles in the atmosphere, is how far you can see usually. So the visibility index, which normally appear to be, there's some blue skies, should be fairly far, especially for having these high clouds. It should be fairly far, but what has happened through the day is the old aerosols have come to the ground and they've actually fallen between the islands and all of that. You notice there's a refinery there. They are very little contributors unless the conditions are optimum to make the clouds. They actually have to be really high humidity, way down low, and be pushing, like pressure pushing down. So they're really not a contributing factor to the haze you're seeing there. Again, that haze in the background. We're breathing that. So, I mean, when you're standing here, you don't see it. But you look so far off, that means the people that are over on those islands and they're looking at you, they're seeing the same thing. They're seeing the haze that you're breathing. Alright, right, so I'm going to finish up this one. This fallout. You can kind of get the picture. I do want to bring one point up. I have a friend that's in Coachella Valley, which is Palm Springs, and he's been posting a lot of photos in the fallout from these aerosols, and he's actually been investigating into the hospitals and the uptick in respiratory problems, and even deaths of elderly and the infants, babies. And he's actually been making a connection between the high aerosol days and the health effects days. So maybe we can elaborate on that in the future and start to put something cohesive together that we can present to academics or present to anybody that does question us. So again, breathe deep and relax, enjoy the sunshine. All right, so here we go. It's kind of cutting me off from here. Is there a way of bringing in the image? I don't know if there is. That sucks. But anyways, it says the sky won't be really blue anymore, but it will block out some of the sun's heat. And then we got David Keith. In the background there is it's called Novim. Novim skies. It's actually from a Novim. They did a paper on geoengineering and aerosols. They used that picture as an example of basically talking about chemtrails. So why a scientific and academics would use that picture when they're referring to something that doesn't exist, or they say doesn't exist, is kind of an issue. And we've seen that there before, that diagram. And then here we got in the middle, he's pointing up at aluminum in the stratosphere, 4 times the volumetric rate, 16 times less coagulation. So basically, it's a more efficient product. And along with aluminum, it actually works very well with combustion. So to answer the question about combustion and why maybe these fuels or why the forests are going up on fire, it's because these aluminum that they're not testing for is highly combustible. People say, oh, it's going to ruin the engine, it's going to make the engine blow up. No, it's actually going to make the engine run very well, and you'll probably have less maintenances on it because it actually helps the parts. And along with other metallic particles that they do put in fuels. Here we go. We got Ken Caldera again. Kind of cut this off, so I'll have to read it from here. This is a quote from him, I believe. Terry and I don't know who all went to that conference. This is from the Solar Radiation Management 2015. It says, let me just say something about social acceptability. I heard somebody talking about the different particles that can be put into the sky to reflect the sunlight. Some kind of carbon in the form of a diamond, about 0.1 microns. You gotta understand the size of 0.1 microns. That is just, you're not seeing that at all. And diamonds, they're so abrasive, and if you look up the health effects of diamond dust, very toxic for you. You actually have to surgically go in and seek every particle, and that's impossible. So it says, people think people will never put up with this. You know, if the American populace put up with kidnapping and torture, with all the surveillance of communications and our movements, when it was announced, post facto, we were okay with it. So I think if a political leader announces, oh, we started putting diamonds in the sky to protect you, you know, I think if they put up with kidnapping and torture, they will likely put up with diamonds in the sky. Whatever. I will not put up with diamonds in the sky. It's just ridiculous. And this guy is just like total proponent of geoengineering. Same guy that wants to set a nuke off in the water and make a tidal wave and put pathogens in clouds. So climate intervention causes climate change. That's my theory. And so 1962 geoengineering proposals to warm the climate regarded as a good idea. In 2012, the geoengineers say that the climate warming is required for solar radiation management. And here I have a group, No More Chemtrails. So this is Marble Man, No More Chemtrails. All right, so I hate laptops, sorry. All right, so I'm going to do this one real quick because I have to. All right, so provide yourself with the tools to take action and make change. Peaceful activism, please. So, chemtrails, geoengineering, climate intervention, solar radiation management, albedo modification, weather modification, owning the weather, climate engineering, messing with the atmosphere, or whatever they want to call it now. Basically, if you get on the lead and you start to make a big deal about something, they'll just change the name of it so it just throws you off track. Or it might not sound as appealing to the public, so they'll change something from solar radiation management to just radiation management, because solar is a good thing. All right, so these are some tips for people as an activist or a research, individual researcher. So research the history of geoengineering would be one of the first things you probably should do. Learn about atmospheric conditions. We've kind of heard about that in the sounding data and humidity levels. Utilize a plane tracker. Not all the time are they going to come up on plane tracker, but usually when they don't, they raise a big concern and they make you wonder who's trying to hide up there and why are they putting a cloud up there and why aren't they registered. So it's actually a good thing to know that something's not on there, because then you can kind of go, wow, something's suspicious. So capture pictures along with time and location. That's very valuable, because then you can correlate them and connect them back with all the other data you collected. Collect evidence like rainwater samples, blood samples, any type of samples. I've encouraged people to do that and ask for help submitting into various groups. Patrick's very good at this. So research the geoengineers, research their videos, research their papers and presentations. Read weather modification books and articles, study technologies of the past, present, and future. Learn about the health impacts of aerosol particles. Archive and catalog your findings. Start a social media group, share and communicate and teach others. That's a big thing, is learn all this knowledge so that you can teach others. You can spread. A lot of us can't continue this forever and really need a lot of help. So if we get a lot of people on the same page, we can really make some progress. Some terms to know. Welsh-back materials are basically the reflective oxides and metals. Aerosol particles, cloud condensation nuclei, which is at the core of every cloud. You have a cloud condensation nuclei. And what they're often adding to the atmosphere is that nuclei for the moisture to get attached to. Cloud albedo management. Albedo is how white the Earth is. People have been painting their roofs white for years in an attempt to help with the heat that's released by the surface of the Earth. So now it's just replaced with cloud albedo instead of land albedo. Land albedo would be like snow, a pack of snow on a building. So EMF and electromagnetic frequency fields or frequencies are microwaves, which kind of ties into ionospheric heaters, HAARP, Tesla Tech arrays. Tesla Tech would be any type of dome, any type of magnetic synchrotron. So Tesla, a lot of Tesla's technology has been hijacked. So we got the NextRad SPX. You've seen pictures of that. That SPX is the mobile one. The NextRads are the ones we have on our hillsides, golf ball globes. AIMS, artificial ionospheric mirrors, plasma and plasma ionization. That's where they ionize the atmosphere in nucleate particles that are existing in there, creating fake cloud layers. So you can also do ion and laser-induced nucleation. Terry talked about that a little bit, firing lasers into regions to induce nucleation, and also you can induce lightning, guide the lightning down to Earth. Charged particles and cosmic rays, highly debatable. Cosmic rays, CERN does a lot of research on. They are attempting to understand everything it takes to make a cloud in the atmosphere using cosmic rays and all the technologies. So artificially induced clouds and cloudiness. So owning the weather, manipulating climate like pseudo-gods, using technologies to exploit Earth's natural processes. So it's basically, these guys in high power are abusing their power to manipulate the atmosphere. So we got plasmas and we got HAARP. We kind of already went through that, so I'm just going to go over this real quick. We got the location, IceCat, high pass, Sura, HAARP, all these different things, and they're all connected. That one there. So we're basically a grid, and I believe that grid's incomplete because the connection points are all on one screen. A lot of these connection points actually connect off around, you know what I mean? They're not showing the connections to the other side. And then they're not showing what's not shown. There's a lot of stuff that we don't know about. And a lot of the stuff we don't know about are on little islands out in the middle of these oceans. We start to see these waves on satellite. We start to zoom into these islands and we find that there's military and there's golf ball globes and there's antennas and there's all kinds of crazy stuff. So it kind of points towards someone is doing this to us. Another meme, Operation Cloudmaker. This is the laser LiDAR. That's what we're talking about, shooting that into the sky. They shot that into a charged area and it made lightning. And it told it where to go, basically. That is a laser flying through particles. And in the process of flying through the particles, it actually nucleated and formed a cloud. So that's kind of what we're dealing with in the atmosphere. What we might be dealing with that we don't hear much about is these cloud vessels. Might even be dealing with balloons. Who knows? They might be doing that nowadays. But most likely drones and aircraft. So we've seen all that. Smaller particles take a lot of the moisture, spread it out over a larger area. So what happens is you'll have a brighter cloud that will not precipitate. Again, someone was asking, what are they doing with the rain? How is that process? Here's kind of the process. If you were to research into that, they're basically thinning out the water droplets, spreading them over a bunch of small particles. So Earth is a cloud chamber. They're using the atmosphere as a laboratory. They're using technologies to achieve desired results. They're controlling the variables while letting nature govern the main physical processes. So a lot of times you'll say, oh, that's just natural. Someone will say, that looks like nature. Well, yeah, they're using nature, and nature governs all these processes. They're just tapping into them. So what they want to achieve is large-scale, real-time environmental feedback. And you can't do that in a laboratory. You have to do that actually. So this is a clip from Solar Radiation Management 2015 conference. So they're using the environment as a laboratory. Why experimental laboratory program? To provide critical information to understand aerosols and indirect effects by studying the effects of the known aerosol injection. Test key physical processes of the marine cloud is that they are using the atmosphere as a laboratory, seeking to understand a control technology. And they say it's not completely unprecedented for cloud seeding. So they're probably trying to justify, saying, oh, we already do cloud seeding, so this isn't too far off, so don't worry about it. So from the Cambridge, that's the paradigm shift, I just went into that. So the geoengineering engineers say that we are doing controlled laboratory experiments, but the laboratory is outdoors because we cannot replicate this type of scale in an actual laboratory. So you're getting the picture that they are actually doing stuff out there. I mean, they're saying it. So the difference between cloud seeding and cloud seeding. So rainfall. And then you have seeding the atmosphere with particles for the goal of creating man-made clouds. So in an area that doesn't have clouds yet, you can make clouds, and then if you have enough moisture, you can then again seed them. And here's a diagram. So anyone tells you contrail, just condensation. No, the condensation of those little droplets. The particle is the big one. This is at the center. So it's taking the condensation from the atmosphere and attaching it to the particle that came out of the engine or came out of the aerosol dispersal or whatever application that it's from. Now that note, it doesn't make a difference whether you put the particles in the fuel or spray it into the back of the engine as it's coming out. When you analyze that air, there's no discerning factor. Where it came out of the fuel, it's still there. So on that note, also, I have a paper that, I don't know if you're familiar with A1 jet fuel. That's the standard fuel that they use in aviation. It says that the A1 jet fuel is a neurotoxin carcinogen in transport vapor form, so before it's even in the plane, while it's in the plane, and after combustion. So it's a carcinogen after combustion. So don't let anyone ever tell you that a contrail is just a harmless water vapor contrail, because there's toxic carcinogens that are mixed in with that. If you were to put all that condensation into a glass and evaporate it, you'd be left with a layer of these just particles and residues and stuff. So you definitely wouldn't want to eat the or drink the condensation. You more likely would be eating the particles in it. So without these particles, the man-made clouds would not exist. And that's often the case with real clouds. Without the particles, real clouds would not exist. So we're under the same principles here. So aerosol particles act as cloud condensation nuclei at the core of air you see. So here I'm going to thank these people. We've got P.R.A. Kirby. His book's available at Amazon. Chemtrails Exposed, a new Manhattan project. Excellent read. Definitely get it. Here we got climateviewer.com. This is Jim Lee's site. Excellent stuff there. We'll go to the next one. It's going to be Climate Viewer 3D. Excellent tool. I encourage anyone to get familiar with it, learn how to do it, locate, do weather, satellites, pollution, surveillance, geoengineering, electromagnetics, other. So you can find the weather, you can find all the satellites, you can map out all the next reg, you can map out all the HARP stations. You can send it to your friend if you want. You know, if you want to share it, say, hey, look what I found. You can share it. So excellent tool, excellent. Part of the team with Jim Lee there is Pete Ramon. He does a lot of nanotechnology. Find him on Facebook. In this one story he has on Climate Viewer, it's levitated particles in a radio frequency generated dusty plasma. So basically taking radio frequencies and spawning them into clouds. So we got Electrospray, that's his group. Got Climate Viewer on YouTube, excellent, go check it out. Got Weather Effect, you'll find a timeline of all the geoengineering. Got Max Bliss, excellent footage, excellent documentation and narration. Definitely check them out. Aircraft.org, Dutch Sense. Right there's a picture of spawning, making a cloud above the HARP station. Hung the Pilot, he makes a lot of great videos and takes a lot of great footage. Harold Saif from chemtrailplanet.net and Stop Climate Engineering Now. Definitely check him out. And I'll be posting this probably on my site so that people can reference it later. Chemtrails HARP Awareness. Got No More Chemtrails, this is my group, No More Chemtrails Geoengineering. I have a group and a page. My page has more evidence. We have a picture of aerosol nucleation there. So you'll find Harry Rhodes, you'll find Terry, you'll find a bunch of people over there. On my other site, on the group, you'll find pictures of the day. A lot of time I just post a picture of the day from around the world so that people can see how blasted we're getting. Coalition Against Geoengineering, they're doing a lot of great stuff. Civilian Action Team, part of that. We're actually trying to contact our officials, make a difference, get this all exposed so that no one can say, oh, we weren't aware. Of course, Mike Murphy got all the different, Spokane Geoengineering Watch, Diana Nieper, she's awesome. Mike Decker, definitely check him out. He's got some really up-close footage, good time lapses. One Pacific Redwood, OC Skywatch, I believe that's his site, so you can check him out there. Chemtrails UK, Dan Williams, excellent stuff out of Reno. Carnicom Institute, climatechange.co.uk. We've got the William Reinhardt Oregon Chembusters. So if you're interested in that, check it out. Geoengineeringwatch.org. CERN, I have to give credit to CERN, a lot of information. If you want to learn about how clouds are made and artificial clouds are made, check out CERN. Doing some crazy stuff. Above ground news, we got Kart Racer Cannon, the Dare Bogs, Flight Radar, Plane Finder, BP Earth Watch, A Microwave Planet, Liberty Beacon. I'd like to thank everybody at Liberty Beacon. And anyone else I forgot? I got a huge list of friends, but I'm not even going to it. They know I'm thinking of, so. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you are just joining us now, we are here live at the Global Chemtrail Summit in Vancouver.
it's Saturday, May the 7th, 2015. We're going to continue. They're going to break for lunch now, but no breaks for us here at PFT. We're going to keep going, folks. We're broadcasting now live on YouTube, and you can find that at press4truth.ca/live, and that one's going to be there going all day long. I'm going to try to speak with some of these speakers now, potentially do a couple of interviews and see who we can talk to at this event here. And then the speakers are going to be back after the lunch break. But as I said, we're just going to keep going with it. So again, this is the Global Chemtrail Summit. There is at least 100 people here, more than 100 people. Let me flip the camera around and see there's books that they're offering for people.
I know. Yeah.
Again, we are doing all of this with this guy right here. So we will be making all of these features available online at patreon.com/press4truth. And we do have links to that available in the description of the YouTube video. So if you guys want to show your support for independent media and the work that we're doing here to try to bring you this live information, please check out patreon.com/press4truth. And of course, even $1 or $2 a month helps us to be able to cover these types of events. And again, I'm going to show you Landman. He is the organizer of this event. Again, I'd say it's pretty darn successful. It's a pretty cool event. It's been a lot of free event, and yet we're catering. Let's see if we can talk to any of these guys. Again, we're just going to kind of float around the room. I'm going to try to spot some of these speakers. There's been 3 so far, I believe. So we're going to see if I can scope any of them out, and we'll get in some interviews as best we can. But I don't know, these guys are eating. Maybe I won't bother them right now. Again, guys, we are at Simon Fraser University. It's located at 500 Granville. And we're here to cover the Global Chemtrail Summit, and this is in dealing with this whole concept of geoengineering and manipulating the weather for, well, nefarious purposes. So, you know, maybe you missed my brief explanation of kind of my awakening process. This information was instrumental in it. In fact, So, okay, so we're gonna keep our eyes out for some people to talk to, some of the speakers, some of the presenters. A lot of people here. Again, I've said wearing Chemtrail t-shirts. I want to find those guys. There's been like 5 of them so far. So, how's it going?
Good, thanks.
Cool.
For you.
Okay.
You're on TV for you.
Oh yeah.
Are you doing interviews at all?
Yeah. You want to talk?
Sure.
Yeah, awesome.
Now this is coming stream, right?
Yeah. We're live right now. We're live to Facebook and YouTube. And tell us a little bit about why you wanted to come here today to check out this event.
Yeah, no worries. You got in one of your questions earlier. I believe that was you. It was a good,
That's right.
good question. Let us know what was your interest in coming here today.
So my name is Mario, and the reason I've been aware of this activity for some time now, the geoengineering that's been taking place around the world, and the fact that the governments at large have been purposely keeping this under wraps. And my concern is for the well-being of all people, as well as this planet. This is the only planet that we're indexed to as part of our free will, as spiritual beings that we are. And it's important that we try to understand the full implications. Now, I'm hoping here today that there will be discussion with regards to the psychological, psychodynamics on individuals, on all human beings, what the effects are of not being able to see the stars at night, the true stars, and what are the psychological ramifications of that to children, to people that have a great interest in looking at the other aspects of astronomy and physics. And so it's an important component throughout the history. When you look at all the mythologies, for instance, there was always references to the stars, to the planetary bodies, and so when that is removed from the psychology of people, what are the effects, and how does that impact us when we communicate with one another, and what are the effects at a much deeper level, at the level of our soul, our spiritual aspects that we're imbued with. So these are all very important questions, and the mere fact that there is these apparatuses now that use various forms of entanglements for nefarious programming purposes, and so it's vitally important that I attended this to get to see what the consensus presently looks like, and what the citizens in general are trying to understand by this these revelations being made here at this discussion here.
Well, in terms of the citizens in general, what might you say to the people watching now who may be skeptics, maybe looking at this and saying, "Oh, I don't know what you guys are talking about. This is crazy. You know, where's your tinfoil hats?" What do you say to those guys who are watching this, going, "This is crazy"?
I would say to examine the evidence thoroughly. Just don't take my word or the speakers that are present here. Do the homework, do the research. This is vital. This is true science. This is not make-believe. This is not fictional. This is real science that's being revealed and collaborated through other very prominent researchers, as well as the scientists themselves that are stepping forward and bringing this information and knowledge forward to help us decide what type of life, what type of planet do we really want? Do we want this enslavement of our free will? Do we want to continue to be governed? These are really important issues, and I would encourage all the viewers who are watching right now to really investigate, do the homework, because this is real science, and every country knows what is really taking place, and to my friends, to especially John Hutchison, who I love, and you know, John, your research is impeccable. I stand behind you 100%. Even though the governments they're fearful, and they should be, because they know they have misled the people, the free people, and it's important that we reestablish our freedoms. So with that said, this conference is great. I hope.
Where would you recommend people go for information? Because you said it is crucial to look into this for themselves. Where are good sources of info that you look to, and where would you suggest other people look for info?
Well, I would go to what's been spoken about. Some of the publications, the internet. Even though the internet it's a tricky modality to use, but again, it's for instance, if I can, what one could do is I have the Agora paper. Can you see that? Okay, that's the Agora. Now, this is just one publication that's produced here in British Columbia, Canada. Now, you could subscribe to this paper, and also if you've been following this broadcast, then again, take note of the authors and some of the websites that have been advocated here, and to further that by again talking to community people within your community as well. So I want to say, people, we have a fight on our hands, and it's up to each and every one to stand up now and be counted, because by just watching TV, by being part of the falsification, you endanger your own well-being as well as your grandchildren, as well as your children. So it's for them as well as for you to stand together now and say enough is enough.
Right on. It's time to stand up for future generations in this. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
All right. Let's take a quick look at the back of this Agora newspaper.
Yes.
And let's take a look at the back.
Yes.
Here we go. What do we have here?
Now, let me just open that up. I want to give you the site here. I'm sorry. Are you still broadcasting? Do you have a time lapse on that? Or? Let's see. I just want to get the editor. When
Sorry
you drop,
about that, folks. I'm dropping gear all over the place.
So this
Okay, what do we have here?
This is the editors right here, and if you got a good shot, just you could see where to subscribe and order this marvelous publication. It's an up to date. It has all the exact references and sites. Websites and wonderful research that goes into this publication. So I would encourage everyone that's watching to subscribe or to make an inquiry about this and really pick up the Agora, and it's a wonderful publication.
Awesome. All right. Okay, guys, be sure to check that out. That's the Agora. It's a newspaper going around here in Vancouver, has been for a few years. All right.
That was great. That was awesome.
Right, yeah, no worries. All right, guys, don't forget to tune in to the pressfortruth.ca/live link, and we're going to be there live on YouTube all day. Let's walk on out here. Hopefully we still have a good signal. We'll walk on out here and see how it's going out here.
This all spread out like first of all, the whole study of Milton Stephen right and everything. You see a blue sky.
Nice shirt. Can I
see what your shirt says? See the look up and wake up. See the chemtrail. Nice. Where'd you get it?
Anthony Cito designed it. I got it at another chemtrail event.
Oh, nice. Tell us why, what interested you in coming out here today?
Yeah, I'm interested in learning more about all of the forces at work spraying us with all of these elements like stuff.
When did you first hear about this geoengineering concept or chemtrails?
Years ago.
Yeah?
Many years ago.
Yeah.
I found a photo from the early 90s that had a big ugly chemtrail.
Oh, really? Early 90s?
Yeah.
And what sorts of things, I mean, do you think people are going to be able to do? I mean, these types of events are great, raising awareness and stuff. But are there any things that people can do to raise awareness about this issue?
Probably making use of public broadcasting and public broadcasting and some radio stations. They give free airtime to ads for events like that.
Skeptics kind of tuning in and going, what is all this? This seems crazy. What are you guys talking about? What would you say to the skeptics who are thinking that this is all tinfoil hat type stuff?
Well, just look up in the sky and the chemtrails only appear under certain conditions. They don't linger in the sky for hours and hours and spread out into haze. And if your ego is so big that you can't even open your mind and take a look at it and consider something different from what you've learned already, and be able to let go of what you've already learned to look at something new without it smashing your ego, and maybe you might learn something.
Aha! A little bit of swallowing their pride maybe, and admitting that maybe I don't know everything, or maybe it's not all as they say it is. Any final thoughts on how you think the event's going today?
I think Matt did a fantastic job.
Yeah.
Just excellent. The food is good, the presenters are great, the venue's great. He really did a good job.
Yeah, bang up job.
Yeah.
All right, thanks
Thank
for
you.
talking to us. Yeah. You want to talk to us?
Let me ask you a question. Were you at that Neil Strauss, Jack Cruz thing? Was that you or not?
I don't know. When
about
was
a year ago in Westlake Village.
No, I don't think
I
I
got
was
you
there.
wrong. There was a guy gave a talk there.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I got you wrong. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
No worries.
You're with this Press for the Truth.
I am with Press for Truth. We're broadcasting live right now on
this is
YouTube
the
and
thing,
Facebook
right,
now. When did you come here today?
Well, I just got curious about this literally only 3 weeks ago, and it's been like a baptism of fire. I've been reading, watching stuff.
Oh, wow.
It's kind of amazing.
First time you heard about it was 3 weeks ago?
Yes. Well, I'd heard about it, and like everybody else, dismissed it as being kind of pretty much cuckoo. And I basically don't believe that anymore.
Right. So in the process of 3 weeks, you've gone from thinking it's crazy to now believing that this is indeed a nefarious plan of the government?
Yes, I'm not sure what that says about me. I either have a great ability to change my mind, or I'm highly unstable, one or the other.
Well, I would suggest that everyone here is quite stable, and I'm in good company. So, what do you think? I mean, as somebody who has just come around to this, what would you suggest to the skeptics here? There are a few people online saying, "Oh, you guys should be having your tinfoil hats today." What would you say to those guys?
Well, it's difficult because I came to it from a very kind of circuitous, sort of maybe individual way. I mean, just my whole training would be inclined to dismiss it. And I kind of got into different things like 9/11, the Kennedy thing. One thing after another turned out not to be as true as we thought it was. So you have to be sort of prepped a little bit for it. Well, maybe that's just me.
Right.
Everybody's different.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. So you've kind of gone on a bit of a trip down the rabbit hole, it seems.
You could call it that, yes. You could call it that. And there was one guy I really respected, Ole Damigard. I just happened to respect him. And I think it was about a month ago. Somebody asked him about chemtrails. And I kind of expect him to say, "Oh, well, no, I'm not concerned with that." He says, "No, I'm sorry to tell you, it's very real." I go, "Oh, wow, I got to really..." You know, I mean, I'm influenced by him, actually. But see, most people wouldn't influence me, so that's why it is hard for me to influence other people or whatever. It's a difficult problem. They kind of have to come to it their own way. On the other hand, it's such an obvious thing once you open your eyes. I mean, to deny it when it's right in front of you is also quite strange.
True. I think people suffer, as we talked earlier, from the cognitive dissonance, that they reject even what their very own eyes are telling them are real.
Yeah, which is a little bit of a problem in the culture, I think. There's so much media, we're told how to think, even what to see. We don't hardly look for ourselves anymore. And even as far as looking at the skies, we're usually looking at our phone screens. We're not looking at the skies much anymore.
That's true. That's true. Maybe that's some of the advice people should take away from this, is to just maybe look up a little bit more, and they'll discover that these people are onto something, right?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
All right, guys, once again, if you're just tuning in, we're here at the Global Chemtrail Summit. There's the room, everybody's just getting back in. We have lunch, ready to take their seats again. There's over at least a hundred people going to be packed in here. There's a full day of events. Again, if you're just tuning in now, we are streaming live all day long. We're going to be on both Facebook and YouTube. So we're broadcasting now on Facebook, facebook.com/pressfortruth. We are sending this feed back to the studio. So if you're watching on YouTube right now, you can actually head on over to Facebook and get involved in the chat window at facebook.com/pressfortruth. And I will be able to see your comments pop up right here on my screen in the chat window. And yeah, get into the questions. Let us know what you think of the event. Let's see. Just a quick reminder, folks. We do have cameras set up here. We have been filming all of the speeches, so we're getting them all in high quality for you, and we will be uploading those to our Patreon stream. And you can watch all of these speeches in their full, unedited quality at patreon.com/pressfortruth. Oh, perfect. All here.
Well, there were some
I'm just going to keep broadcasting, folks. I'm just going to keep going live. Again, it's an amazing event. They catered this whole thing. All this food. Free food. Packed right, too. So it's pretty tasty. And we're at Simon Fraser University right now in downtown Vancouver. And first Global Chemtrail Summit that was arranged and organized by Landman. Again, he's done a real job, as you can see. Over 100 people enjoying free event. It's pretty spectacular. We've got this live feed up on the TV here. We're not going to do photos at the moment. Are we still live? Can you check? It looks like it's been frozen. How's the video? How's the audio, guys? Let us know if this is coming through loud and clear, and if we're still going good on YouTube. It is a nice turnout. Hi, Andrea Phillips. Again, if you're watching this on YouTube right now, head on over to facebook.com/pressfortruth, and you can get involved here on the chat window, and we'll see you there.
They've got a TV out in the lobby here.
Apparently the feed has been freezing up a little bit because we're just going off of the university Wi-Fi. But this has actually been working out pretty decent. It's frozen up once or twice, but generally it's been a pretty good feed today, so we're just going to keep going. All right, Facebook feed looks like it's still going good. So that's good news. Thank you for letting us know, Andrea.
connection loss, and then it just pops back up again. So it's only gone for a second or two, so it's probably good. But okay, cool. As long as we're still rolling, then it's good. Awesome. Thanks. See ya. Yep. We're rolling, running good. Audio's awesome now. He's like, I don't know what you guys did, but it's working. Everything's going good. Alright. So, okay, I'm hearing that audio is good, video is good. You seem to be streaming on Facebook just fine, on YouTube just fine. Let me know the interview with you spoke first. One of the speakers who gave a presentation earlier, you can already catch these if you go to facebook.com/pressfortruth. They should be already archived, and we've numbered these videos. Number 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I'm on number 5 right now. Facebook generally will only let you live stream for about an hour or so, and then you have to end the broadcast and then start a new one. So we've been doing that all day long here, starting new broadcasts as soon as this Facebook one ends. I've got maybe about 15 more minutes left on this particular broadcast, and then Facebook is going to kick me off again, at which point we will just start up another Facebook live feed. But all the while, it's all going to my YouTube channel, which is broadcasting live all throughout the day with no interruptions. So if you want to be sure to catch everything, watch it on YouTube. And the easiest way to get to that is to go to pressfortruth.ca/live, or just look for it right there on the homepage of pressfortruth.ca. Again, we are filming all of this event. We're currently on a lunch break right now, but we have been filming, as you can see with the camera in the background there, all of the speakers today. There's a lot of great presenters here giving a lot of information, PowerPoint presentations, and we're going to be uploading that to our Patreon only members stream at patreon.com/pressfortruth. And again, if you want to find that link, just check out for that in the description of the YouTube video. Hopefully somebody can post that here in the comments. Let me know if you got any questions, guys. Again, it's Saturday, May 7th, 2016. We're here at Simon Fraser University covering the Global Chemtrail Summit. Again, if you have any comments or questions, let me know. If you're watching on YouTube right now, head on over to Facebook. This is where it's happening live. We're on live on YouTube as well, but I'm not watching the YouTube feed. I'm watching the live Facebook feed. So if you want to interact with us here live on the scene, just come on over here to facebook.com/pressfortruth and get involved in the chat here, and we'll be sure to try to answer all your questions. We're going to be up and bear with me, guys. I'm dropping gear all over the place here. Trying to juggle this.
It's like Patrick Sharp on the Chicago Blackhawks. You're going to be sure.
Yeah.
Focus with no mistakes.
That's right. Sure. No mistakes.
Oh, you know it. You know it.
Okay, thanks for bearing with me, guys. We've got the gear back. Okay, that should be good to go. Alright. Ample battery power. before this broadcast. Oh, hi.
I subscribe to your channel.
Oh, are you?
No, don't put me
Oh,
on
okay.
But anyway,
okay.
No, I just wanted to support you.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
For what you're,
thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're in the front lines there, and it's great. Great work that you're doing.
I appreciate it. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. All right, that was a supporter of Press for Truth. Here, do you want to take that down? Didn't want to be on camera though, but of course we will respect that, and that's very nice. She just gave me a donation. I suppose recognized me and thought we do good work, so that was very, very nice. What do we have here? It says 30 seconds on the counter. Counter's going up again. All right, we are now 1 hour into this particular Facebook broadcast, so I think it's probably going to kick me off maybe in about 5 minutes from now, 5 or 10 minutes, I'm going to get kicked off of this particular feed. But again, as we've been doing this all day, is as soon as Facebook kicks us off this Facebook feed, we boot up another one within a couple of minutes. So when this feed disappears, be sure to tune back in to facebook.com/pressfortruth and look for the next one. The next one's going to be number 6. So we're going to end this broadcast pretty soon, this particular 1 hour broadcast here on Facebook, and then send it back to YouTube in the studio for a couple of minutes until we get the rebroadcast going here on Facebook. So I'm going to go ahead and end this particular Facebook broadcast. We'll be up again live here on Facebook within just a couple of minutes. Look for the post, look for the link. Be sure to share the link, guys, as soon as it comes up. Share it as it's live. That's how we're going to get people tuning in. Hang tight. Look for the link for the new broadcast. Going to be coming up in a couple minutes. But again, you can be following this all on YouTube all day uninterrupted. So do that at pressfortruth.ca/live. Okay, guys, we're going to end this one, and we'll be starting up another one.
Is involved when you own the media. Okay, so a handful of media companies basically control everything. Okay, you rewind 10 years ago, there's 88 companies, all owned by different people, different families. Now we're down to 6 companies control all of the media. Okay, those 6 companies are owned just by a couple families. All right, so they utilize this Hegelian dialectic to create these scenarios that create a framed debate where people don't get to think for themselves. Okay, we can go anywhere with this. We can talk about vaccines, 9/11. We can go down the rabbit hole every which way. But in this situation, they're creating a framed debate about global warming, and they're saying that global warming is caused by people driving their cars, and that we need to save ourselves from ourselves, and maybe geoengineering, which is dispersing atmospheric aerosols such as aluminum into the ozone, into the atmosphere to reflect particles back. It's called solar radiation management, SRM. Al Gore's talked about it on the show Ellen. Greenpeace has actually signed off on it, so I don't really want to go there, but they're not really looking out for our best interest.
So you're saying they've suggested using chemtrails to literally block the rays of the sun to try to defeat global warming?
Yeah, well, that's what the media has been pushing over the past 6 months. Especially, I include this a lot in the presentation that I'll be giving at the Global Chemtrail Summit in Vancouver on Saturday. But what it is they create this normalization. So people can't really think outside of the box, and when they do, they say, oh no, I saw an article about that. That's actually a good thing. They're saving the planet. So even when it is a form of brainwashing, it's a conditioning, it's a normalization, it's a literal. They have a strategic approach to manipulating the masses, and they're actually doing a really good job at it.
Well, let's get in a little bit into, the why. I mean, a lot of people are probably watching this, thinking to themselves, I've seen the lines. I know what you're saying. I agree. I've seen them. It's true. Why on earth would the government do this? Why would somebody have any interest in doing this? What do you think is some of the potential purposes here?
So Dan, I love the why. The why is great. So the why I could talk about is I've deeply looked into why as like psychologically, because again, I do this grassroots activism, and you can get people and they can even take it that far. They can do the what, the how, all these other things, and they'll even process it and be like, oh yeah, I think that could possibly be going on. But if they can't get a grasp on the why, they abandon it. And then, because it's so weird, because people want to know who, what, why, where, when, before they can actually put something in their mind and get concrete on it, you know what I mean? And for me, the why is, it's so multifaceted, man. It's so multifaceted. And if we're just going to talk about the weather control, then it's control over the weather, okay? The president of Iran, Ahmadinejad, he speaks out against the manipulation of the climate. There's a jet stream that comes off the Mediterranean, just like the Pacific Northwest one that I'm living in. There's a jet stream off the Mediterranean, and Ahmadinejad has spoken out and said, hey, guess what? I found out that you all are spraying aluminum in the moisture that's coming over my country, and it acts as a sponge, and it soaks up, and we don't get any rain. You've got to stop this. I know what you're doing. It's total weather control. So there's a why. The military gets to control the weather over their enemies. There's one big one. But another one is just complete and utter control. Like these families that are in control, I mean, at the end of the day, they just want to be able to control everything. Did you know there's a derivatives market that you can trade on the stock exchange what the weather's going to do?
Well, I would have to agree. It is a great deal about control. And you're absolutely right. Like, when you see that the military is involved in certain aspects of this, like, for instance, you know, when I was researching a lot of this years back, I remember looking of any chemtrails with HAARP. And for those watching, you may not heard of this before. HAARP is the High Active Auroral Research Program, and this is a system of about 120 or 150 antennas that are all meshed together, and they can then beam this frequency up into the upper ionosphere and the atmosphere, and they can then beam the energy back down to Earth and do all sorts of things with this. This is a real project. In fact, we have it here. I'll briefly show you here. We'll have a link in the description. High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. And you'll see here it says was an ionosphere research program jointly funded by the U.S. Air Force, the U.S. Navy, and universities of Alaska. And, oh, look at this, DARPA was also involved. They say they say because the project is currently inactive, but there are lots of HAARP facilities all over the world. So in your research, have you come across any connection with HAARP and this ability to use chemtrails almost as like a wiretap or something to send energy down from? And remember, folks, this is a military application. You know, we have to understand they do have an interest in wanting to bring an entire country down to its knees without firing a single bullet. That is in the interest of the military. So have you ever found a connection to HAARP? Is that possible?
Oh, definitely. There's definite connections with HAARP. I think they actually work in or I know that they work in conjunction with one another. So HAARP I could talk about for quite some time, and actually they got funding back. I just went and saw a presentation by Nick Begich out of Alaska. He's a professor, and his specialty is HAARP, and he has proof that they actually got their funding back last year, and the one in Alaska is up and running, but there's actually 13 spread throughout the planet. So I'd like to, if you don't mind, I'm just going to run down what HAARP is and how it came to fruition, because even when I first started getting involved in the whole chemtrail spectrum, again, it's like I can grasp what I witnessed, okay? Science comes from observation, and after observation after observation after observation, I can determine that it's beyond a statistical significance that there's a correlation from these persistent linear cirrus cloud formations and the drought in California. Like, the weather is being manipulated, I can tell you that, but this, like, wrapping your head around HAARP is difficult, and so that was something that I first avoided, especially in my grassroots activism. But after educating myself and learning more, I have a really simple understanding of it that I like to convey. And what HAARP is they
homeless and the so-called mentally ill, and but yet pharma has got all of them on some kind of a drug or other. So to me, it looks like eugenics. And and it was a pretty serious drug, and I took them to a complaint process, and found out that drug is worth about $1,200 per shot.
Whoa.
So, and that's not the only shot he gets. So he's worth to the taxpayers' money, to the taxpayers' pocketbook, around $1,500 to $2,000 a month, and that's what pharma does, and they are bankrupting it. And that's all I want to say, and I'm really sorry. I just like the truth. I'm sorry, guys.
Well, people deserve the truth. I mean, I've heard that Vancouver, the Lower East Side, East Hastings, has become the heroin capital of the world. And we know through the opium trade in Afghanistan and Iraq, we know that the American military has been very deeply involved with drug running. And certainly the Canadian military involved over in Afghanistan and Iraq very well could be involved in this opium trade as well, because here in Vancouver, it is all over the place. Do you mind if I ask you, what are you doing here today? What was your interest in coming to a Chemtrail Summit?
Well, I think all of us know that we have a problem with a central bank that is a privately owned bank, and they're shaving off a tremendous amount of interest and leaving us to rub a couple sticks together. So the U.S. Navy, for some reason, is chem spraying us. And I think it's time that we get together and we speak up. I hope it's not too late, because I'm very concerned, because with the chemtrails, it's made a sort of a gaseous bubble over us here, and with the new sun that we have, this beautiful white light that we have that's very hot, it seems the chem sprays keep everything in. Now, what I'm concerned about is as fires get closer, then now we're competing with the smoke, the carbon dioxide from the cars, and the chem spray. So where are we going to get our oxygen? So this is a concern, and I don't know what the military is thinking, really. I mean, you've got to put it together after a while. It's not a fun thought. Anyway, thank you for letting me say.
No worries. Yeah, thanks for talking to us. All right, it looks like, let me prop up this. There we go.
They probably all know me now.
Another one? All right, we are almost back from lunch, and this is the new broadcast here on Facebook. We are doing these all throughout the day, broadcasting for about an hour at a time on Facebook.com/press4truth. I'm going to bring you somebody. And then those feeds we turn the camera around there. Are going back to our YouTube channel, where we are broadcasting all of this live uninterrupted. So if you want to catch that feed, be sure to tune into pressfortruth.ca/live. We'll have the YouTube video there. Again, if you're just tuning in, it's the Global Chemtrail Summit in Vancouver. We're broadcasting live. We are also videotaping this conference, as you can see, camera right there behind me. So if you do want to catch these speeches in better quality than this, we will have that available. We're going to be uploading these speakers' presentations full, unedited, for our Patreon members. So if you want to check that out, you want to see the full unedited speeches, go to patreon.com/pressfortruth. That's where you can sign up for $1 a month or $2 a month, and that's where you can show your support to help Press for Truth and help us to be able to come out to these types of events and cover live events for you guys, and to produce videos throughout the week, and to do my live weekly show every Tuesday night. So please consider checking that out. Again, we're going to upload all of the speeches to that stream, the Patreon members only stream. So again, I'll show you who was on the list of speakers here. We have presentations by Matt Landman, Rhodes, Roddie, Lawton, Elana Freeland, Amanda Baise, Cypher, and Scott Stevens. We've already heard from 3 years ago. It's already, and it's been quite fascinating information. These guys have done a lot of work putting together this summit and organizing these powerful PowerPoint presentation videos. So again, we're documenting this thing all day today live on Facebook and YouTube. You can get the good video and the good video at patreon.com/press.
I would really like it if you could block out a lot of my pictures.
I came across one when I thought I told you that. Maybe not. All right, let's go out here and see. I'm going to try to stick into an area where I get decent Wi-Fi. Let me know how the audio, guys, is. If the audio is okay and the video is okay, then I will stick to a good Wi-Fi spot. But otherwise, I'll keep walking around here and see how far I can take this signal. See how many people we can talk to. Do an interview. Hey, Kev. All right, we're going to interview one of the speakers here. They're trying to take them to somewhere quiet, but the audio is actually pretty good, I think. And we don't want to get too far away from the signal.
I'm not a scientist. I'm a regular person. I've done many things. I've been a commercial fisherman. I've been a sign maker.
Tell the viewers at home. Like so you're not a scientist, but have been studying this field.
I have been studying and documenting the aerosols in the Pacific Northwest for about 2 years now. I've been collecting data on humidity levels in the upper atmosphere, plane tracking, all that different kind of stuff, and trying to make a connection, connect the dots, and trying to solve the problem that we're dealing with.
Now, your presentation today had a lot of great PowerPoint pictures. There were some things I've never even heard of. I've heard of the halos. What are some of the other things, like plumes and these sorts of things that people may not be familiar with?
So a lot of these are more characteristics of what we're seeing in the atmosphere. So a way of describing what we're seeing. So a lot of times, like say a chemtrail, a standard chemtrail that are confused with, some people want to debate and say it's contrail. They have a characteristic, a certain property, a way of acting. With the plumes, they're actually enhanced. It seems like they're like a chemtrail on steroids or a contrail on steroids. It's usually being blasted with some type of inertia, electromagnetic frequencies, so it'll actually behave in an irregular fashion and billow and plume a lot larger. And then, the sundogs, they're often confused with the halos. A lot of people say, oh, they got a sundog, No, they got a halo. Then there's different anatomy of a halo. So you have an upper tangent, and you'll have parallel arcs, and you'll have all different types of things. So there's a whole diagram. You can look it up online and really learn what you're seeing up there.
What do you think of the progression of the movement to expose this kind of information? I mean, just 10 years ago, we would be laughed at as being crazy, and now we have over 150 people showing up to a summit. How do you think it's going?
I think it's going really well. I think a lot of what people are dealing with is people might be on board, but they're afraid to speak out. They are afraid to be looked at a certain way. They're afraid to have their family think of them a certain way or whatever. And we all deal with it. We all have families, and we often cause issues by doing our activism. So I think it's really great that a lot of people are coming on board. And I think a lot of it, I'm a firm believer in energy and collective consciousness, and I really think that there's a shift of collective consciousness and on the movement to where people are just being attracted to the movement based on energy, I think.
Yeah. Well, what would you say to the skeptic who may be viewing this live broadcast right now and saying, you guys are crazy, you guys ought to wear your tinfoil hats, what the heck are you talking about? What do you say to those guys?
So with those guys, I basically try to explain, when you're in the movement and you're doing chemtrails, you really need to understand contrail physics, the theory behind contrails, because a lot of what chemtrails are is actually based on all of the science on actual contrail, making contrails. And not traditional contrails. If you look in the old literature, they're calling a contrail something they're enhancing with particles. They're not just calling it a contrail because it's condensation. So what you got to explain to the people that are on board is you have to kind of back up and say, okay, you have a plume of gas coming out of an engine. You know, we're just talking about the engine. We're not going to go aerosol dispersals and nozzles and all that. We're just looking at plumes of gas coming out of the engine. If you were to analyze that, what's in it? We break it down, and say you're on Jeopardy and you ask a question and you frame it in the form of the answer. You would not come up with contrail as your answer to what the description of what's actually in these plumes. Barium, aluminum, magnesium, zinc, carbon black, soot. So if you could classify all of those things as water, fucking drink it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, I dare anybody to drink a glass full of condensation out of a jet exhaust.
Well, as I understand it, water particles, frozen ice, water, when it freezes, becomes ice, and when sunlight shines through ice, you're only going to get certain colors of the rainbow. When other colors are introduced there, is that not proof of chemicals being introduced?
Yeah, I think what's happened along the way is literature has sided with the skeptic to where you hear about a halo and you hear this and then you look it up and you'll actually find it's created by ice crystals, it's created by vapors in the atmosphere. But you'll also find that usually it only happens in the Arctic or the Antarctic because of the certain conditions and the certain time of the year. So I mainly look at it as the frequency at which you're seeing the phenomenon. So if you're used to seeing something that only happen once a year and then all of a sudden it's happening 5 days a week, what's going on, you know? So it's not simply just a regular halo. And then also these halos, they're not following the normal parameters. Some of these halos, like I said, they have like a hat on them. They have a distorted halo. So what that is actually a different layer further down of another type of chemical that's distorting the optics.
Yeah.
So
fascinating stuff. For people who are watching this right now, where can they go to learn more from you?
From me, I have No More Chemtrails on Facebook. I have the group, and I also have the evidence page. Evidence page is where you're going to find all the scientific stuff. You're going to find articles from Pete Ramone, Jim Lee, all these up-close footage of sprayers. You're just going to find all the awesome stuff. On my group, you're going to find daily posts of what people are dealing with daily. You know, people wake up and, oh my God, I'm going to post this. So then by the end of the day, you kind of get a worldwide picture of what everyone was subjected to during that day. So it's kind of broke my group up into two sections so that I can supply the evidence and I can supply the place for people to meet, greet, and contact and comment and whatever they do at social media.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. Well, fantastic. Keep up the great work, and thanks for talking to us. but hopefully we're okay. You seem to be back. I'm going to show you some of these t-shirts on sale here.
How's it going?
Good, how are you doing?
Good.
Tell us about your shirts.
So these shirts are pretty much inspired from geoengineering operations. We wanted to kind of have the HARP ripples from when HARP gets, HARP pulses the sky, obviously. We just learned that at the summit. And you see this happen in the sky after it gets HARPed. So it's kind of just a shirt that I wanted to make that kind of brings all the elements of the geoengineering weather modification programs in one picture. Because the thing is, a picture speaks 1,000 words. And you can have a shirt that says you're being sprayed, or you can have something that says whatever it says on it, right? But to have a picture that actually conveys the whole message in one shot is just, I thought, the best way to do it, right? And on the bottom it says here, in case people don't know what it says geoengineering, weather modification, solar radiation management, climate engineering, military genocide, the silent war, HARP, NEXRAD, and ELF, weather derivatives, smart dust, nanotechnology, and chemtrails. So yeah, that's the shirt.
Nice. How much are they going for?
They're going for about $20 right now, and $2 helps to go support Michael Murphy's upcoming film, Unconventional Grade.
Fantastic. Well, I'm going to have to pick one of these up for myself and my girlfriend.
Yeah, totally, man.
Definitely going to have to get one for me. I'll talk to you after the broadcast.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, sweet. Look at that, Molly. We have them in ladies small. All right.
You mean like dynamic stuff or
say, if you ever come to the Kootenays, and check us out. Let us know. Having a good time. You been up there yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
But I'd love to check it out.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Again, if you're just tuning in now, folks, we're here at the Global Chemtrail Summit here. It is Saturday, May 7th, 2016. We're in Vancouver, broadcasting here on Facebook, sending the feed to my YouTube channel. So if you want to watch all this uninterrupted, go to pressfortruth.ca/live. And once again, this camera right here behind me is ours. We are documenting this entire event in high quality, and we're going to be uploading that footage for patron members at patreon.com/pressfortruth. If you go there, sign up for even $1, $2 a month, you can get access to the patron only members stream, and we're going to be uploading all of today's footage there for the members. So check it out, patreon.com/pressfortruth. Here's another look at the room. Reading the comments. If you can't get all the colors of the rainbow in water, then why do rainbows colors? Folks, if you want to get involved in the chat, again, come on over. If you're watching this on Facebook right now, or on YouTube, come on over to Facebook. This is where I have the chat window opened up here for today's live broadcast, so I'll be able to answer your questions or see any of your comments here on Facebook. And if you want to see this uninterrupted, go to YouTube. Best way to find that is pressfortruth.ca/live.
We're going to get started again here. Let's get settled down.
Okay.
My name's Julie Lamarche. I'm from Calgary, Alberta. This is Dominic Marama. we've been invited to just come up here and start the conference again for you. Just touching base on some local activism that you have and can be doing. Some things that we have been doing this last year, some things and people that we have been working with that we wanted to let you know. Recently there's quite a billboard campaign going on in Canada and America. These billboard campaigns, you can get more involved in them. We're excited to see one up in Banff. These billboards, reach out to the general public to let them know that they are being sprayed. Suzanne Meyer, Fly by Blue Sky, and Jody Foster are in the works with us to get new material up.
In regards to the billboards, so I'm working with Suzanne by Blue Sky, and I feel that, for instance, anyone who would go out on the street and talk to someone about geoengineering or chemtrails, if they have no clue what's going on, you're going to look crazy to them. Unfortunately, that's the way our society's run right now, and I think in order to stop this, we need to pretty much let people know on billboards, instead of they're being sprayed like bugs, which sure it's a powerful message, but how many people are you getting their attention with that message? And what we're actually working to do coming up here is to make billboards that are geared towards maybe the wildfires and the geoengineering combined, because with that, we're going to have more severe wildfires coming up here. They're going to be in people's minds 24/7. And it's affecting us. So it's one thing to say you're being sprayed like a bug, but if we can do it in a way where we can get traction and let people know that our forest fires are burning due to us changing the climate through geoengineering. So I think we're going to have some good success with this.
And then with the Civilian Action Team that our previous speaker had talked about, it's a collective group of activists throughout the world. So we have about 15 countries so far. We're compiling lists of government officials that you can call or email and connect with, because we know legislation and lawsuits are not going to fix this problem. What you need to do is pick up the phone or write your mayor or get in touch with your radios and news stations. That's just a better way about it. I've contacted Climate Change Canada myself on many federal levels. Obviously, these calls are always received with quite a round of laughter, right? So we need lots of people calling the same number. We think somehow this might help. We're not sure. We're open to suggestions on the Civilian Action Team as well.
And I just want to make a quick note. There's nothing wrong with lawsuits and trying to stop these people with a lawsuit, but we look at, for instance, asbestos and how people had undeniable proof that it was causing harm to people, and it got dragged through the courts for 50 years. And we don't have 50 years right now to wait for this to get dragged through the courts. So what I'm telling you guys right now is, for far too long, we've been keeping the idea in our minds that if we somehow petition or if we ask the criminals in charge to stop doing what they're doing, that somehow it's going to stop. And this is just nonsensical. We can't keep this thinking going anymore. To be petitioning is just, it's not the right way to go about doing it. Now, what I have here is the Pocket Criminal Code for Canada in 2012. I do this reading myself on my own time, and I encourage you all to do it yourself. Now, one of the things we should be doing is putting our, whether it's cops or legislative officials, it doesn't matter who it is, we need to be putting these people on notice. And this is the correct term we need to be using, is putting these people on notice. So if we can, and how you go about doing that, for instance, is we need people, everyone here, to go out and get your blood tested, your hair tested, and your water tested. Because if we can find out that the footprint of geoengineering that is listed in patents is showing up in our tests, then we can go to these officials with the proper documentation of our own, how it's a public safety hazard and how the geoengineering matches with this, and we can put them on notice and tell them that they need to act. Now, for instance, let me go into just one little snippet here of the criminal code. So, under section 467.11. I'm going to read this to you right here. It's so section 467.11. The title is called Participation in Activities of a Criminal Organization. So every person, for the purpose of enhancing the ability of a criminal organization to facilitate or commit an indictable offense under this or any other act of Parliament, knowingly, by act or omission, participates in or contributes to any activity of the criminal organization, is guilty for an indictable offense and liable to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years. So what this essentially means is if the cops have been, or cops or legislative have been made aware that there's a crime being committed, and you've given them your tests, and asking them to investigate. If they fail to provide you with it, so you can ask them, I need a month for you, I'm putting you on notice right now, and I'm going to come back in a month, and I want to have some sort of response from you. And if they don't give you a response, then they're actually, by omission, is what it's called. Omission means failing to act in law. So if they have been made aware of what's going on and they fail to act on it, they're pretty much involved in the crime. And people will say, well, these people in law, what are you going to do? They're pretty much held to a different standard, they're immune. Well, they're not immune. No one wants their name put in law and written down that they've been sent a public notice and that they could be an accessory of the crime or an actual main proponent to the crime. And they will get put on trial eventually one day because, when enough people wake up, there will be enough people to actually help hold these people responsible. And if their names and addresses and also the notices that you've sent them are online and in there in the public domain, and they will get their just desserts eventually. So what I'm pretty much trying to get at with this is we need to be putting our representatives on notice. We need to be getting actual tests so that we can go up to these people with our proper documentation and let them know that we're putting them on notice. Now, one other thing I want to say is this is just an example of starting a fire in a hornet's nest, okay? So what you would do is you would go to the chief of police of whatever station and you would put him on notice. If you can put him on notice in his hand, that's even better. But there's other ways of putting him on notice too. And once you've put him on notice that under section 467.11 that he could be participating in a crime if he doesn't act on this. If he doesn't do anything after a month and doesn't give you a reply, then you go in there into the police office with a couple other people and you hand it to all the lower levels of the police officers, asking them to investigate the chief for failing to act. And if they don't investigate the chief for failing to act, they're also accessories of the crime too. And people don't want to be accessories of crime. So this is how we're going to do it. I know this is quite a battle we're fighting, but as much as we need to wake up to many issues going on, I feel that law is going to help us. And they are getting us, they're trying to legalize geoengineering, but if we can read up on the laws of that they're breaking and send them notices, then we can maybe get some traction in this and light a fire into their asses. So. Any questions? In the criminal code, that was section 467.11, participation. Yeah, 467.11, participation in activities of a criminal organization. And there's many more, like criminal negligence, bodily harm is another one. Yeah, this is just the Pocket Criminal Code of 2012 for Canada, and I just carried it with me. And there is a video on my YouTube channel of me questioning a cop and putting him on notice, kind of putting him on notice. He was actually speeding by me up in Alberta, and I pulled him over for speeding. I said, first of all, you shouldn't be speeding. And then after I told him he shouldn't have been speeding, I said, now that you have a second to talk about geoengineering, I just want to let you know that you can be put on notice and that you need to do something about this and that this is a very serious issue. And he actually knew about the word chemtrails. I showed him my shirt in the car and he's like, oh, is that chemtrails? So he incriminated on himself by using the term. And so just to let you know, the cops are aware as well and they know what's going on. And if we can put them on notice, then they'll put the pressure on.
Question: when you say sample of the water, do you mean the tap water or the reservoir?
Yeah, rainwater. I'm actually in the process of actually going to a mountain in Alberta. I haven't picked one yet, but I'm going to be picking one to go up there and actually grab a snow sample from a mountain where it's untouched on top. Because if we can get that, then it just proves like that there shouldn't be any, stuff in the snowpack. But if you can get blood tests and hair tests, any type of test, it doesn't really matter. As long as you have some sort of a test that's showing that the footprint of geoengineering that is listed in patents is coming up in your test, and that's a public safety hazard, and that they need to be put on notice for this, then we can get somewhere with this. Any other questions? Yes. My YouTube channel is St. Donnie. You probably won't find it. Just type in hilarious geoengineering conversation police officer or something like that in Google, and or on YouTube, they don't come up. Any other questions? Yeah. Okay, one more. Yes, you over there.
I go back here all the time. Where can I take the water or the samples? And I get samples all the time. Where can I take
Yeah, there's, we're actually working right now online to try and provide people with a credible source. Right now, I think the Camel, one of them, I'll have to get more information on it, but I think we can. Yes, the camel.com, they will do testing. Now, if you're going to do testing, if you're going to do testing, just try and keep it discreet and, don't tell them right, you're looking to test for chemtrail and stuff like that, so. Yes? Thanks for your time, guys.
Thanks so much, man. Check. Okay. So we're back. Thank you so much, everybody. And how's the volume on this thing? Is this okay? Cool. Okay, so I'd like to start off by, anybody who doesn't know me, I like to give a little explanation of who I am, just to let everybody know that I'm a normal guy, that I'm not you know what I mean? Like, this is a pretty touchy topic. And if people can wrap their head around finding some similarities and understanding who I am, that we can actually be friends, you know what I mean? And that I'm not a kook with a tinfoil hat on, then we can actually get to the bottom of this and people can appreciate what I have to say. So real quick, I'm from Virginia, from the East Coast. I ended up going to business school, went to Virginia Tech, got a marketing management degree, worked in the Matrix for a little bit, decided I wanted to move to the West Coast and be an actor in LA, failed miserably. Went to San Diego, worked waiter jobs, and I worked at Applebee's, and the college degree working at Applebee's is not happening. So I ended up in Northern California, got an MBA, graduated top of my class with a master's in business administration, got a film degree. And afterwards, I still worked. I was a financial analyst. I was a mortgage broker. The list goes on. I worked for nonprofits. I was in an office all day long, every which way. So finally, I decided I'm in Northern California, there's farms all around, beautiful microclimate. I'm literally going to get grounded and work on an organic farm, and I did just that. And being outside all day, in touch with nature and the ecosystem and the water and the rain and everything, I witnessed geoengineering. I witnessed climate modification. So, where I lived, is in Northern California, almost to the Oregon border. And this region is called the mouth of the atmospheric river. Okay, it's a jet stream that comes across the transcontinental United States. It's this big moisture stream that comes off the Pacific, and this is the jet stream. It's called the mouth of the atmospheric river. And every November, we get about 4 months of rain, or we did. And you all are familiar with it too. Seattle knows about it. It's the Pacific Northwest. It's an ecosystem. The 2,500-year-old trees, these redwood trees, they're used to this ecosystem where they get their rain every single season. Okay, it's 4 months of. It's pretty miserable, but it's not even there anymore. So what happened is this one particular storm, Farmer Paul says, Matt, get out there, harvest those pumpkins, they're gonna rot. And we're like, oh, okay, let's work hard, harvest the pumpkins because there's a huge storm coming. 100% chance of rain for the next 2 weeks. See it on the radar coming, and literally the amphibious creatures living underneath my house, they came out and they're ready for this rainstorm. Like, they don't come out all year long, and now the tree frogs are out and they're waiting for this storm. They can feel it coming. Okay? On the edge of the storm the day before, whereas there's very, very, very sparse air traffic, and having a background in statistics, a very, 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 very long, grueling background in statistics, okay? I understand anomalies and outliers, and I can crank numbers every which way. Okay? I traded stocks for 20 years. Sorry. I understand. What is it called? Flight tracker, exactly. Sorry, Joe, but you can see what's going on in the skies. And there's just a couple of flight routes that go over where I lived. And on this day, the day before this huge storm, there were 20 planes in the sky. And they tic-tac-toed the sky. And they came back, and these persistent linear cirrus cloud formations lingered. And they came back, and they did another lines. And this dissolved into a haze. And I thought nothing of it, but the next day when that storm came, it didn't drop any rain. Nothing. And then 2 days later, the storm was gone. It was sunny again. And the weatherman's like, oh, got that one wrong. And everyone just moved on with their lives, including myself. But I started thinking, okay? And then it happened again. And then it happened again, and then it happened again. And California went into a 1,000-year catastrophic drought. And I did my due diligence, because I'm awake to a couple things, like 9/11 and all that jazz. But I'm not out there thumping anything, or like, I really wasn't that awake, and I wasn't that aggressive on an issue, because like, look at me now, like, holy jeez. So I got out there and I did my research, and these Californians and other people across the world, they had noticed the same exact thing as me, and they had started doing rainwater samples on days with and days without. Okay, so we're getting statistics here. We got a whole bunch of data to analyze, and on days without persistent linear cirrus cloud formations, guess what? The rainwater didn't come back with any heavy metals in it. And on days of all these persistent linear cirrus cloud formations, when the rainstorms did come and drop a little bit of rain, this rainwater was analyzed, and we got 1,000 times the normal levels of aluminum, 1,000 times the normal levels of barium. These things, barium, strontium, aluminum, okay, they are used in government patents. And, okay, so I can ramble on forever. I've got a presentation to show you. So yeah, so I woke up to it, and here I am. It's real. So let me give a photo credit to this gentleman who I just met, David Dees. I hope you're watching David Dees. You guys got buttons on with this image. And I was all about this guy's art, and I actually met him. He came to one of my things, man. It was so cool. He came to two of my things in Oregon recently. This guy from the South, and he's got a book, and he's an artist, and he's all over the place. All chemtrails, all awakening stuff. David Dees, you're amazing. Thank you for doing everything that you do. So, let it begin. Alright, you all remember this, right? I'm 35, so I was around in the early 90s and late 80s, and I sat around as a child and I looked at the sky, and I didn't see this. I didn't, and I don't think you all did either. So you guys know a lot of this stuff, okay? I'm gonna tear through it. I'm gonna take a deep breath. This Patrick's been telling me to breathe. What's going on? What do I want this to go back? Oh no, you popped up. Okay, sorry. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Okay. Okay. So we know where this comes from, okay? It's chemical trail, the term. Alright? And we began to see this uptick, statistically significant uptick in grid patterns. These lines were not in the sky before the mid-90s, okay? And come to find out, there's a lot of documentation and concerted effort to begin a program on weather control, weather engineering by the US government in 95. So we're gonna get back to that. The purpose seems to be weather modification, and they're trying to sell us on this dim the earth thing. It's ridiculous. Okay? So we're gonna get to this, but there's definitely a difference between these two. Okay? It's pretty obvious. So what exactly is a contrail? Well, you've got these really efficient engines on jet planes now, okay? And these things, when they burn the jet fuel, you end up with four things. Carbon monoxide, water, sulfur dioxide, carbon dioxide. You don't end up with metals, you don't end up with titanium, you don't end up with lithium, you don't end up with any of these things that are being found and sprayed in our air. So let's get one thing clear. It just should be hot air. It should be colorless. And this whole idea of these persistent linear cirrus cloud formation, it would be like us walking around on a cold day at high altitudes and having the moisture from our breath follow us around all day long. Okay? You ever been on a hike up to Islamish or something and you see your breath following around all day long because of the atmospheric conditions? You don't. Okay? I don't care how high up you are or how hot the air is. You're not going to have these lines following you around all day, even if you're a plane and not a human blowing out, hot air. So I pity the fool who finds any of this normal. I do. I'm sorry, I do. And I actually pity myself, because my past self didn't realize it either, but now I'm aware. Okay. Worth noting is a lot of these routes, a lot of these lines are where there isn't even supposed to be jet traffic, okay? The air patterns are pretty easy, okay? They go from airport to airport, and then when you see all these lines on the edge of a storm, okay? Jet exhaust will not amount for such mass, especially seen from satellite images, right? You even end up with these HARP patterns. I can talk about HARP all day, but I'm leaving it to the specialists. I kind of deleted some HARP slides because I'm not that specialist, but when I'm doing it on my own, I definitely talk about HARP for, Patrick said, way too long. So, either way, you see this is a frequency being cranked through the system, you can tell, right? And then this, literally, is a chemical being, this is a line through clouds. Like, look at that, that is totally unnatural. All these things are totally unnatural, these are all new, okay? These did not exist, especially if you're my age or older. You can remember what the skies looked like. They weren't like this, look at the family photos. But people, they don't want to think, they don't want to believe that the government would do anything like this. They don't want to believe that anybody would do anything like this. So when you do your grassroots activism, they want to know the who, what, why, where, and when. They want to grasp it all, and even then, there's a disconnect. Okay, they do not want to believe it. Okay, you could show them. I'm not going to get off track here, but you could show them a Black Hawk helicopter shooting a missile at the Pentagon. And half of them would say, no, that's a plane, I swear. Seriously, I'm not, this is like, I mean, it sounds funny, and you're laughing, but, I mean, I'll laugh when this is all over. Okay, so, we went over this one, top one. The time these things persist. This is not water vapor. We can get down to the nitty-gritty of the science, but water does not do that. What does do that are these chemical compositions that they have the patents out that Terry talked about, and I'll go over as well. The patents for how they distribute the chemicals. Also the irregular pattern of appearance, and also the number of trails seen simultaneously at a given time. This irregular pattern is one that I really like to bring home because, think about it, we go day after day after day after day, blue skies, normal looking clouds, blue skies, normal looking clouds, planes flying over. I mean, there's planes flying. And then all of a sudden, you've got a grid pattern over the sky, okay? Especially, Vancouver's not as bad as Victoria, the island. I'm sorry you guys, it's bad over there. But yeah, so it's pretty obvious that when you're talking to people, it's like, well, how come some days are and some days aren't totally different, okay? And if they want to say atmospheric conditions, you can bring the science to them, and you can say, okay, oh, there's lines in the sky today, what are the atmospheric conditions? Okay, perfect. And then let's find another day that's identical to that atmospheric conditions. And you got blue skies, you got planes flying over with no lines. Like, I mean, how are you gonna disprove that? That's logic, okay? Science starts with observation, all right? Or it starts with asking Sirius or Google on your phone what you should think. No, it starts with observation. Let's go back and see how science always came to be. People have theories, they have observations, and then they come to conclusions. Then you've even got breaks in the trails. So, unfortunately, Scott Stevens isn't here, but what he realized after losing his job as a meteorologist because of his off-camera activism, he did time-lapse and he even saw these breaks in the clouds. There is a pattern of interaction between even them. So you have a line in the sky. You'll have a little break and a line in the sky. Then, a few minutes later, you've got a plane coming perpendicular to that gap, filling that with another activator ingredient of some sort. They leave the spacing for the next line. Okay, why would plane lines be interacting with one another? Okay, that's a really interesting point for the naysayers. And then you've even got it spraying where there's no engines, okay? No engines where these lines are coming out. And Terry, you got some awesome photos. Thank you so much for sharing all those with us because you really brought it home with some of those. And the fact that they're your photos makes it really personal. When people see things on the internet, they say, oh, that's Doctor, oh, you don't know where that came from. So it's nice to have a personal take from such a nice Irishman. So whenever we have these halos in the sky, I like to think about this EPA hearing last summer. Hope you guys got to see the EPA hearing, especially with Patrick Roddie's testimony. Thank you, Patrick Roddie, for representing us. And I always get this wrong. Refractory index. Is he here? He's gone. Oh, geez. Okay, so I think it's the refractory index. It is. So the refractory index of water does not create a halo over the sun. And he'll talk about that because he brought it up in the EPA hearing when he testified. Okay, if you haven't seen that, it's really, really good. And he brings up this hammers it home because the refractory index of these other chemicals do create these rare sundogs around the sun. Water does not. So on these heavy spray days, when you get these halos around the sun that are impossible to be formed by just water vapor, you look up these refractory indexes of barium, especially barium does this. Okay, so it gets pretty easy. And then they're spraying lithium over Portland, and I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And then NASA claims, well, we need to test the air over Portland to see what the air is doing. You can test the air over not a major city with lithium, excuse me. It's pretty obvious stuff, and people just don't want to believe it. So for my documentary, Frankenstein, I hope you guys get to watch it when it's released after this. It's going to be 2 more months. Frankenstein's going to come out. It's going to be an hour long, and then we're going to come out with a documentary. A sequel documentary to it. Thank you for the applause. It's awesome. We're going to have a sequel to it as well, because I got to get this 1 year time lapse to really show what's going on, so it's going to take a little time. But right now I've got a lot of information to uncover, and I'm going to interview a engine specialist, what they call them rocket scientists, right? I've got a couple on deck, and what they will tell you is these high bypass turbofan jet engines, these modern day jet engines, they don't create any exhaust. Zero. No lines, not a short one, not a fat one, not one that lingers all day. Nothing at all. Okay, we've even got people waking up that work for the FBI. Okay, Ted Gunderson, God bless his soul, he spoke out against this crime against humanity. He made a website. He was very, very active, and he was a normal guy who worked for the for the FBI, and he was later demonized. Sorry, I'm a little ahead of myself. He worked for the FBI. He woke up to a crime against humanity, and he ran with it, and he was totally on board, and he woke up a lot of people. And this is a few years ago. He died about 5 years ago, this guy. Okay, if you look it up, I mean, this is really good. Like, I had this one printed out, and everyone's coming to me, oh, we want to show people this who are non-believers. I mean, FBI chief. Okay? Also, we've got other people that aren't FBI chiefs. Okay? We've even got Kardashians, celebrities, okay, with a lot of social reach. This one, Kylie Jenner, she's a Kardashian. I hope that you don't know who she is. I didn't until recently with my chemtrail research. She's got 15 Twitter followers. She's one of the top on every social media category, Instagram, Snapchat. She's one of the top in all of them, and also on Twitter. And even she says last May all this stuff, but especially I like to point out why are some days normal with no planes and others look like this? Why are some days normal with no lines in the sky and other days look like this? I mean, to me, that's one of the biggest points, man. That's what woke me up. That's what literally got me going. Because it's pretty obvious, especially if you live in an area that doesn't get it as often, and when they do, they come on and they lay it on heavy, like I witnessed it was only on the edge of these storm fronts at the time. So what are they for? Well, it's a multifaceted program. There's a lot going on here. What's that better? Well, I don't do it. Okay. It's multifaceted, there's a lot of stuff going on, but geoengineering is definitely one of the things, okay? I'm not going to say it's the only thing, because I think that it's an all-out attack on humanity at times, but there definitely is geoengineering going on, okay? We can go all the way back to 1916. Professor Hatfield, this guy in 1916, I like to include this in my presentation, because if they were controlling the weather in 1916, what do you think that they can do now? Okay? Hatfield, he sprayed a chemical concoction of silver iodide. Very, very small amount of silver iodide. He busted dams. He fixed the drought in San Diego and busted dams. It flooded and he was blamed for it. And he was just like, I thought I was making it rain. You guys wanted me to make it rain. And he had no idea that it was so easy. Okay? You've got cloud seeding in the 20th century. We've got scientists working on even this thing, Project Popeye in Vietnam. They made it rain over the Ho Chi Minh Trail for weeks. This is a known fact, okay, Project Popeye. All these other experiments, we've got people working on hurricanes, Project Storm Fury, and even this proposal to create a global sunscreen, okay? It's global dimming, we need to dim the planet, right? It's part of the geoengineering agenda that I'm going to talk about. So chemtrails, This is a word that's been deemed a conspiracy theory. Yet in 2001, this senator, okay, congressional member, pardon me, it doesn't even matter, we're in Canada. So this gentleman, he puts out a document proposing a ban on, guess what? Chemtrails. He proposed a ban on chemtrails, but not on domestic populations. There's a caveat that it can be used on domestic populations. They wanted an international treaty so that chemtrails weren't used on one another. Alright? So if this is just a conspiracy theory, then how come it's being dropped in bills with Congress? Then we've got NASA, who don't trust NASA. NASA has gone in the wrong direction. I don't know what happened with NASA, but they're not the one you looked up to as a kid anymore. Okay? They even have these documents that have been leaked that detail scary, scary, scary stuff. Micronized dust weaponry, a mechanical analog, biomicronized size, mechanized dust, distributed as an aerosol, inhaled into the lungs, mechanically bores into lung tissue, executes various pathological missions, blah, 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 blah. Pathological missions. New class of weaponry. Okay? NASA. Okay? Figuring out how to get this micro dust, nanodust, into our bodies and executing pathological missions. I thought we were supposed to be exploring the universe. NASA. Okay? So back to 2025. Again, interesting that they keep bringing up 2025. Okay? And then right when we see this statistically significant uptick in persistent linear cirrus cloud formations. Happened to be right when the Air Force came out with this document. Owning the weather by 2025. Owning the weather. Okay? Weather as a force multiplier. So even President Ahmadinejad of Iran, he speaks out. And come to find out, I guess the US has taken control of some of the weather and weaponized some of the weather. Weather as a weapon. This is one of their enemies. Why wouldn't the US government do it now that they have unlimited black ops spending post 9/11? Did you know that 40% of the military spending is black ops, and people who sign off on that don't know where that money goes? And we're talking like trillions of dollars. After 9/11, the budget, you know what happened. You guys know. You're here, you know what happened. Okay, but either way, Ahmadinejad, just like California, they have a jet stream coming off the Mediterranean, comes over to Iran, and they get rain. But guess what? Ahmadinejad says that Europe is stealing the rain by putting dispersants in the atmosphere, such as aluminum, to prevent it from raining in Iran. Well, if you had an enemy and you took the weather into control and took their rain away, that would be pretty strategic if you were as evil as the US government is. But guess what? They even test the weapons on their own people. Alright? So in this instance, and I can go into this weaponized weather all day because it's pretty creepy, and the more you dig, the crazier it gets. This is Hurricane Joaquin. This is last summer. Okay? For the first time in history, this hurricane, with the help of high pressure systems put up, what they do is they lay out the dust with the chemtrails, they heat it with the HARP, and they create high pressure systems. You know, back in the day when you watch the weather and you see these H's and L's all over the screen, they can create those H's. They can create those L's too, but more easier, they can create those H's and they can steer jet streams, steer storms, they can manipulate weather by making these H's. And what they did in this instance is they created a directional arm. Okay? It was deemed an atmospheric river fire hose, first of its kind. This hurricane, you know hurricanes do, they spin, right? And in the storm, all the power's in the middle, right? You know, that's how they have always worked. Well, guess what? This one, it kept spinning, and this was a 1,000-year flood. Okay, 1,000-year flood. This arm had all of its power. Somehow, you see this? Somehow all this power, while this thing is spinning, all the power went here. And they got 1,000-year floods in South Carolina. Okay? So they know how to look into this one, Hurricane Joaquin. So the connections to HARP, I'm not going to go there too long, but you see what happens in just 20 minutes. Things disperse and they get the ripples through it because you've got these frequency waves pulsing through. Okay, you've got high auroral active research program, HARP. You've got all these. Somebody probably been talking about this all day. Alaska, they point it up in the sky, they create, so basically they get these antennas, they focus them together, they point them at the sky, and they can heat the ionosphere. Like using the ionosphere, you create those H's, you can steer things around. They can also do other things, but let's just talk about that right now. Okay? And so you point all those antennas together, and they literally make a hole in the sky. Okay? How the US government is controlling our weather, air, and everything around us with electromagnetics. And once they control the electromagnetic frequencies, they can even control the entire mental system of mankind. Humankind, same difference. Okay? Thank you, Tesla. So you all know Tesla's understanding of frequency was taken by the US government and researched, taken black ops. What are we talking 80 years ago now? Okay? Imagine where they've gone with this technology now. And I can talk about this all day, but like I said, I removed some of it because it's not my specialty. But what they do, yeah, the HARP is set up on these ley lines, and with the HARP stations all over the planet, they can literally control the frequency on the planet. So if they want a lower resonating frequency coming through your brain and altering your brainwave patterns, they can actually do that now. They can do that. So you even got films talking about it. Like, HARP is not a theory. HARP is an actual thing that people know all about. I mean, you saw Elana Freeland's presentation. I hope you were here early enough. They talk about it. It exists. It's a physical, tangible thing. So the patents will tell you the story. We've got, in 1974 even, we've got rockets releasing barium to create ion clouds in the upper atmosphere. Patents continue to tell the story. 1975, how to create powder contrail generation. 1991, creation of artificial ionization clouds above the Earth. Does this still work for you? Okay? You've even got add tiny particles to fuel of jet airliners so that the particles would be emitted from the jet engine exhaust. Stratospheric seeding for reduction of global warming. 1991. Little ahead of the curve on that one. Good thinking, guys. Aluminum tolerant genetics, even, where we have our connections to Monsanto and the vaccines. Aluminum. And Harry Rhodes is going to talk about that and the connection to mercury, so I'm not going to go into aluminum too much. We've even got enhanced aerial delivery systems, fluids and powders, large quantities. How are we going to get these in the air? And if you guys do a little research on evergreen, you're going to get pissed off. They're the bad guys. And more patents. So these patents, they tell a story, okay? These patents detail how they're going to do what they're going to do, and then they go ahead and they do it. And they have patents so that other people can't get a hold of their technology, and the patents literally tell the story. The patents come out, and then they do it right in front of your eyes. So then the media and Al Gore, they come in, and they say, well, we're going to have to fight global warming, and we have a cheap solution. $700 million versus $1 trillion if we keep letting what's going on happen, which is they're blaming us, anthropogenic, man-made global warming. Okay, CO2, it's all your fault, drive your car, and you kill a polar bear. Right? So we've got ongoing societal conditioning, and it's really easy when they own all of the media. 6 companies. 6 companies. Okay? It was 1983, 50 companies. Alright? It's been consolidated, and all these companies are owned by the same families. Think about it. Okay? So whatever they want to tell you is what you're going to hear, and it's what you're going to think, and what the media tells you, the masses believe, because you're programmed as from a child. They even went back and got Jaws, digitally remastered Jaws and put in chemtrails. This is not a joke. So then when you go back to your old films, like, oh, they were there the whole time. I remember those, right? Right, Paul? And they weren't there. Okay? So Hegel, this is a German philosopher, Terry touched upon it. This Hegelian dialect is this problem reaction solution. They did it with 9/11, they do it with everything that they want to push down your throat. Okay? They create the solution before they even introduce the problem. Okay? They have the solution packaged and ready for you. So when the problem arises, global warming, polar bears are dying, Well, reaction, we're scared. What are we going to do? We're all going to be underwater, right? Solution, we're going to spray with chemtrails, and we can save you by imitating a volcano. We can mimic an eruption by spraying sulfuric acid in the atmosphere. Well, that sounds pretty good. Well, geoengineering is complicated. It's been resisted. Initially resisted. Okay, that's the key word, initially. Right? They're telling you what to think. Which country should do it, right? So who's going to get stuck with this bill? Hope it's not me, but somebody's got to do it. What are the unforeseen consequences? So in this framed debate that they create this thing where you're focusing on, well, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Should we do it to save ourselves? Yes or no? Well, let's back up. Global warming is caused by this. So you're trying to potentially sell us the problem as the solution is what's going on, right? And now that, sorry, Carrie, Irish Times included here. Okay, I looked up to The Economist, okay? The Economist, you read that paper, you look at the exchange rates, and you're a smart person afterwards, right? You've gone across the globe, and you've read what you think is information, because The Economist is, I was required to read that, getting my master's degree in business, okay? And they say, if all else fails, we have this idea, this isn't something that's already going on. This is not something already happening, okay? We have something that'll save you from yourselves. Man-made global cooling is scary, but may become necessary, all right? You see how they create this framed debate? Well, should we save ourselves? Well, I don't know. Geoengineering is a dirty word in most scientific circles, right? But we may have no choice. See where this is going? PBS, okay? Sesame Street, PBS, Big Bird, remember Big Bird? Well, PBS is not that friendly anymore. A controversial but cheap solution, right? The central idea is to make the planet a little bit more reflective. Protect us from the sun with, guess what? Aluminum particles. Sound familiar? Mother Earth has a fever, everyone. Okay? This one. Okay, so I signed up for Google Alerts, okay? Pretty cool. You can tell Google every time these words are dropped on the internet, let me know. So I decided, okay, I'm just going to do this once a day, anytime the word geoengineering comes on the internet, or chemtrails, or stratospheric engineering, or ionization heaters, or persistent linear series cloud formations, whatever, okay? Anytime any of these words are dropped on the internet, I get an email once a day. I just got this one recently. So keep in mind the media is owned by one family. According to them, emissions from airplanes, sulfate aerosol emissions from airplanes, have offset roughly a third of global warming over Earth's land. So because we have lines in the sky from airplanes, thank God, otherwise we'd be a third hotter by now. Okay? And it goes on to say, the fact is our planet desperately needs a little sunscreen. We should be pumping aerosols into the air to shield our planet from the sun. Okay? Mind you, this is some small publication, but what they do is they go through the whole gambit. I've watched this happen. They'll start small and they'll go all the way up to The Economist and come all the way down so that they can hit everybody. And everybody on their Facebook is like, oh, I saw that. Yeah, those are actually good. No, Matt. The lines in the sky, they're protecting us from ourselves. Don't you know? Okay? Guess what? Polar bears are fun. Okay? This polar bear saw 1 billion people. 1 billion people saw this freaking polar bears. Okay? 1 billion people saw this polar bear. Be worried, be very worried. Okay? Earth is at a tipping point. Okay? It's all your fault. These polar bears are dying. 25,000 polar bears today compared to 5,000. That's 5 times more in 50 years, okay? 56 years. Polar bears are thriving. So why is the media, like Terry said, pulling those emotional heartstrings and making me feel bad while driving my freaking car? So what does this all mean? Well, it's pretty obvious if you've been listening to what I have to say. It's pretty obvious what this all means, okay? To me, it's pretty freaking obvious. Okay? Societal conditioning, pretty obvious through the media, through the children, through even like the cartoons having chemtrails and stuff like that. Better watch them fall off the stage. Okay? And then, guess what? We've got to fix global warming. So we've got extreme events such as California drought, which what I witnessed is California drought being engineered. Then they said, but if we have carbon tax, then we can actually save you from that drought. And who's collecting that money? You know, think about it. Think about where they're going with all that. So, oh man, I'm actually getting to the end of this. That's great. Okay, so, you know, it's all about us, okay? Like, this is pretty simple what I just said. When I spelled this out right now, I doubt there's probably like, I don't think there's any naysayers in the room right now, honestly. Like, when you spell it out so it starts the conversation. People see it subconsciously. There's marketing, subconscious marketing, advertising that we're bombarded with all day long. Why don't we do it to them just the same with our awakened stuff? I mean, seriously. So we've got lots of opportunity. We've got a lot of opportunities for growth. There's flyers galore. I'll send you 5 different templates of flyers, okay? I'll even print them out myself if you want. There's buttons, there's films. I'm making a film. A gentleman interviewed me today. He's making a documentary. More power to him. You know, I don't have an ego. Make 100 documentaries about chemtrails. I don't care. It's awesome. Get the word out there. We need focused attention, focused action. We need more things like this. We need local things. Like, I mean, I don't care where you are. I'll come and I'll speak. So Patrick, so Harry, you know what I mean? I'll get Skyped in. I don't care what it has to do. I'm putting my everything into this for the rest of my life. Thank you very much. So, point people to the right resources. You know, knowledge is power. Educate people so that they know what they're saying, so that they can spread the truth just like you spread it to them. Okay? Because it's like a telephone game. You know, you want to give them solid facts so they can send solid facts down the line. Because if you come at people with not solid facts, then it just makes the whole thing look like, well, this crazy guy is talking about chemtrails, so I'm just gonna shelf that for the rest of my life. You know, people think about the way these people think. These people, they need people like us to really bring these facts to them and point them in the right direction. This is Patrick Sykes, shopstrainers-sf.com. Great job, Patrick. Okay? So I'm doing all I can, really. I've got this Meet the Frankens. So under this umbrella, Meet the Frankens, it's Meet the Frankens. Franken food, GMOs. Franken children. Okay? Mandatory vaccines. I'm excited to be coming out or starting to make a vaccine movie. I found out today I'm going to make a vaccine movie. Really excited about that. Cool. And Meet the Frankens also. Franken Sky. Okay? Franken Sky. Chemtrails. It's got all this Franken now stuff, and it's all connected through aluminum. Okay? Even Franken mosquitoes, Franken bees, Franken terry, Franken fish. It's ridiculous. Got Instagram, Actual Activist, that's my baby. Like me on Facebook, Franken Sky, Actual Chemtrail Activist. If you are an Actual Chemtrail Activist, join this group. And Actual Activist, that's my baby. I reach 100,000 people a day on that site. So please like it. And be the change we want to see in the world. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter, and this matters. This matters a lot. Our children, I don't have any children. Our future. It's not even our children's future. This is our future. This is our planet. We've only got, I don't know how much time we have, but the considering the uptick and the agenda that they're pushing, and the fact that they want to sell us more chemtrails, they're trying to normalize an ongoing crime against humanity by telling us we need more of it. Okay? We need more of it to save us from ourselves. And so eventually it's going to be so normalized that our voices will be worthless. But now we have the opportunity to actually make a difference. So be the change you want to see. We're only as united as we are divided. Thanks for coming out. I love you all very much. Okay, I really appreciate the turnout. You guys are so cool for sticking it out. We've got Amanda next. Then we have Harry Rhodes from Wolverhampton, UK. And then we have Patrick going last. So you're next. Come on up here. Please. Sorry to put you on the spot, but it's your turn. And again, I mean, I had someone come up to me and say, I flew up from LA for this. Like literally, I don't want to get too emotional, but it's freaking awesome that you guys are here. Thank you so much. Okay, where is it? Patrick, do you want to go next? Oh, after you. Okay. Thanks for bearing with us, you guys. And there's ratatouille later. Hopefully it'll be decent because the food's so. Sorry if my food I didn't make it. But is everybody having fun? Getting educated? Feeling better? And even just saying, oh, I was at this little Chemtrail summit, like, even that. You know, oh, what did you learn? Well, here's a link. You know, even that alone. Like when I was passing out flyers yesterday and people were taking pictures of the flyers and putting them on their social media, even that creates a ripple effect. Everybody has a ripple effect, you know? So, yeah. Can you change my scene or for 4 minutes? I'll say it again.
Don't start now.
Can you change my scene?
Many of the aircraft died.
I don't want to see you. All right. Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello. My name is Amanda Baise. I'm better known as Madison Star Moon on the internet. Good afternoon. It would be an understatement to say that I am honored to be speaking to you today in the presence of so many talented and influential chemtrail experts who have devoted their time and talents to oppose practices that have negatively impacted air quality and threatened the very air that we breathe. Terry Lawton, Patrick Roddie, and Harry Rhodes are just a few of the leaders speaking here today that I have admired and followed for years. Their intelligent investigations are not only convincing, but provide a coherent scientific basis for understanding the problems and the obstacles that we face. I would also like to thank Matt Landman for organizing this event. Thank you. His hard work and determination is worthy of praise, and I believe this conference will mark an important milestone in the international effort to address the chemtrail crisis. So why am I here? I don't have scientific or engineering training or an academic background in chemistry or aviation. I'm actually a struggling member of the working poor who couldn't even afford the plane ticket to Vancouver without the generosity of contributors to a GoFundMe account. For their assistance, I'm truly grateful. They recognize the peril but often feel powerless. Who will listen to their fears and concerns? The chemtrails opposition movement needs strong, aggressive leadership, but it also requires powerful grassroots support. It is that family of true believers that I hope to represent here today. My awareness of chemtrails began about 5 years ago. I live in Hampton Roads, Virginia, a metropolitan area of 7 cities with a population of about 1.6 million. It is located where the Chesapeake Bay meets the Atlantic Ocean. It is similar to most urban areas on the East Coast with one major exception. It is essentially a company town, and that company is the United States Navy. Naval Air Station Norfolk is the world's largest naval base, and there are 14 other military bases and facilities in the area. My home is in Virginia Beach, which hosts Oceana Naval Air Station, the most sophisticated, operationally productive, and critical air station in the United States Navy. It is home to 11 FA-18 Hornet squadrons and 7 of the 10 Super Hornet squadrons. The air station encompasses 6,000 acres with 7 miles of runways. You can imagine what the place sounds like. Complaints about noise pollution go largely ignored, and with an active duty and civilian workforce of 150,000, it is not surprising that the area is extremely military friendly. Probably the most common bumper sticker on Virginia Beach cars is, "I heart jet noise, the sound of freedom." I suppose this perspective is somewhat understandable from an economic standpoint, but this blind support from locals this blind support from locals allows the Navy to get away with a "we can do whatever we want" type of attitude and don't have to tell you anything.
Ironically, it was not what I heard that raised my interest, it is what I saw over the skies of Virginia Beach. For the past 5 years, I have reported aircraft pollution and chemtrails to agencies at every level of government. To date, no one in any position of authority has investigated my formally filed complaints. Agency switching and I don't know nothing practices are a perfect cover for inaction and apparently the fallback position in all government offices charged with protecting air quality. Virginia Beach stays overcast or covered with chemtrails for weeks at a time. Airplanes flank the sky with layers of plumes that create artificially overcast conditions. But weather authorities deny that aircraft activity is a factor, yet they refer to chemtrails as contrail cirrus. Meteorologists refer to chemtrails as linear clouds, while NASA creates many names for what they claim are new cloud formations. I never saw any chemtrails, chembows, or chem clouds when I was a kid. There was plenty of aircraft activity back then, so why didn't emissions persist then as they do now? What's changed? I have come to believe that there is an insidious agenda being perpetrated on the unsuspecting populations. Convoys of spraying planes are blanketing the skies with toxic chemicals and heavy metals. Witnessing that destruction of the environment on a daily basis changed me. At that point in time, for the first time in my life, I became an activist. I was determined to devote my time, energy, and passion to the mission of uncovering the truth about chemtrails.
Many of the aircraft I have witnessed appear to be spraying something into the atmosphere. I reached out to local, state, and federal government agencies for information and assistance.
Why would planes be spreading chemicals over the top of Virginia Beach?
Blanketed by airplane pollution?
Loosely regulated by the FAA, depending on where you are.
Why are you guys not identifying any of these aircraft that are calling them that are spraying over my house?
I have never seen an aircraft that's doing what you're saying. Yeah, we don't investigate. We don't investigate. No, we don't.
If you want me to investigate lines in the sky because you think there are chemicals coming out of the airplane, I can't do anything with that. I can't do that. I can't do anything with that because those are contrails coming out of there.
It's completely out of control. You guys can see this, right?
Amanda, yes.
What's this in reference to?
It's in reference to chemtrail pollution being sprayed over top of my house in Virginia Beach.
They're considered open sources of emission, and we just don't do it. It's too much. It's going to be nothing. No regulation.
There's no regulation that's going to regulate air emissions.
It's going to govern anything like that.
There's no agency that's going to govern air emissions.
That's not open source, absolutely not.
You don't know that the chemtrails are spraying over the top of the sky day in and day out.
We can't deny it.
And why would they be spraying that out of an airplane? Why would they spray chemicals over the top of over your house?
Just calling to get some information as to why Virginia Beach has been overcast for so long. Right, are you sure it has nothing to do with the airplanes that pollute the skies here? Is there someone testing the atmosphere? I mean, if we've been overcast here for an abnormal amount of time, is there someone checking into this? Oh, how sweet. Give it an A for Amanda. How thoughtful. Oh, another A.
Every agency I contacted responded to my reports by telling me that I was seeing condensation from engine exhaust.
Those are contrails coming out of airplanes.
These are not contrails. These do not dissipate. They're just destroying the atmosphere. You can see they don't go away.
How can anyone reasonably conclude that a particular aircraft emission is merely a contrail without testing it? That is both unscientific and irresponsible. I was shuttled from office to office with no agency ever accepting responsibility or accountability.
You've already conveyed your concerns, but at this point, I can't make a recommendation to you as to your next course of action.
Have you ever contacted the Department of Defense because it's a military operation?
In this area, number one customer for aircraft traffic is the Department of Defense, the Navy. NASA language, that's there. Air Force, but still under DOD, Navy, DOD.
It just doesn't fall under something that we would be doing an inspection on, you know?
The air?
Not for a military facility.
Who regulates military aircraft?
Military aircraft.
If you mean with FAA, you don't regulate military aircraft.
Correct, we don't regulate military aircraft. The military does. The emissions from aircraft is for, it's not something that we test for. Even if we picked up something, we wouldn't have the statutory authority to go to Department of Defense and say you're not allowed to fly over Tidewater because of X or because of Y. We don't have the statutory authority to tell the federal government what they can or can't do. We don't have the authority to measure those or to regulate those. Military flies, they fly in the FAA airspace. So, the FAA does not tell the military where they can go, but the military tells the FAA where they're going.
There's an emergency right here. I wish you would realize that. Look at the sky.
To date, no one from any agency has investigated my complaints. I was told to talk to my local representative.
If you want to get the thing investigated, I would say write a call to your congressman.
They all tell me to talk to my elected official.
Alright guys, we're going to go ahead and end this particular broadcast here on Facebook where we're broadcasting live. Facebook only goes for about an hour or so, but we are simultaneously broadcasting this to our YouTube channel, so if you want to get it uninterrupted, go to pressfortruth.ca/live. We're going to end this broadcast right now and start another one right away, so look for the new feed on facebook.com/pressfortruth. I'm going to end this one right now.
That's the thing. This one thing about HAARP is it's technologically crazy, and it's Tesla technology, and people don't understand it. So what they do, okay, is they want to heat the atmosphere. They want to heat the ionosphere, and by doing so, they can manipulate all sorts of stuff. But the reason why they were able to get this program up and running, okay, here's a why. This is a why, because people like to wrap their head around these things. The why was our atmosphere is actually like a membrane. Okay, picture it as like something flexible, like the space shuttle can fly through it, but it's hot and fiery, right? It's liquid. It's actually a membrane. Our atmosphere is a membrane, okay? And if you go underneath that atmosphere and you heat the ionosphere, it'll create a bubble of heat, like rising. And you can actually take the membrane that is our atmosphere and create a little bubble. Okay, so imagine like a lump, like a little tumor on our atmosphere, a bump, like a, you know, you guys can, everyone's with me. This is really simple. Okay, but by creating that little bump in the membrane, you can take out an enemy satellite as it comes by, because it's a big, fiery, hot membrane of atmosphere. So if you create this little bubble, you can take out these Russian satellites or whatever. That's how they created initially as a weapon. Okay,
So missile defense.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So it was originally a missile defense weapon.
Exactly. Well, also missile defense, and that was during the big Soviet scare, because, you know, the nukes, they have to go up in the atmosphere first and they come back down. So it was to take out nukes, but also they could just take out any satellite. Like if a enemy satellite is going by, they can just bubble the atmosphere and take it out. So it was exactly. It was a missile defense system, and a dual purpose enemy satellite destroyer. So afterwards, once they started developing this technology and they started doing the chemtrailing, you know, and I think that they were in conjunction because they have this like agenda they're looking really into the future, and it's pretty diabolical, it seems, evidently. They determined that with this atmospheric aerosol layout, okay, they can lay out all these atmospheric aerosols and use those and heat those. And by heating those, you can create high and low pressure. So, I mean, I haven't watched TV in forever, but when I was a kid, I remember watching the Weather Channel, and there'd be these H's and L's, and these H's and L's are high and low pressure systems, and they literally steer the weather. It's like, oh, wait, we got a high pressure system here, and that means the storm's going to go this way, right? Well, if you can create high and low pressure systems, guess what? You can steer jet streams, you can steer hurricanes, you can do whatever just by heating the ionosphere with this crazy Tesla technology. So yeah, they work together 100%. They are together. They are one and the same, in my opinion.
Now, you've mentioned Tesla a few times, and he was clearly a genius far before his time. And a lot of people don't know that Tesla actually claimed that you could theoretically split the whole Earth in two, and he provided a way to do it. He said, here's how you do it. Everything vibrates, ladies and gentlemen, and everything that vibrates produces its own frequency. And the Earth is vibrating, and therefore the Earth is producing its own frequency. Now, if you can figure out what that frequency is, and then magnify that frequency and create a resonant frequency, you can magnify it very much so to the point of creating an earthquake. It's the very same logic that goes behind when an opera singer can break a wine glass with their voice. You listen to the tone of the glass, you match that tone with your voice, and you can shatter the glass. Tesla claimed that if you figured out the resonant frequency that the Earth resonates at, and you multiplied that exact same frequency, you could theoretically create an earthquake. Is that possible, Matt? I mean, Tesla was quite a genius, and he seems to be saying it's possible for man to create earthquakes. What do you think?
I definitely think it's possible. That is a subject that I can hardly speak to. But what's funny is I spent my day, I drove down to San Francisco. I picked up Harry Rhodes and Terry Lawton, these activists for the Global Chemtrail Summit that I'm driving up from San Francisco to Vancouver. And Harry Rhodes, he is a modern day Nikola Tesla / Wilhelm Reich. This guy knows everything about this etheric energy and the way that the ether is manipulated, and I could yell his name, he could come down and tell you yes, for sure, because we actually talked about it today. But with frequency, you can do just about anything, and there's some simple knowledge out there that Tesla was uploading that Tesla was aware of 60 years ago. Okay, and these projects have gone black ops. And this technology has been developed behind the scenes, and then post 9/11, it just got so much funding that they were able to really run with it, and they then pick up speed with their agenda. But with frequency, you can alter weather, you can alter you can alter brainwave frequencies, you can make hurricanes. You can make earthquakes, yes, by hitting the frequency at these fault lines, and they do, and that's supposedly what happened in Fukushima, man. If you want to go down that road, I mean, your show's pretty short, right?
Hey, we can go down. There's lots of roads to go down. I mean, you're right. Frequencies is everything. Water is actually the most receptive element
in the world, the slightest of frequencies can affect the molecule in the waters to positively change them or negatively change them. And there's a lot of water in the earth. There's a lot of water in our...
They withhold information or stonewall because they were required to do so. And of course, answering uncomfortable questions is inconvenient and requires representatives to put up with persistent and confrontational investigators, which is why we must continue to push forward. That can be hard at times. The internet is a great vehicle for communicating, informing, and networking, but it's also a source for disinformation, bullying, and even danger. Let me get a sip of water here real quick. This is a very touchy subject for me. Trolls have hacked my Facebook site, Madison Starman. They've hacked my email accounts and changed my password so I could not access those accounts, created fake profiles using my name and identity, attempted to sabotage internet friends by pretending to be me and leaving gross and insulting remarks, launched phony websites impersonating my identity, complete with violent and offensive comments. One shill had me saying that I was going to shoot down every plane that flew over my house. I had to report those comments to the FBI, who promised to keep a close eye on their nefarious activities. They repeatedly threatened violence against me, mailed vulgar packages to my house. I am a target of a continuous gang-stalking psyop. They posted my phone number, address, and pictures of my house online, prank called me at work, and then posted YouTube videos of their shenanigans. They have hindered my efforts and caused me great pain. I obviously believe in open discussion, and I never believed that I was the one human on Earth with perfect and complete knowledge. But internet trolling is incredibly destructive and can be soul-wrenching when carried to extremes. I have come to accept it as a hazard of activism, but that is poor consolation when you lose your ability to communicate online. Unfortunately, Facebook is very slow to respond to attacks and has shown a singular lack of interest in controlling the situation. One of the most disheartening aspects of chemtrail activism, which is something everyone here can relate to, is the lack of support we receive from family and friends concerning this issue. We are ridiculed for questioning what we witnessed with our own eyes. After all, the military denies clandestine spraying operations are even occurring. We are frequently marginalized for telling the truth. We become black sheep for standing up for what we believe. Governments and lawmakers are rarely our friends or allies in our attempts to investigate chemtrails. In the U.S., Public Laws 105-85 and H.R. 2977 specifically allow the spraying of chemical and biological agents on the American population. All 50 U.S. states and every major nation is now being sprayed. People are never told when the spraying is being done or why. It is clear that someone is bioengineering our atmosphere and contaminating the air we breathe without our consent. So what are the possible effects of chemtrail spraying? Respiratory illnesses, autism, and Alzheimer's disease have skyrocketed since the spraying operations began. Mysterious new disorders, such as Morgellons disease, have appeared in areas sprayed heavily with chemtrails. Colored fibers that do not match anything found in the FBI database are found growing in the human body. The host infection is 99% plus. This means that everyone already has Morgellons disease. It is already within everyone's body. Skin specimens taken from people who show no outward signs of Morgellons show evidence of Morgellons particles on their skin. The medical community refuses to acknowledge this disease. Most who suffer from Morgellons are told their physical problems stem from psychological disorders. Doctors even accuse the victims of Morgellons of causing the lesions themselves. And I'm going to pull up some medical records. My friend and fellow activist Al DiCicco from Golden Valley, Arizona, was an early pioneer in the chemtrail movement and had long suspected that such spraying could have a potentially disastrous effect on the environment. When he finally had his rainwater tested, which I have the results right here, high levels of aluminum, barium, and strontium were discovered. His His report revealed significant qualities of aluminum, uranium, arsenic, and lead with massive amounts of barium and strontium. Here are his results.
Is that depleted uranium?
It's, well, I have to look at this. You have to look at, everyone has a chance to look at this at the end of my speech. Okay, here we go. The hair analysis of John Graff from Los Angeles revealed high levels of aluminum, strontium, barium, and an extremely high level of uranium as well. Medical data can't be disputed. All three activists had high levels of heavy metals in their water or in their bodies, but no one will investigate the cause of this hard evidence. Spraying chemicals from aircraft is an inhumane act on a civilian population, and in Canada, it would constitute a Section 4 violation of the Crimes Against Humanity and War Crimes Act. Thank you, Canada. Chemtrails are destroying the planet and killing us all in the process. High bypass turbofan engines do not produce contrails. There is a disinformation campaign being run by our opposition to hinder our efforts and defame those of us fighting on the front lines of this issue. How can we know what chemical contamination of our atmosphere is occurring when every government agency refuses to address the issue? We've provided them with more than enough evidence to have our concerns addressed. The lack of government transparency leads to other agents of poisoning that bear investigation as well. Just as no one protected the citizens of Flint, Michigan from lead in their water, people everywhere are exposed to multiple sources of toxicity. Towers with huge antennas, which I appropriately refer to as death towers, are popping up everywhere. Although many would have you believe that these are cell towers, much of the equipment on these towers is unrelated to cell phones. Transmitters are being mounted on hospitals, apartment buildings, on schools, and into the stands of sports fields. They are even being hidden in church steeples and disguised as palm trees. Death towers radiate harmful radiation. Many times these transmitters are pointed in a specific direction at specific angles. Other times they are pointed towards the ground. They manipulate a false electromagnetic field surrounding the planet and create a false magnetic floor on the Earth. I have personally visited hundreds of death towers, but when I called the tower companies to get information about antenna radiation, I was told that the operating equipment was proprietary information. They also told me the people who leased the towers would remain anonymous because that was also proprietary information. When I pressed them on how to obtain information, I was told that I need to secure a FOIA request, FOIA, Freedom of Information Act. It sounds great, doesn't it? The only problem is that freedom of information is not, in fact, free. The person requesting the information must pay a fee, and not just for the tower, but for each antenna on the tower. Every tower I visited possessed at least 10 antennas, so the fees exceeded anything I could possibly afford. The tower companies had essentially made it impossible to uncover any accurate information about the operator equipment, antennas, transmitters, or radiation levels at any of their facilities. Frequently, the address posted for the location of the tower didn't even match the actual location where the tower was installed. We must recognize that corporations and governments often collude to protect financial interests. Regulation appears to be haphazard at best, and agencies either lack the time, resources, or interest to investigate and hold corporations accountable. Allowing the fox to guard the chicken coop inevitably leads to corruption, and we must be willing to go to battle when necessary. The FCC can be just as tight-lipped about providing useful information about the death towers as the tower companies themselves, and both employ the same secrecy tactics. Frustration sometimes leads to anger, and activism can quickly turn to destructive behavior. Our movement has been fortunately free of both nihilism and defeatist mindsets. We are here to save the planet and the living things that inhabit it. We follow the examples of Gandhi and Martin Luther King in employing peaceful approaches to encouraging change. Our resolve is strong, but can become stronger only by building grassroots support for stopping aerial spraying in the atmosphere. So I humbly suggest some approaches that anyone can take to achieve this goal. First, continually engage government and military agencies with polite and friendly discussions. Be reasonable, but make your views heard. Second, stay informed about research and development in the chemtrails movement. Network with other activists. Share information, especially on social media. Third, organize demonstrations to protest current procedures or inform others of the crisis we face. Create your own flyers and make your own signs. Have fun and don't become discouraged if most people dismiss you. Next, talk to workers. They could become whistleblowers. Even if they speak off the record, their stories could inform your understanding of what is actually going on. Of course, always protect their anonymity. Finally, one of the best things about a grassroots movement is that you are free to become a part of a worthy cause without the constraints of an authoritarian leadership structure. You can be your own person and do what works best for you. I am by nature fairly open to new ideas and non-standard approaches to achieving a goal. My Facebook site and radio programs are proof that I often stray from the traditional. That may not be to everyone's liking. That's okay too. If we're all in this together, we can each appreciate our differences and individual contributions. This is important work we are doing. We may never know the full extent of the damage aerial chemical spraying is doing to our bodies and the health of our children, but we cannot halt our efforts, even if it means going head-to-head and toe-to-toe with government agencies, the military, and corporations. Take this as a call to action. Become an activist in whatever place and condition you find yourself. And in Churchill's words, never give in, never give in, never, never, never. Thank you.
Folks, once again, we're at the Global Chemtrail Summit here in Vancouver, broadcasting here on Facebook as well as our YouTube channel. If you want to catch the feed uninterrupted, go to pressfortruth.com/live.
Okay, well, so I'm really excited that Harry's coming up. Harry is very unique in this whole space, and I'll let him explain to you who he is. But when I was doing my first initial research, his perspective on chemtrails, great work, man, thank you very much. His perspective on chemtrails and his understanding of Tesla and Wilhelm Reich is one of a kind, and that's why he's here all the way from Wolverhampton, UK. Let's give him a round of applause.
I don't know how to ask you that. Okay? I'll try. Some of you might have a second away from me.
again, be sure to check it out at pressfortruth.ca/live. We've got this feed feeding into our YouTube channel where it is going all day long, uninterrupted. And we're going to continue to break up these broadcasts here every hour or so on Facebook, or as long as they allow us to broadcast for. It seems to be about an hour and 15 minutes on average. But again, the entire stream is going to YouTube uninterrupted right now. All right, we got the next speaker, Harry Rhodes, is up.
And after that, we're going to have a little acoustic set with Harry and Terry. You guys bring your guitars? You bring your guitar? You like? Okay, we're gonna have DJs then, and we're gonna have a ukulele session. But either way, we're gonna have a really fun DJ with graphics. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna have a party there, and the bar should be open up soon after everyone's done. But thank you so much, Harry. You're awesome. And okay, everybody, please let's give Harry some really good attention because this is very unique information. You're not going to get this from anybody else. Literally anybody else on Earth. So thank you, Harry. There he is. One more round of applause.
If you guys are watching this on YouTube right now, come on.
I was going to say, don't stop. I just stopped anyway. Okay. So, as I say, some of you might have a little bit of a second waiting today. All I can say is read between the lines because I can't say everything here today. But I'll do my best. So. This picture's been seen earlier. It's one I found on Google Earth. Massive chemtrail in over one particular area. And to take note of the date, because after that date, the influenza virus continued, not just across the UK, but throughout the whole of Europe as an epidemic. And also Alzheimer's disease seemed to spike. And with aluminium, that can happen. Deaths have been mentioned earlier. 529,613 deaths happened in the year 2015. Most of the critical deaths happened in the first 3 months, when that was sprayed. So you will always find chemtrail just before it occurs. Some information, Visit Scott couldn't come today. Has that ever happened to anybody here where there's a storm coming and you've got you ladies with fine air and it just goes whoosh. So remember, negative ions come from the earth, positive ions are in the atmosphere, and the two are trying to join. Negative ions are good, ozone, positive ions are bad, and we get plastic. So that's how a tornado works. The negative ions spiral up, the positive ions spiral down. Now you can see electronically they can create tornadoes. The Earth's full of frequencies, it rings like a bell. Incidentally, CERN is just below where the orange and red line is. It's one of the most positive, high-energy sections of the planet, and CERN interacts with that. When Hall fires out, the energy goes out, it comes back as much as 10 times the power, because it's like a catalyst going through the magnetic field. So it's an amplifier, it amplifies it. We know the full NEXRADs. NEXRADs have capacitors, and they say, well, it's only a certain power. With a capacitor, it can go to hundreds and hundreds of the power that was originally generated. Some of the fallout you get, negative energy. Have you ever seen low dark clouds like NASA's announced? Clouds are lower. You know clouds are lower now? Those dark clouds which suddenly appear after chemtrailing, called dark energy, partly related to orbital, which we're going to talk about later. It doesn't matter how long the sun shines on it, it stays black. So that's some of the things to look to. Virtually the whole picture's explained there. You look there and find something, even down to sinkholes, which frequencies are responsible for. Now, say we're looking at about 600 pictures and 2 videos. I think I've got 2 pictures and 600 videos. I haven't. I'm trying to find this place. No, that's not playing. What it shows here is that this is the group that does the funding for geoengineering. And it shows pictures of the planet with hardly any clouds. In other words, we've got global warming and we need to create more cloud formations. Not good. But at the end of it, it says we can have public engagement. We need your permission to do it. And at one time, the UK government said we've interacted with the public. Well, I researched it. They interviewed, they invited 80 people, of which 60 turned up, and they were given a multi-choice question. So, yeah, see this one there. Oh yeah, there you go. It says on there, that was, we didn't tell you all this only a few weeks ago when we went down to London to sort out Alan Robock, which we did. That was a great experience. It was 100 scientists there, 10 activists, and 90% of the questions came from us. This has been mentioned, this is what I found on NASA's website. They're saying that we've got 90% cloud cover over the oceans, either partial or full, and 70% over the landmass. Where the hell is left to spray for solar radiation management? There isn't anywhere. It reminded me when you're playing with the figures. There you go. That's more than 90% cloud cover. That's recently. It's like playing with the ocean, playing with figures, don't they? They fix the boots. It's like saying, which is true, a third of all car accidents are caused by drunk drivers. That means 2/3 of car accidents are caused by sober people who haven't had a drink. So, according to them, it's far safer to drink and drive. It's got to be. The figures say it is. Yeah, you see these weird cloud formations. There's a square one in the middle is where it's being heated up by numerous items that we've actually seen today and talked about. This is interesting. The natural geometry associated with the mind, this is true, and it's mathematically provable too. And there are many others. Now you'll notice the shapes of these. You will see many transmitters that have that shape. Triangles will be triangles, hexagons, that is 1.6 miles across. And then when every line crosses the tower, each tower is higher than the Eiffel Tower or the Empire State Building. It is colossal and it's extremely powerful. And it's to do, don't about envy, to do with the mind. There you go, spot the difference.
What's that? What you're just showing there? What is that?
That's in Australia. Who said that? Yeah, it's in Australia. It's a naval base in Australia.
What's it called?
I don't remember. If you come to me after, I'll give you the insights on it. Yeah, it's on the Earth as well. So west goes slightly north, right on that leg that goes up in the top. CERN is a monster, the biggest, most powerful. That's a man, by the way, between the two yellow pipes. It's colossal. It's one of the most evil weapons ever created. But I shan't go there on that one. What we're looking at, we've never been able to create energy from matter. We've never been able to create matter from energy. We've always done it the way around. Now, using quantum, CERN, they reckon, has done it. They can produce aerosols. But in the quantum, those aerosols can be produced anywhere you choose, which actually can be in the atmosphere. So, my theory, I haven't proved it totally, but I reckon chemtrails will be defunct and will be using CERN. Think about this. They've put thousands and thousands of tons into the CERN tubes and never cleaned it out once. So where's it go? So that's talking about the aerosol production. These are Three Musketeers. I think of them as the Three Musketeers. But we're going to see a question now to Alan Robock and one to David Keith. Some of you, I think, may have seen it, but when telling yourself that I'm in Cambridge, David Keith legged it off the stage because he could not answer this question, and we got it. And it was a very serious question as well, which we'll go into. This is one that we found on BBC hidden away. It's true, dementia is the #1 killer.
Normal kid. I moved up to Northern California, went to Humboldt State University. I went to film school there. I got a master's degree in business administration, got my MBA. I worked in finance. I traded stocks. I had a whole career in financial analytics and mortgages, and I worked in nonprofit. And finally, I was like, okay, I've had enough of this, and I live in the most beautiful part of the United States. I want to explore these other options and understand some other things. And I worked as an organic farmer. I grew potatoes and squash, and I literally got grounded, and I started being able to witness what some people don't get to see because they're not outside all day long, you know what I mean? And they're not dependent on the rain for their crops to grow. And what I saw as a critical thinker, I saw obvious weather manipulation. So what I witnessed was, I lived in the Pacific Northwest, okay? Vancouver, very similar. A lot of listeners, a lot of people, especially yourself, know about the jet stream that comes across North America off the Pacific, and traditionally it has this pattern that first comes off with this this seasonal rain, okay? The 2,000-year-old redwoods here know about it. Even the amphibious creatures that live under my house, the frogs and salamanders, they come out in November because they know it rains from November to April. It's usually, I mean, it's like a Seattle climate. Everybody knows about it, you know. It's kind of depressing. It's rainy. It's drizzly all the time. Sometimes it rains hard. Sometimes it doesn't rain hard. But it's a rain season, okay? There's 3,000-year-old trees here that are reliant upon this cyclical ecosystem. And it's proven, okay? And so here I am working on the farm. And my, farmer Paul, he's popular in the community. And he says, well, it looks like the rains might come a little early this year. We got to get out there and harvest those pumpkins because if it rains too much, they'll rot. And that's his livelihood. He sells the pumpkins, so we get out there and we're harvesting and we're watching the weather, watching the Doppler radar even, okay? And he says, oh, here comes the big storm. I checked the weather. I see literally frogs, salamanders coming out from underneath my house. Like these tree frogs had never been outside for the whole year. They come out because they can feel this storm coming. And the weatherman says 100% chance of rain for the next week. All right. I'm outside and I see the clouds going by and I notice things. I'm not like, I don't keep my head in the sand. I don't. So I noticed patterns. And what I noticed was no air traffic, very sparse air traffic, but no big jets. Okay. Smaller air traffic going into the small airport that we have in this very rural community. Okay. So, come to find out, on the edge of this storm system, I saw a very significant uptick in air traffic. More than a significant uptick in air traffic. I saw jets come, whereas there were no large jet airliners flying over for days. I saw 10 to 20 planes in the sky, tic-tac-toeing, gridding the sky with persistent linear cirrus cloud formations, okay? Line after line after line after line. The day ahead of this storm, okay? Then the storm came and it didn't drop any rain. And I didn't think anything of it. But then it happened again. And then it happened again. And I've got a statistics background. I graduated top of my class with a master's in business administration. I understand statistics. I can crank numbers every which way to tell you statistically significant patterns. And when there's no air traffic and no lines in the sky except for on the edge of storm patterns that don't drop rain, and whenever there's no lines in the sky, the storms drop rain, you start to think and you do some research, okay? And what I found out was when these storms come and there is a plethora of persistent linear cirrus cloud formations on the edge of these storm systems, people have started to ask questions, and they test what rain does fall out of those clouds, because sometimes the rain does come out because the storm is so huge, some rain comes out. But oftentimes, and most of the times, when there are persistent linear cirrus cloud formations on the edge of these storms, there is not any rain coming out of them, or there's really small amounts. So people have tested this rain, and it comes back with 1,000 times any normal level of barium, 1,000 times normal level of strontium, and also aluminum. So after I've done my due diligence, come to find out, there's 2 more minutes, bear with me. We go back to 1916, San Diego, there was a crazy drought. They got this guy, Hatfield. He thought that if he sprayed silver iodide in the atmosphere, this chemical concoction that's basically silver-based, that he could seed water droplets, that he could make water droplets couple together. These hydroscopic molecules could come together, right? And then by these droplets forming together, they would get heavy and fall out of the sky. It's called cloud seeding, okay? Like Vail, I know Whistler, different ski resorts even do this. It's actually common. You can seed clouds and make it rain. Well, come to find out, along with all these government patents that have come out, especially over the past 10, 15 years, there are ways to make it not rain as well. And you can disperse clouds by putting up, guess what, aluminum, barium, strontium. They're in the same column of the periodic table. These things act as dispersants. Okay, and then you see all these different things, all this historic proof. The Ho Chi Minh Trail was flooded. They flooded the Ho Chi Minh Trail in Vietnam by making it rain like crazy because they could, because they wanted to flood this trade route.
I thought weather modification was just a conspiracy theory, though. I mean, how is it possible that governments are actually doing this? You know, folks, people may not know that cloud seeding, as Matt says, is a very real thing. It was used to deal with the pollution problem in China during the Olympics. In fact, the United Nations, folks, went to the extent of forming a treaty that they would agree, a bunch of countries coming together, that they would agree not to do this. In fact, let me just show you very quickly here, the Environmental Modification Convention, or the ENMOD, formerly the Convention on the Prohibition of Military or Any Other Hostile Use Environmental Modification Techniques, is an international treaty prohibiting the military or other hostile use of environmental modification techniques having widespread, long-lasting, severe effects. It opened for signature May 18th, 1977, people, in Geneva, and it entered into force in October 5th, 1978. The convention bans weather warfare, which is used as use of weather modification techniques for the purpose of inducing damage or destruction. The Convention on Biological Diversity in 2010 would also ban some forms of weather modification or geoengineering. So the UN has openly, back in the 70s, said we need to agree as a country, countries, that we will not engage in weather modification for any kind of military activation. If the UN is talking about this way back then, I mean, how can people can still see this as just plain conspiracy theory? I mean, what do you think's going on there? Is it deep-seated conditioning that's brainwashed the people, or are they just not looking up?
Oh, I'd be happy to talk about that. There was a German philosopher by the name of Hegel, and there is this dialectic called Hegelian dialectic. And what it is this problem, reaction, solution scenario that is involved when you own the media. Okay, so a handful of media companies basically control everything. Okay, you rewind 10 years ago, there's 88 companies, all owned by different people, different families. Now we're down to 6 companies control all of the media. Okay, those 6 companies are owned just by a couple families. All right, so they utilize this Hegelian dialectic to create these scenarios that create a framed debate where people don't get to think for themselves. Okay, we can go anywhere with this. We can talk about vaccines, 9/11. We can go down the rabbit hole every which way. But in this situation, they're creating a framed debate about global warming, and they're saying that global warming is caused by people driving their cars, and that we need to save ourselves from ourselves, and maybe geoengineering, which is dispersing atmospheric aerosols such as aluminum into the ozone, into the atmosphere to reflect particles back. It's called solar radiation management, SRM. Al Gore's talked about it on the show Ellen. Greenpeace has actually signed off on it, so I don't really want to go there, but they're not really looking out for our best interest.
So you're saying they've suggested using chemtrails to literally block the rays of the sun to try to defeat global warming?
Yeah, well, that's what the media has been pushing over the past 6 months, especially. I include this a lot in the presentation that I've been giving, that I'll be giving at the Global Chemtrail Summit in Vancouver on Saturday. But what it is they create this normalization. So people can't really think outside of the box. And when they do, they say, oh, no, I saw an article about that. That's actually a good thing. They're saving the planet. So even when it is a form of brainwashing. It's a conditioning. It's a normalization. It's a literal. They have a strategic approach to manipulating the masses, and they're actually doing a really good job at it.
Well, let's get in a little bit into, the why. I mean, a lot of people are probably watching this, thinking to themselves, I've seen the lines. I know what you're saying. I agree. I've seen them. It's true. Why on earth would the government do this? Why would somebody have any interest in doing this? What do you think is some of the potential purposes here?
So, Dan, I love the why. The why is great. So the why I could talk about. I've deeply looked into why psychologically, because again, I do this grassroots activism, and you can get people, and they can even take it that far. They can do the what, the how, all these other things, and they'll even process it and be like, oh yeah, I think that could possibly be going on. But if they can't get a grasp on the why, they abandon it. And then, because it's so weird, because people want to know who, what, why, where, when, before they can actually put something in their mind and get concrete on it, you know what I mean? And for me, the why is, it's so multifaceted, man. It's so multifaceted. And if we're just going to talk about the weather control, then it's control over the weather, okay? The president of Iran, Ahmadinejad, he speaks out against the manipulation of the climate. There's a jet stream that comes off the Mediterranean, just like the Pacific Northwest one that I'm living in. There's a jet stream off the Mediterranean, and Ahmadinejad has spoken out and said, hey, guess what? I found out that you all are spraying aluminum in the moisture that's coming over my country, and it acts as a sponge, and it soaks up, and we don't get any rain. You've got to stop this. I know what you're doing. It's total weather control. So there's a why. The military gets to control the weather over their enemies. There's one big one. But another one is just complete and utter control. Like these families that are in control, I mean, at the end of the day, they just want to be able to control everything. Did you know there's a derivatives market that you can trade on the stock exchange what the weather's going to do?
Well, I would have to agree. It is a great deal about control. And you're absolutely right. Like when you see that the military is involved in certain aspects of this, like for instance, when I was researching a lot of this years back, I remember looking of any chemtrails with HARP. And for those watching, you may not heard of this before. HARP is the High Active Auroral Research Program, and this is a system of about 120 or 150 antennas that are all meshed together, and they can then beam this frequency up into the upper ionosphere and the atmosphere, and they can then beam the energy back down to Earth and do all sorts of things with this. This is a real project. In fact, we have it here. I'll briefly show you here. We'll have a link in the description. High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. And you'll see here it says was an ionosphere research program jointly funded by the U.S. Air Force. So go to pressfortruth.ca/live. Now we're going to pop in here and take a look at one of these see how it's going. Let's take a look on the inside here.
Responsible for the pulsating motion seen here, and tubula, a major structural component of the neurite membrane.
Next, I think you're going to see the mercury actually being brought into
Shown here is the neurite of a live neuron isolated from snail brain tissue, displaying linear growth due to growth cone activity. It is important to note that growth cones in all mammal species, ranging from snails to humans, have identical structural and behavioral characteristics, and use proteins of virtually identical composition. In this experiment, neurons also isolated from snail brain tissue were grown in culture for several days, after which very low concentrations of mercury were added to the culture medium for 20 minutes. Over the next 30 minutes, the neurite membrane underwent rapid degeneration, leaving behind the denuded neurofibrils seen here. In contrast, other heavy metals added at this same concentration, such as aluminum, lead, cadmium, and manganese, did not produce this effect.
She's going to explain about vaccines.
One of the things it does is it causes opening of the blood-brain barrier. The adjuvant effect of IFA on the immune response to SRBC can be blocked by the administration of antioxidants, suggesting that IFA induces production of oxygen radicals. IFA can also trigger autoimmune-like disease, in particular arthritis in genetically predisposed animals. Okay, so here they have something that contains an oil and a surfactant, which is what our vaccine contains. And they're saying this can open the blood-brain barrier.
Right, I'm going to go further.
You're using this adjuvant.
Next. So, that's already on the presentation. So, there's a reason I've shown you this, because David Keith, Ken Caldeira, and Alan Robock are legally culpable, because mass of the population already have mercury inside them. When you're going to add in public that goes into the water aluminium nanoparticles, it's a catastrophic event. It's genocide. I believe David Keith knows that, because we've got a video where I asked that question to David Keith and he runs off stage. He can't run off quick enough, but he gets brought back on by a guy called Alan Watson.
Alright folks, once again if you're tuning in, we're at the Global Chemtrail Summit. They're having a little bit of technical difficulties right now. They're, again, if you want to catch this stream uninterrupted, go to pressfortruth.ca/.
We might fix this later, I'm going to talk in time. Just getting in the next queue. I fell asleep. Apologies for this technology, isn't it?
Alright guys, they're figuring out their technical issues here. So we're gonna come on and see what else we got going on here, because they seem to be having a bit of technical issues in there, folks. So we're going to wait until they get that figured out and maybe speak with one of the speakers here. Alright, let's go ahead and speak to this lady. She spoke earlier. Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about just, we caught your speech, great talk, just a little bit about how it's going today, and what do you think of the event so far in general?
Oh, it's been a great event. I really think that Matt has pulled it off amazingly well. I think the crowd was, I mean there was standing room only, and people couldn't find seats. I'm happy that I went first. I was able to lay out the big picture as I see it. And then other people have come up and really impressed me with their knowledge and their insight into this technology, because the thing about this technology is you can't go to the library and check out 6 really great books on this. This is breaking news. This is something that people need to really look at and study and have confidence that they can understand these scientific concepts. And when I was asked by the crowd, by someone in the crowd, what can we do to stop this? I said that my only job is education. I do believe knowledge is power, and until people really take hold of this and try to make an effort, maybe look at their lifestyle and redefine how they use their time, and think about the rest of us who are pouring hours and hours into this for no remuneration whatsoever, that you can join us and we can see what happens with a knowledge base of what we can do about these sociopaths and psychopaths who are on the loose.
You know, it wasn't that long ago, maybe only within the last 10 years ago, when telling people about this, they would just say, you're absolutely crazy, you're all conspiracy theorists. And now we're to a point of having over 100 people at a Chemtrail summit. It's amazing. What do you think about the progression of the movement, and what more do we need to do?
Well, it has been slow, I admit that, but think of the role that the media plays in Western society. I mean, not only in America, I can only speak for the United States, but our media has been controlled by what the CIA called Operation Mockingbird since the 60s and 70s. So, mainstream media for us is really completely controlled, and even the weather people, the meteorologists on TV, the big hairy people, I call them, making piles of money to read cue cards. So, we are a media-mediated society, and people, I think a lot of people are still waiting for the experts to step forward and tell them what is true. And I can promise them that is not going to happen, because experts are either under fear for the lives of their families, or they've been compromised. So let's not wait for the experts, let's become experts and share information, treat each other well, and really have a horizontal democratic movement instead of a vertical top-down structured thing that has really lost control these days.
Absolutely. And for anybody watching this and is maybe on the fence about this issue, or doesn't want to take that leap and come out and be vocal about this, what sort of advice might you have for people who are kind of on the fence but they know something's up here?
I think that's the important part, is they know something's up. And if you know something is up, do some exploration, find some personalities who are speaking out, listen to them closely, jot down some questions, start making a dent in your lack of confidence that you can know anything about such a technical issue as ionosphere heaters, chemtrails, jet fuel. Let's say
Oh, definitely. There's definite connections with HARP. I think they actually work in or I know that they work in conjunction with one another. So HARP I could talk about for quite some time, and actually they got funding back. I just went and saw a presentation by Nick Begich out of Alaska. He's a professor, and his specialty is HARP, and he has proof that they actually got their funding back last year, and the one in Alaska is up and running, where there's actually 13 spread throughout the planet. So I'd like to, if you don't mind, I'm just going to run down what HARP is and how it came to fruition, because even when I first started getting involved in the whole chemtrail spectrum, again, it's like I can grasp what I witnessed, okay? Science comes from observation, and after observation after observation after observation, I can determine that it's beyond a statistical significance that there's a correlation.
.ca/live. And we'll have the YouTube feed there running this stream all day long uninterrupted. Facebook only lets us record for about an hour to an hour and a half at a time. So we have to break up these broadcasts. So yeah, we're sending all the feeds directly to YouTube as well. So go to pressfortruth.ca/live. Now we're going to pop in here and take a look at one of these. See how it's going. Let's take a look on the inside here.
Responsible for the pulsating motion seen here, and tubulin, a major structural component of the neurite membrane.
Next, I think you're going to see the mercury actually being brought into
Shown here is the neurite of a live neuron isolated from snail brain tissue, displaying linear growth due to growth cone activity. It is important to note that growth cones in all mammal species, ranging from snails to humans, have identical structural and behavioral characteristics, and use proteins of virtually identical composition. In this experiment, neurons also isolated from snail brain tissue were grown in culture for several days, after which very low concentrations of mercury were added to the culture medium for 20 minutes. Over the next 30 minutes, the neurite membrane underwent rapid degeneration, leaving behind the denuded neurofibrils seen here. In contrast, other heavy metals added at this same concentration, such as aluminum, lead, cadmium, and manganese, did not produce this effect.
She's going to explain about vaccines.
One of the things it does is it causes opening of the blood-brain barrier. The adjuvant effect of IFA on the immune response to SRBC can be blocked by the administration of antioxidants, suggesting that IFA induces production of oxygen radicals. IFA can also trigger autoimmune-like disease, in particular arthritis in genetically predisposed animals. So here they have something that contains an oil and a surfactant, which is what our vaccine contains. And they're saying this can open the blood-brain barrier.
Right, I'm going to go further.
You're using this adjuvant.
Next. So, next video on the presentation. So, there's a reason I've shown you this, because David Keith, Ken Caldeira, and Alan Roddie are legally culpable, because mass of the population already have mercury inside them. When you're going to add in public that goes into the water aluminium nanoparticles, it's a catastrophic event. It's genocide. I believe David Keith knows that, because we've got a video when I asked that question to David Keith, and he runs off stage. He can't run off quick enough, but he gets brought back on by a guy called Alan Watson.
Alright folks, once again, if you're tuning in, we're at the Global Chemtrail Summit. They're having a little bit of technical difficulties right now. So, again, if you want to catch this stream uninterrupted, go to pressfortruth.ca/.
We might fix this later and then talk in time. Just give me the next cue.
Documenting all of this. It's okay. Patreon.com/pressfortruth.
fell asleep. Apologies for this technology, isn't it?
All right, guys, they're figuring out their technical issues here, so we're gonna come on and see what else we got going on here, because they seem to be having a bit of technical issues in there, folks. So we're gonna wait until they get that figured out and maybe speak with one of the speakers here. All right, let's go ahead and speak to this lady. She spoke earlier. Hey, how's it going? Good. Do you want to tell us a little bit about just, we caught your speech, great talk. Just a little bit about how it's going today, and what do you think of the event so far in general?
Oh, it's been a great event. I really think that Matt has pulled it off amazingly well. I think the crowd was, I mean there was standing room only, and people couldn't find seats. I'm happy that I went first. I was able to lay out the big picture as I see it, and then other people have come up and really impressed me with their knowledge and their insight into this technology, because the thing about this technology is you can't go to the library and check out 6 really great books on this. This is breaking news. This is something that people need to really look at and study and have confidence that they can understand these scientific concepts. And when I was asked by the crowd, by someone in the crowd, what can we do to stop this? I said that my only job is education. I do believe knowledge is power, and until people really take hold of this and try to make an effort, maybe look at their lifestyle and redefine how they use their time, and think about the rest of us who are pouring hours and hours into this for no remuneration whatsoever, that you can join us and we can see what happens with the knowledge base of what we can do about these sociopaths and psychopaths who are on the loose.
You know, it wasn't that long ago, maybe only within the last 10 years ago, when telling people about this, they would just say, you're absolutely crazy, you're all conspiracy theorists. And now we're to a point of having over 100 people at a Chemtrail Summit. It's amazing. What do you think about the progression of the movement, and what more do we need to do?
Well, it has been slow, I admit that, but think of the role that the media plays in Western society. I mean, not only in America, I can only speak for the United States, but our media has been controlled by what the CIA called Operation Mockingbird since the 60s and 70s. So, mainstream media for us is really completely controlled, and even the weather people, the meteorologists on TV, the big hair new people, I call them, making piles of money to read cue cards. So, we are a media-mediated society, and people, I think a lot of people are still waiting for the experts to step forward and tell them what is true. And I can promise them that is not going to happen, because experts are either under fear for the lives of their families, or they've been compromised. So let's not wait for the experts, let's become experts and share information, treat each other well, and really have a horizontal democratic movement instead of a vertical top-down structured thing that has really lost control these days.
Absolutely. And for anybody watching this and is maybe on the fence about this issue, or doesn't want to take that leap and come out and be vocal about this, what sort of advice might you have for people who are kind of on the fence but they know something's up here?
I think that's the important part, is they know something's up. And if you know something is up, do some exploration, find some personalities who are speaking out, listen to them closely, jot down some questions, start making a dent in your lack of confidence that you can know anything about such a technical issue as ionosphere heaters, chemtrails, jet fuel.
Is they want to heat the atmosphere. They want to heat the ionosphere. And by doing so, they can manipulate all sorts of stuff. But the reason why they were able to get this program up and running, okay, here's a why. This is a why, because people like to wrap their head around these things. The why was, our atmosphere is actually like a membrane, okay? Picture it as something flexible, like the space shuttle can fly through it, but it's hot and fiery, right? It's liquid. It's actually a membrane. Our atmosphere is a membrane, okay? And if you go underneath that atmosphere and you heat the ionosphere, it'll create a bubble of heat, like rising. And you can actually take the membrane that is our atmosphere and create a little bubble, okay? So imagine like a lump, like a little tumor on our atmosphere, a bump, everyone's with me. This is really simple, okay? But by creating that little bump in the membrane, you can take out an enemy satellite as it comes by, because it's a big, fiery, hot membrane of atmosphere. So if you create this little bubble, you can take out these Russian satellites or whatever. That's how they created initially as a weapon, okay?
So missile defense.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
So it was originally a missile defense weapon.
Exactly. Well, also missile defense and, that was during the big Soviet scare because, the nukes, they have to go up in the atmosphere first and they come back down. So it was to take out nukes, but also they could just take out any satellite. Like if a enemy satellite is going by, they can just bubble the atmosphere and take it out. So exactly. It was a missile defense system, and a dual purpose enemy satellite destroyer. So afterwards, once they started developing this technology and they started doing the chemtrailing, and I think that they were in conjunction because they have this agenda they're looking really into the future and it's pretty diabolical, it seems, evidently. They determined that with this atmospheric aerosol layout, okay, they can lay out all these atmospheric aerosols and use those and heat those. And by heating those, you can create high and low pressure. So, I haven't watched TV in forever, but when I was a kid, I remember watching the Weather Channel, and there'd be these H's and L's, and these H's and L's are high and low pressure systems, and they literally steer the weather. It's like, oh, wait, we got a high pressure system here, and that means the storm's going to go this way, right? Well, if you can create high and low pressure systems, guess what? You can steer jet streams, you can steer hurricanes, you can do whatever just by heating the ionosphere with this crazy Tesla technology. So yeah, they work together 100%. They are together. They are one and the same, in my opinion.
Now, you've mentioned Tesla a few times, and he was clearly a genius far before his time. And a lot of people don't know that Tesla actually claimed that you could theoretically split the whole Earth in two, and he provided a way to do it. He said, here's how you do it. Everything vibrates, ladies and gentlemen, and everything that vibrates produces its own frequency. And the Earth is vibrating, and therefore the Earth is producing its own frequency. Now, if you can figure out what that frequency is, and then magnify that frequency and create a resonant frequency, you can magnify it very much so to the point of creating an earthquake. It's the very same logic that goes behind when an opera singer can break a wine glass with their voice. You listen to the tone of the glass, you match that tone with your voice, and you can shatter the glass. Tesla claimed that if you figured out the resonant frequency that the Earth resonates at, and you multiplied that exact same frequency, you could theoretically create an earthquake. Is that possible, Matt? Tesla was quite a genius, and he seems to be saying it's possible for man to create earthquakes. What do you think?
I definitely think it's possible. That is a subject that I can hardly speak to. But what's funny is I drove down to San Francisco. I picked up Harry Rhodes and Terry Lawton, these activists for the Global Chemtrail Summit that I'm driving up from San Francisco to Vancouver. And Harry Rhodes, he is a modern day Nikola Tesla / Wilhelm Reich. This guy knows everything about this etheric energy and the way that the ether is manipulated, and I could yell his name, he could come down and tell you yes, for sure, because we actually talked about it today. But with frequency, you can do just about anything, and there's some simple knowledge out there that Tesla was uploading that Tesla was aware of 60 years ago. Okay, and these projects have gone black ops. And this technology has been developed behind the scenes, and then post 9/11, it just got so much funding that they were able to really run with it, and they then pick up speed with their agenda. But with frequency, you can alter weather, you can alter you can alter brainwave frequencies. you can make hurricanes. You can make earthquakes. Yes, by hitting the frequency at these fault lines, and they do, and that's supposedly what happened in Fukushima, man. If you want to go down that road, I mean, your show's pretty short, right?
Hey, we can go down. There's lots of roads to go down. I mean, you're right. Frequencies is everything. Water is actually the most receptive element in the world. The slightest of frequencies can affect the molecule in the waters to positively change them or negatively change them. And there's a lot of water in the earth. There's a lot of water in our bodies. We're pretty much made of water. So the very slightest of frequencies can absolutely have a detrimental effect on our health, or a positive effect as well. I mean, it goes vice versa. So, getting back into the chemtrail issue, I mean, this is something that is being talked about in the mainstream now. As we said earlier, a lot of celebrities now starting to come out and talk about it. Clearly, people are questioning this and beginning to look into this and want to learn more. So now you have taken the initiative to start this global chemtrail summit to kick off this, this educational tour, really. Tell us about the summit and what people can expect from it.
Yeah, this is really exciting, and I have no doubt that it's going to be very successful and really be the push that this movement really needs towards truth and transparency. So hosting it in Vancouver, Vancouver is such an awake city, and there's so many like-minded, and the Pacific Northwest is this area where we're not only going to create a safe zone with these ether-generating cloudbusters that we're developing, which is a whole nother show in and of itself, but we're going to be talking about that through Harry Rhodes at the conference. But also, it's just, Vancouver's so high vibration, what better of a place to just kick this off? It's the first annual. Next year, this Global Chemtrail Summit will be in Portland, Oregon, and the following year, it'll be in the Bay Area, in San Francisco area, in Berkeley. Okay, and each year, it's going to gain traction, gain momentum, and awaken exponentially more people. I mean, to say that it's going to double in size every year is a complete and total underestimation. It's going to catch on like wildfire because the truth is so poignant and obvious once it's really shown to the people. Like, people aren't that dumb. They just haven't been presented the facts the right way. So, in Vancouver, in downtown Vancouver, the Simon Fraser University campus downtown at 500 Granville. It's on Granville, just by Waterfront. We're hosting the first annual Global Chemtrail Summit. I've got 10 speakers. All right, I'm catering the entire event, and we're going to be having you stream it live, and it's going to be a complete success. We've got Scott Stevens there, former meteorologist, climatologist. I've got Patrick Roddie from San Francisco, Terry Lawton from Ireland, people from all over the planet. It's going to be a big hit. I mean, people are reaching out to me from as far out as Chilliwack. Yeah. Thought you liked that.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's exactly what we need is experts in these fields, people who've been researching this for numbers of years to come together into an event like this to be able to just present information. And the fact that it's a free event, it's an all-day event, people can come, you can hear from these guys who have been researching this, for years now. Press for Truth is going to be there. We'll be there live streaming the event, filming it, conducting interviews, and, making videos of this. So we encourage people to come out and check it out. We'll have links in the description. Matt, tell us a little bit about the Facebook page, because I know people are going to want to learn more about learning about this and find out how they can go to the site. I think it's Actual Chemtrails Activists. Is that the group?
Well, there's a group, if you are an actual chemtrail activist, and I hope you are, and that means that you're awake to it and you actually are trying to spread the truth, there's a Facebook group called Actual Chemtrail Activists, and that's a great place to find people like-minded and all that. But Actual Activists is my baby. It's our baby. Actual Activists is a hub of information from fracking to fluoride across the spectrum, and it's all like-minded, and it's all truth, and it's a Facebook page. But at the end of this year, I am going to, at the end of this year, launch my own website called Actual Activists. Okay, and there we're really going to take off and have it as a hub for information and spreading truth, just like you do with Press for Truth. Actual Activists it's great. On a good day, we reach 100,000 people in a day on this page, and it's a great place to just go click like. So please do. Thank you.
Awesome, man. Yeah. Well, I'm definitely going to check that out, and I look forward to this to this event. I'll be there. It's going to be fun. Do you have any any final thoughts on what people need to know, or have I missed any points, or any specific areas of this that you wanted to make sure that we mentioned before we go?
Oh, well, I could talk about it for a long time, and the thing is, the one thing that I really want people to just to take consideration of, and to tell other people that are going down this quote unquote rabbit hole, okay? If you look up chemtrails, the first 5 websites you see are going to be ones telling you obviously what they don't want you know what I mean? They're going to tell you the opposite of the truth. Like, once you really start to wake up to things, you realize this, okay? But if you're on the cusp and you think that 9/11 was not an inside job and stuff like that, then honest to God, maybe chemtrails isn't for you. But look, there's things out there that are totally obvious, all right? If you do your due diligence and you look at how those buildings fell, and you look at architects and engineers for 9/11 truth, I know we're going down a rabbit hole, but the same thing, I'm going off tangent, but the same thing applies to chemtrails, okay? If you look up chemtrails, the first page is Metabonk telling you, don't worry, it's just water vapor. I mean, the media is owned by the same people doing the chemtrails. So just remember that when you're deciphering this information. And if you come on Saturday, or if you tune in on Saturday, you'll get the truth. And the truth will set you free. I'm sorry to be like that, but it will.
No, man, that's good. That's absolutely true. Well, that's exactly the truth. So, well said. Yeah, we'll have links in the description, and I'm really looking forward to this one. I'll see you guys there on Saturday. It's going to be one heck of a day. I hope to see other people from Vancouver coming out. You can meet Matt, meet me, meet all the great speakers. And it's gonna be a great event. So once again, man, I look forward to it, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I really appreciate what you do. Have a great evening.
Okay, you too, man. Take care.
Thank you. All right, peace.
All right, that was Matt Landman, and again, he is the organizer of the Global Chemtrail Summit that is coming up just on Saturday, and we hope to see you guys there. It's such a fascinating topic. It's actually the topic that I have been aware of for the longest in my awakening process. That was actually the very first thing I ever heard about. That's what kicked me down the rabbit hole. I should have told Matt about that. But this is the issue back in around 1998 or 1999. It was around that time when I was in school that a friend told me all about chemtrails. And at first I was very skeptical. I didn't believe it. And over time, even throughout the years of my awakening process, I was very much on the fence about chemtrails. Even up to just a few years ago, I was very much up on the fence. But, perhaps I had the cognitive dissonance, but it's almost hard to deny anymore that you just look up into the skies and, well, sure enough, there it is. So I'm very interested to see what we're going to learn from these experts who've been studying this for the last few years now on Saturday. So we hope to see you guys there. Again, that's going to be at on Granville, Simon Fraser University on May 7th. Again, check the links in the description. So that's all for today, folks. I want to thank you for tuning in. I want to give a shout out to our sponsors. We're going to play a quick little clip here, and we also have another sponsor we're going to get up on the TV here. But first, this is from our good friends at Canna Growers, and this is their video from cannagrowers.ca.
British Columbia, home to the most beautiful landscapes in the world. Home to mom and pop vineyards, hot springs, farmers markets, some of the world's best skiing, snowboarding, surfing, and mountain biking. We protect our rainforests and keep our air clean. BC, we strike the right balance between nature and nurture. But did you know that for the last 30 years, BC has also been home to the finest cannabis in the world? BC Bud is world-renowned for its taste, aroma, and potency. We've competed and won cups, gained recognition from international celebrities. We are the Cannabis Growers of Canada. We create wealth, opportunity, and good-paying private sector jobs. The BC cannabis crop is worth over $7 billion a year, There were over 17,000 farms creating work for Canadians and improving the lives of millions of people. We are joining together to build a free and fair cannabis market that benefits all Canadians. Won't you come and join us at cannagrowers.ca?
Cannagrowers.ca is the website, guys. I hope you check it out. A great bunch of people there doing great work. We also want to give a shout out to our sponsor, Skunk Beard. Skunk Beard Extracts, the funkiest skunk since 2016. This, of course, is some of BC's finest producers of medical grade extracts here in BC. I say some because they're not the only ones. Panda Extracts is also a supporter of us here at Press for Truth. So check out Skunk Beard Extracts and Panda Extracts. They help make this show possible. And folks in Vancouver, again, this is a Facebook video, Facebook Live right here, but this is being sent to our studio in Vancouver where we are broadcasting this to our YouTube channel where it's also going out live, so you can get an uninterrupted signal there. We have been here since early in the morning covering every one of the speakers here, and just wanted to let you know we're also documenting this entire event from our better cameras, better audio, better video than this live. And we'll be offering that full, unedited, high-quality video to our Patreon members at patreon.com/pressfortruth. So let's go on inside and we'll see how this is going now as the last speaker finishes up.
This is a brief overview of the stunning potential of airborne etheric rain engineering in Equatoria. These are techniques and a technology that is available right now. It does not matter, ladies and gentlemen, what academic people say about the ether. I prefer the driving beat of rain on the canopy of my aircraft. Because in the final analysis, only results count. Only results count. Goodbye.
We're not talking conspiracy theories here. You can imagine the situation we're in. Will and Mike disappeared. I'm not prepared to go into full detail here. If anybody wants to come and have a word at me after, I'll be more than happy to have a word with you about this.
This will be made available at patreon.com/pressfortruth or patreon.com.
Presentation. Yeah.
We are live here at Simon Fraser University. It's a global chemtrail summit. There's about a little over 100 people in attendance right now, and we are filming all of the speakers here live on Facebook, sending this feed to our YouTube channel where we are going to be live all day long uninterrupted. So right now we have I believe it's the second last speaker of the day.
We're looking for a particular video which I think is amazing, so if you can bear with us, it's well worth waiting for.
Who wants to stand up and stretch? Yeah, sounds like a good idea. We could even do some, anybody want to do some downward dog yoga exercises? I'm just kidding, but it is good. We're almost there. Harry's going to speak for another 20, and then we got Patrick Rhoddie, who's amazing, and then dinner and drinks and all this stuff. So I'm really happy everybody's still here. Thank you very much.
It looks like this stretch might dissolve into a bit of a break.
And please don't forget to put your name on the mailing list. We have a list of emails. Do you want to talk for just a second?
Actually, the list has been going around. It's our hope that everybody who's here to leave their name.
Previous Facebook broadcasts, right? Or you can just go to
leave their name, their phone number, and their email so that we can do some local organizing. If we don't know who you are, we can't contact you. I'm an 80-year-old grandmother. I've been kind of red flagging chemtrails for the last 15 years. I didn't know all the details, but I did know one thing, and that is that growing up in eastern Canada, a thunderbolt, a rainstorm of 2 inches gave us a flood. And all of a sudden in 1995, we started getting 4 to 6 inches in a few hours. Now it's 15 to 20 inches in a few hours.
Alright, here we are outside the event. They have our feed playing the TV here. And we're going to break inside. Again, we're outside of Ranger and it's a catered event. It's pretty amazing considering it's a free event. But they're just looking for the last speaker now to come on. Just waiting for the final speaker of the day. It's been a pretty good day. We've interviewed maybe 3 or 4 of the speakers so far, and we're going to try to get some of the last ones here. Again, be sure to head over to pressfortruth.ca/live. We have this uninterrupted feed playing all day, and here we're just kind of breaking it up into Facebook Live posts, which only last for about an hour. Anyways, let's head on back inside and see where they're at.
PowerPoint with commentary on DVDs, and I can duplicate, and where I can have 15 people in my living room and play them. By the way, I don't try to convince people who aren't easy to convince. What I do is I say, you know, I have just come across this DVD, and I just wonder what you think about it, because I haven't quite made up my mind, which is a lot. Now, I would like your opinion. Now, everybody likes to give their opinion. So consequently, you can get the DVD in their hands without being controversial. And once they've seen it, well, I think you've got them. But anyway, I've asked Matt to make available to us DVDs that we can replicate and that we have to organize locally. And everyone in this room can get 5, 10, if I can get 400 emails over a period of 10 years, then you can get 5, 10, 15, 30. And make sure that your own friends, etc., get the information. Now, there are people that said 20 years ago, I've been raising red flags now for the last 50 years. But if everybody decides that they have to be the center of the education, it is not that the information is interesting to us. We have to do something with it. And it's up to each one of us to have a list, some way of communicating locally, one-on-one, 15 people in your living room, going to association meetings, etc., volunteering to show them, etc. We have to be the educators. Nobody puts on the list unless they ask to be put on the list. And I wanted to do a presentation in Health Canada once, most correct organization in the country. And I was told that unless I was an organization, I could not do a presentation. So I became a one-man organization. And its citizens demand scientific, academic, political integrity. Now that's not media, unfortunately.
What's your name?
Inga Hanley. If anybody wants my email, I'll give you a slip.
Inga Hanley, everybody.
Right, this is one of my favourite videos I'm going to show you now. And this is how you do right. I've got another one that built a cloudbuster legally wrong, but the results are absolutely spectacular.
I was a farmer back in 53, and our crops had suffered the worst drought in 40 years. And then we heard of a man called William Wright, who claimed he could make rain using a machine called the Cloudbuster. So, we wrote him a letter asking for his help. If anything, I remember the air getting drier, but I didn't doubt him. Reich had a confidence that's empty. Everybody simply waited, passing time, hoping the strange machine would work.
as I ever saw Roman man. How's your German? Everything that you saw in that video was repeated time and time again and was independently verified and also confirmed by members of his family and his daughter. I say everything that you've seen in that film was repeated time and time again and was confirmed by members of the family and his daughter. So we're at a fairly critical position with this, and we're looking at the technology, and I'll answer some questions at the end if that's okay, because here's how not to build a cloudbuster. William Wright, when he built his, he became ill. Ether is an energy. Just because you think you can't see, feel it and touch it, Tesla knew the potential of ether. Ether controls electric magnetism and energy. Now, you ask any scientist today and say, explain magnetism to me, they can't. All the technology you've got, they still don't know how magnetism works. So what does that tell you about ether? You don't need to know how it works. It does work. What's it that? Well, yeah, like Terry says, people use it as prawn and cheat, but it's the same thing. There's something weird about ether. We found it won't stay static, it has to move all the time. Ether's to do with life itself.
It's life energy. It's life energy.
Yeah.
Some cultures call it prana, others call it chi. You know, it's like.
You can see it under the microscope at conception. Something happens there, like I've seen a video of it. When pregnancy occurs, that instant when the two cells join, there's like what's the word I'm after? Plasma. Weird. So that's
Alright, once again, guys, we're at the Global Chemtrail Summit.
Ether's been registered, say for example, an oak tree.
2016, and we are broadcasting now on Facebook. If you're just tuning in now, be sure to go to pressfortruth.com/live for the uninterrupted live feed. We're also filming this event, so if you want this in better video quality, better audio quality, you can do so by joining patreon.com/pressfortruth.
So, anyway, if you've got any other questions, we'll take some at the end, but come and speak to me personally as well. Now, this is really interesting. This guy was talking about the things we've just talked about, and now he builds one, but he does it wrong. He doesn't titulate it, he doesn't do it with water. These are all things that we're looking at on experiments at the moment. But just see how you go with this one.
We are in a severe drought,
not enough water for the animals, trees, and we're starting to put out burn bans and things like this, and so it's very critical that we get some rain. So there's plenty of clouds, but they won't produce any rain. The government and the chemtrails, who knows what the real reason is, but there are things you can do. Now, these things are experimental. They border on the realm of craziness. But Wilhelm Reich conquered this rainmaking thing years ago and was imprisoned and eventually murdered for his knowledge. So, how do you know if it's your destiny to make a rain machine? Well, you'll have everything you need to do it. The angels, the karma, whatever you want to call it, will make it possible for you to do this. Now, it just so happens I have the exact perfect I need to produce this orgone manipulation machine. So I'm going to do my best with the information I've been able to find and limited internet access. I've been able to locate some information on how to replicate this orgone manipulation device called a cloudbuster or a rainmaker. So I'm going to produce this, we're going to watch.
By the way, that was the tube, that's the ether that you can see in conception, and it was really interesting stuff. That was pretty decent.
Let's see if we have any government intervention, let's see if we have any UFOs. We're going to see if we have any rainfall. Anything can happen. It's an experiment. I don't know. Do I believe it's possible? I definitely do, because I can feel the overall energy myself. The older you get, it seems like the easier it is for you to accept certain things. So let's just get to work on this and see how it goes. I'll show you what I've got to work with, and we'll take a look at it and see how it looks.
That music.
Well, it's usually a camera chip, which I've been using as a light mask, which is totally lazy. But I built this years ago with my late cousin and some friends, and this is used to manipulate cameras, but it's perfect, I think.
Now you'll see some of the equipment that he's working with, and
one thing that truly sucks is we just had a major storm come into our state, and it dissipated. I mean, it was like, it started to come this way, and it just vanished. Huge storm. So I can only assume that if this orgone energy is real, there's something here stopping it. And there's no telling what it is, but something's keeping it from happening. Everything I think needs a drink, even me. And so we've got to find out if this stuff is real. If it is, well, later on in this video I'll be standing in line. If not, nothing. So it's pretty cut and dry for you guys. So we can fast forward. Don't spoil it for you. We'll see what happens. The way this thing was designed was made to keep the camera level. So what I'm doing here, I'm taking these bolts out because this pipe here was facing this, and this would stop the energy. So I'm going to flip this over. This pipe here is still facing out, so I should be able to direct energy through that tube. I've got several tubes. The more tubes, the better, from what I understand. So we can finish getting these things out.
now, when you're working with this equipment, it's important it's got to be insulated. What ether does, it pulls out of the atmosphere DOR. You see all that dark matter that was when X-rays and electromagnetic fields are going to create them darker clouds. That's scientific fact, by the way, that's not me inventing this. So that dark energy, because of the bad positive ions up there, this is the effect you have, and that's why your weather gets affected, by the way. What the ether does, we believe it pulls that down, and that's bad energy. Scientists know that exists. I'm sure the elites know it exists as well. And if you get in touch with that, well, Roddie came in, he touched it, and we're looking at ways that prevents that. We learn quite a lot. So, okay.
And barbells will off-sync some of the weight, making it easier to point this thing. And the electric cord goes to the light, never hook electricity. That's what the precautions say. This stuff is real, but the dangers should be real too, so we'll pretend they are.
And that was what I was showing you earlier. It's got to the center.
It's where the weights are going to go get those, but I'll finish connecting this thing and start pointing at some clouds and find some water.
William Wright did mention things that you see in the atmosphere when you fire it up, and I believe that's just plasma, because that's an interchange in the energies that's taking place in the atmosphere.
I'm going to have to tap into these. They're nestling.
And it's important that the pipes cleaned through as well. We've got special tools that do that.
I'm going to get out, and so that's the plan. I'm going to turn this into a rain-making machine. These clouds are not dropping the rain. There's nothing on the radar, and I'm afraid we're missing it all. So.
Good, eh? Doing everything wrong there. By the way, 4 days ago, we were playing around. We got some nice weather at the time.
Matt here. Lining up to the speakers. All of the speakers, the actual speakers playing the audio in there, are on the roof. They're all attached to the ceiling. So So the entire time that I'm filming here, I'm holding my mic up in the air like that, and it's getting extremely tiring on my shoulders. But all the speakers in there are up, attached to the ceiling, and we want to keep the audio to the mic here. And that particular speaker was hard to understand. He has a kind of a thick Scottish accent, and the audio wasn't that good. He's kind of soft-spoken, not speaking very clearly into the microphone. So we figured we'll mix it up a little and take a little break and come on out here and see how it's going out here. Let me flip the camera again. You see myself, that's no good. And a little over 100 people in there, maybe about 150 possibly, or so. This is one of the speakers as well. If you're just tuning in now, we have been documenting this all day. This is, I think, my 8th broadcast of the day. Here on Facebook, we can broadcast for an hour or so, but we've been sending this feed to our YouTube channel, which is broadcasting live all day. Couldn't understand what the speaker said. It was all muffled. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. That's why I kind of decided to just come out here, give you guys a little bit of an update. It's kind of hard to understand that particular speaker. We're not getting good audio. But just so you know, we are filming all of this with our good camera and getting good audio and good video. So if you do want to see these speeches unedited, fully uploaded, you can do so at patreon.com/pressfortruth. That's there. I'm going to be uploading these speeches in their entirety for patron members. So if you go there, patreon.com/pressfortruth, and you contribute $1 or even just $1 or $2 a month, and that gets you access to the Patreon stream. And I'm going to have members-only content uploading there. And today that will be all of the speeches from this event. Alright, so let's head on in, see how they're doing now.
Now, he became
Be very careful when you replicate these experiments. The lightning that was in could easily kill them. It's very foolish what it did, so don't try to repeat that. Does orgone weather manipulation work? Well, in this test, it certainly did. Other tests, it may fail. I may actually work a little more on it. It certainly did. Very strange results. It actually seemed to follow me around as I was pointing it at the light. Very dangerous, very stupid. We had 3 possible UFO sightings. 1 in the clouds whenever I was building it, 2 EV, which we saw, and 3 an actual photograph during a lightning storm which showed a strange phenomenon. It could have easily been a bird. All this is easily dismissible, but strange circumstance. Nonetheless, you seem to follow the rainmaker machine by Wilhelm Reich. Very interesting stuff. Overall research to cure cancer. I definitely think we should do a little bit more research before we burn the book.
It mentions here, there you go, that's what you work on with your water systems. These are things we've been looking at now. We've got pretty good systems on the go at the moment. But he became ill after this. We know all the things you should do and all the things you shouldn't do. He dismantled the machine, never used it again. Which probably is a shame, but nothing lost anyway. So, enough of that one. So, that's where we're at the moment. If you've got any other questions, I'll take some questions actually. If somebody asks me a question there, yes.
Thanks for your presentation. Throughout that, rather you said about break down. Chemtrails, can you explain what that break down is? When you say break down chemtrails, I imagine clouds, particulate, and bring them down, well, you're just moving them from there to there. So can you kind of explain what how this connects with break down chemtrail?
Well, you see the potential of it taking those islands, and they chemtrail and chemtrail and chemtrail there. You can imagine if you can make it rain before it's all at the mainland and it goes in the sea. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Ether's an unusual thing. Ether resets things. Ether is part of life. Wilhelm Reich, for example, he got some radiation, considerable samples of radiation, and when he treated it with ether in a special way, it was no longer radiation. How about that? So what do you think ether's capable of doing to chemtrails? We've got signs that does happen.
So you're saying that it may make that potentially makes those chemicals like
harmless.
Make them harmless.
Mm-hmm.
theoretically?
No. In fact, the GMO.
Okay.
But if you want to talk to me more after.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Yes, hello. Okay. My question to you is, looking at this technology, what would the ratio be in regards to the ether and the argon admixture? Is there a ratio to this technology in terms of
the ether to argon?
Yes, and what is the maximum duration of exposure? Can you, if you're experimenting with this, are you allowed to have this in place to get the most benefit?
Right. First of all,
and the follow-up question to that is, how does this sequester, as the gentleman said here, the nanoparticulates and the nanobots and the Mogellans especially? How does this absorb back into the earth, and does that dissolve or does that recycle back up?
Right. More ether is argon, but argon, I believe, is more local. Ether is more long distance, and I believe more powerful too. We're looking at 2,000 to 3,000 miles.
What was it?
Sorry?
What did you say? We're looking at what?
2,000 to 3,000 miles?
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if you can relate ether to, I don't know, something I'm going to say that we know, or something maybe that I think of. For example, like an electron or a proton. Is it something more fundamental than that? Is it a property of matter, or is it a property of life? I guess that's what I'm not clear about.
I had a very good conversation on Skype with a guy called Chris Fontenot. He's ex-military. He knows frequencies, ionization, negative energies, and we had a conversation with the expert in Lawton. And both of them could understand how it works between them, but there was something in the middle that was missing that happens they couldn't understand at all. But they knew it was there and it was real. You don't have, we're physical, we only see a small spectrum of energy. There's energies out there that satellites and whatever you can pick up, different filters, UV light, and radiation. You can't feel that, but it's certainly there. But like Tesla said, it controls electric magnetism and energy. Right, I've got to come to a conclusion now. I'll speak to anybody afterwards. Some very important things I just want to show you in the demonstration. It's 2 letters I just want to show you. Right, this was a letter we took into Downing Street on 2014. Maybe you can read it there, I can't quite read it here. But it was a letter to David Cameron. And we've given him every opportunity to answer with regards to chemtrails, government programs. We know he knows. He's part of the club of Rome. These guys are members of the 300, they're in it for the next. So you can't sue the Prime Minister, but he's a citizen of the country, and he's got a duty of care to his fellow men. So we sent him this letter stating that everything that was happening. On the 2nd of May, we received this one. Serving notice on him as a member of the public to be prosecuted. And also one went to the Chief of Staff of the Royal Air Force because he knew what happened and what Terry showed you earlier in Lynmouth. They are in it up to here. And one thing I've learned, when you face these people face to face and you put the facts in front of them, we've had loads of private conversations with David Keith, Alan Robock. They will let it as fast as they can. They haven't got answers. It's like with soil and CO2. So these are the things that are going on. So I think they're in it up to here. And when justice is done, we'll be on the right side. That's my finish. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Harry. That was great. Sorry for the technical difficulties, but I think that the message was delivered. So next up, last but not least, from San Francisco, and a very, very informative website.
Alright guys, if you're
just joining us,
we're here at the Global Chemtrail Summit.
Hey, it's good.
And coming on to the final speaker now. It's been a long day. I hope the audio and video has been okay. I want to remind you guys that we are getting good audio and good video on the inside, and we're going to be uploading all of that to patreon.com/pressfortruth for all of the PFT patrons if they want to be able to watch this stuff in a little bit better video quality and better audio quality than what we've been broadcasting live today. But we wanted to give you guys a little bit of an inside look on the inside live, and let's head on back in and we'll see this, catch this last speaker for the day.
And when people are just waking up to this, they shelf it in their brain because they think that they are alone. But it validates, okay? It's validation to know that you're out there, that their friends and family are out there, that these websites and groups are out there, but they don't necessarily know that when they're first waking up. I mean, if you do the grassroots kind of stuff that I do on the streets, you go from person to person to person to person to person, you talk to 1,000 different people, and a lot of people think that they're alone with these thoughts. It's very, very interesting. They don't know that they're not alone. They don't know about all of us out there. And then oh my gosh, okay, really quick story, then Passion is going on. So I went around Vancouver yesterday marketing this day, and I'm going to Third Beach, I'm going to all these spots, and I go to these groups of people, because I'm armed with these flyers. Like I'm empowered, I can go up to anybody. So I can go up to a group of girls at the beach, I could never do that before, right? So, you go up to these groups of people and be like, hey, you know about chemtrails? And one of them will be like, yeah, I do. And then the other one will be like, you know about that too? You know? Think about that. Just that conversation creates a little ripple, and then they start talking about it, and they're like, I thought I was the only one that was looking up. I know something's going on, but I didn't want to talk about it in front of you guys. You know what I mean? So, just saying that. Here he comes. So let's all get passionate and nice. They're not going to do it.
I think they're trying to get some lighting at the front of the stage right now.
Okay, we're going to figure it out. The blinds, though, they have to like call someone, and then sign paperwork and fill out duplicate. I'm getting it.
Question, if you're watching this on YouTube, you can head on over to facebook.com/pressfortruth and get involved there in the live chat. We have questions coming in now. Where is this? Coming in from Holly Skinner. This is in Vancouver, British Columbia. This is on Granville Street, Simon Fraser University, 500 Granville Street. Maria Myers asks, what are some cool points discussed in today's summit to help summarize? Well, it was a long day. There was a lot of stuff discussed, a lot of good stuff. I learned some interesting stuff about some of the different cloud formations that I didn't know about, with halos and plumes, and the one guy I interviewed, don't remember his name, you'll have to check back a few videos back, but he did a pretty good summit. No problem, Holly. So they're just getting ready for the last speaker now. I want to remind you guys, you can see that is my brother back there helping me out with filming today, because we're going to be uploading all of these speeches in high quality to our Patreon stream. And you can find that at patreon.com/pressfortruth. That's Patreon, it's Patreon. Patreon.com/pressfortruth. And there, if you contribute $1 or $2, it really helps us out in our efforts here. And then you'll have access to the Patreon members only stream. So here's the last speaker. Everybody's been looking forward to this guy, and I think they save the best to last, as they say. So let's see what this guy has to say.
But it's up, like everybody in here has a different circle of friends, a different demographic you can really address, you know? Right, Chris? I'm so ready here, Chris. Okay. 38 seconds and we're going to be no blue and Patrick's going to talk. So let's all give Patrick a nice round of applause. Thank you so much.
Hello, how are ya? I'm hoping I turn not blue in 15, 14, 13, whatever, right? Hello, I'm Patrick Roddie, and I fight scumbags with truth and love and compassion and respect, and this is a spiritual battle. You've seen today more, we don't need more evidence. The evidence that I've got, I live in San Francisco, we get prevailing winds off 7,000 miles of clear ocean, and yet in my rainwater I get 540 micrograms per litre of aluminum. So, yeah. And what I did, I went to the Paris Climate Conference, I wrote a paper in a day. The human health impacts of proposed geoengineering solutions, and it just laid out. This is what they say they're going to do, here's the evidence that they're doing it, and here's a bunch of people who are getting hurt. And boy, are they getting hurt. 2011, the death rate, the respiratory failure overtook stroke to become the third leading cause of death. Last year, in England and Wales, their death rate jumped 5.4% in 1 year with no explanation. When I posted that on Facebook, an Italian Facebook friend said, "You think that's bad? Check out Italy. Their death rate went up 11.4% in 1 year. Their overall death rate, they have not seen a rise like that since there were a land battle in World War II with, General Patton was going through the place. So no one's talking about it. And of course they won't, because it's covert. We now are in a war. And this war is being fought by foot soldiers like me, like Chris, like Matt, like Amanda. We are fighting a war. But not all wars are fought with swords and shields and tanks and bombs and stuff, because this being a spiritual battle, we are on the side with the ice cream and the puppies. They are on, oh really? It's just everything has a reverse. They are our reverse, and we shouldn't go, our goal should not be to hurt them or to get rid of them, because if there was no shadow in this room, you wouldn't be able to see anything, it would be all right. I mean, you'd be aware, but you need, it's the spice of life. And I affectionately call them the scumbags. The scumbags are the people who decided to implement, the spraying program, as well as the vaccines and the smart meters and all the wars, all that stuff. That is the enemy. And if you need to understand the enemy, we already know who it is. It is a mob. A mob is a group of individuals who band together for their own common interest. They'll fight amongst themselves, but whatever they do, they'll decide everybody underneath them, their prey. They are predators / parasites. We've always had them in the world. Every ecosystem has them. It's just part of nature. But once they move more from being parasites over to predators, we have to say no. And we don't ask no, we say no. Everyone here has a soul and a spirit, and with that spirit comes will. Will. I don't know how many, raise your hand if you're a parent. Parents, okay, right? When your child was 2 years old, or whatever age it was, he or she was, and learned the word no, When you wanted that 2-year-old to do something that you wanted to do and that 2-year-old didn't, until you convinced that 2-year-old that that was the course to happen, the 2-year-old is not going to do that. It's a force of nature you just cannot resist. The will can plow through mountains. Every one of us has this enormous power. And if anyone's been watching my stuff over the last 6 months or a year and noticed the change of what I've been saying more and more about spirituality because I've met it and it's real and she's pissed about what's going on. And I'll use she, has given me so many gifts and opportunities. I never rehearse a speech. I just get up and talk. The last one I did was at the EPA hearing. You get so many gifts. You're given exactly what you need. You're never given any extraneous information. And every time something wonderful happens, it also helps you towards your goal, your path, your assignment. I feel like I'm an agent. Trust your gut. I could work for the other side, but everything is fractal. Last week, was on board the Queen Mary in Long Beach, California, at the Weather Modification Association annual meeting. And they had on their website said, oh hey, we're accepting proposal abstracts for presentations to give at the conference, deadline March 31st. The first freaking paragraph of my paper, at the top it says, abstract, copy, paste, send. Oh, actually, yeah, we're all full up, and since you're not going to be able to present, we'll happily refund your conference fee, but if you do really still want to come, we're nice people really, you'll need to sign and return a non-member press agreement. But the thing is, the other side aren't that smart. We're the side with creativity and inspiration and everything just freaking, oh, there it is, of course. Right beside the button where it said 325 whatever for the thing, on the other side was click here for your membership 75 PayPal click. So I was a member. I wrote back and said, it's okay, I will be coming and no need to send that because I'm a member. And I sort of did rain on their parade a little bit, I mean, this is the, like the mafia will maybe have a cafe which is legitimate, or a laundromat, or some sort of legitimate business. The cloud seeding for making it rain, hail suppression and stuff, that's actually quite fine. Silver is actually a great freaking thing for antibiotics. If you get a burn or something, you put silver, it's actually not so bad. And they make it rain. They could do a better job of that. But anyway, they are not the guys up at 30,000 feet spraying all kinds of crap. This stuff is seriously poison. It's absolute warfare. So anyway, I kind of felt I was a little bit like an agent. And in fact, my grandfather on my mother's side was a spook. He was he worked for GCHQ, which is the NSA British version. Actually, British. So I sort of have that in me. Like the best cops have a bit of criminal thing in them. And I actually had a dream. I had a dream in Death Valley in January. And I was coming to give a speech in a northern, clean, beautiful city. And, I'd already been to Vancouver. I was like, okay, this is Vancouver, right? And I was sitting at this big pool, and over there where those Coke cans are, maybe a bit further back, I look over, I meet eyes with someone, and when he looks back, nothing. And I realize, oh, other side. Is this a trap? And then I just bug out. Everything is perfect. And I was thinking, that was a very specific dream. If I knew AutoCAD, I could actually recreate it and make a 3D model. So today, sitting over there in that seat beside where you are, was Dylan Peach. Dylan Peach is a member of a Facebook group called CACU, Chemtrails Are Killing Us. They are shills. Shills are people whose job it is to stop this message getting out. They are my opposite number. Last week I was ruining their thing. This week he and his friend, I actually have this picture, I'll post it on here. We already did selfies and stuff, it's lovely. Jordan. They for some reason they didn't want to stay for my talk. I think they might have been nervous, but you know, it's okay. They are just working for the other side. You do not dislike your sister who's a pain in the whatever. She's your sister. We are all connected. But if you have a sister who is stealing your stuff or kicking you in the shins or just making all this noise, won't keep her steady, you tell her, like, cut it out. You have to, like, it's not, they are being dicks. I'm afraid that's the only way you can put it. And they are, when you go to the very far end, I mean, at the polar opposite, you have, like, absolute good, absolute evil. The absolute evil sets this stuff in motion, the scumbags. The people who work for the scumbags are the douchebags. Dylan, Peach, say hi, is a douchebag. And that's and I mean him no antipathy. He is doing my job on the other side. He is infiltrating, he's pretending to be one of us, although with those guys, you always use what we have. Our strengths, our love, honesty, forgiveness. Honestly, when I was there, I made no bones, I was absolutely, of course I'm Patrick, I hate chemtrails. You guys are being hurt by them as well, because when people start getting an idea about this, they're going to come after weather modification and keep fully spray silver right in. You don't want the pitchforks and torches aimed at you. Everybody who knows somebody who is in this, and you all, I'm not talking about this room, everyone knows someone who might be down in Tacoma, at Boeing, or they're in the Air Force, or there's all these places. Yes, it's a covert program. Yes, if they speak out, bad things will happen. But what we have to let them know is this is killing everything. This is absolutely anti-life. They are stopping the sun reaching the earth. They're taking away carbon dioxide, which is plant food. You hate trees. And also, yeah, rain. Water, carbon dioxide, sunlight. How can you get elected voting against, or on your platform to be against that? It's pure evil. And of course they can take all their precautions, because they know it's being sprayed. Oh yeah, like, we'll avoid that area, we're going to take this countermeasure or whatever. That information does not get, Dylan did not get that memo. And by being here, I hope, please watch it, listen. Even if the compartmentalized information will come down several chains, those people can't tell any of their friends, and they will see their loved ones dying. I mean, the pure evil guys, we're not going to reach them, that's just a fact of life. Just because there's not, there's no. But the ones in between, we need to reach them. And well, our job, all of you out here, the activists, the soldiers, we are soldiers, this is war. There's no mistake, they are flying planes over us and killing us. That to me is, you know, it's like air raid, there's no sirens, but yeah, it's that serious. We need to fight with truth and love. The truth, education. So what I do, I have flyers on my website, Stop Spraying Us, there's all kinds of good stuff there. What we need to establish and make known, as well known as the dangers of GMOs are, is the health effects. And it's easily done. Deaths are public records. Causes of death are public records. We need granular data on causes of death. And then we're already taking pictures of the sky and doing rainwater analysis. And if you can go to your coroner's office and force them through a freedom of information request to say, okay, show me who died of what, when. And if we crowdsource this and show, yeah, when they spray, a bunch of people die, and here is this vast amount of evidence, and push that, and have that message, and push that out in the zeitgeist, we win. And in fact, we have already won. And here's why. Nature does not like imbalance at all. It doesn't. Try filling up one side of your tub. It doesn't work. And the good thing is, if you, since we're like skewed this way, when it corrects, it's actually going to go up in our side. We're coming into a very beautiful time, and eventually it'll settle down and they'll be douchey again, and when they're douchey again, people like me will pop up like mushrooms. And I'm just a guy. I've been downloaded this information. I'll sound like a crazy person to anyone who isn't spiritual, but when you get closer to the source, truth and serendipity, it just comes at you from all angles. And even the most scientism-ish person, no, they say that we all came from the Big Bang. We all came from. We're all part of the thing, and we're all fractals, and some make bad choices like we have, like Dylan, bless him, hope he figures it out. And like I said, you can love someone who has made mistakes, and that's what we have. They do something else. That's fine. And also, again, it's a spiritual battle. They are offering pain and fear and suffering and corruption and whatever. If someone comes to you and offers you fear, you say, I didn't like that, no thanks. And just your will is absolutely powerful. Everybody's in here, everyone. And, of course, look at what they're doing. They're spraying aluminum, a neurotoxin. In our water, there is fluoride, a neurotoxin. In our fillings, there's mercury, a neurotoxin. In every single freaking plastic or whatever gets introduced into our environment, it's an estrogen mimicker. Fancy that. Everything is an estrogen mimicker. Why doesn't everything make your hair grow longer or your eyes turn green? They are doing this in plain sight, and they consider themselves, we're the illumined ones. We're so great. These guys are so stupid. We can do anything we want. I don't see any freaking wool in this room, and I am okay with being sheared once in a while, because predators exist, and okay, they're going to rip you off and be, they're going to do that. But when they move too far over to make, mutton, no, that is not going to happen. And you think, I'm just one little person, and how can I? We have the power of truth and light and love, and look around you. I come from a beautiful place, San Francisco. It's gorgeous and we're in heaven, alright. But here, whoa, it's really dramatic. Tomorrow I'm going up to the headquarters over on this, I think it's called Lynn Valley. Lynn Valley. Because I was here back last time Matt invited me here. I went up to the source there, I drank the water, and then bam! It was like there was a herd of buffaloes, the energy, whoa! And I was at Shasta. Shasta is a beautiful, calm, nurturing thing. The water there makes you feel, and it's very feminine and nice. That's like, whoa. That power is everywhere. The Native Americans when they talked about the spirits of the air and the trees and the earth and the sky and the wind and the whatever, they're real. They really are. You can try this yourself. Go to a store and buy 2 plants, feed them the same, water them the same, put them in separate rooms, go to one plant and say, you're not great, or whatever. And you go to the other one and say, oh, you're so beautiful. At the same distances, so that's controlling for the amount of carbon dioxide you're giving it. You've got to do it scientifically. Do the 2 plants. The plant that you love will go, yay! And the other plant will go, this spiritual stuff, what we see in this room is just the physical manifestation of a bunch of spirits. Like if you cut off your foot, is your spirit gone? No, nobody really understands it, and I don't think we really will. But when you see the force and power of love, it's really quite humbling. And I feel honored to be able to fight for all of those spirits. And those spirits help. They have brought me to places where I've learned, I have this understanding, and it is... I wanted to finish this speech with an expletive. Because I never swear, or I try to edit myself every time I speak, because, if you have an F-bomb in there, your YouTube will be restricted and fewer people will see it. But it really is actually sometimes appropriate. We're being sprayed. And that's the other thing, there's the people who are doing and the people who are against it are actually about even numbers. Even amount of energy.
Alright guys, we are going to end this particular broadcast. We've got about a minute or 2 left on the Facebook, so I'm going to end this one now and start another one. But this will be the last one of the day, broadcast number 9. Again, you can follow all of this at pressfortruth.com, pressfortruth.ca/live, and all of the videos will be there. I'm going to end this broadcast right now. Keep an eye out for the next one. I'm going to start it in a minute from now. We have the Princess of Sod. We have Beck. We have Billy Corgan, Dave Mustaine, Jim Core, Kylie Jenner, Merle Haggard, Prince, Roseanne Barr, and Skull. You'll notice a lot of these guys are artists. Here we have the Princess, what's her name here? At the recent Istanbul Security Conference, our intrepid citizen journalist Patrick Roddie caught up with the Saudi royal by the full name of HPH Princess Bajma bint Saad bin Abdul Aziz Al Saad. Wow, it's quite a mouthful. She more casually goes by the name of Princess Bajma bint Saad. She's the daughter of King Saad, granddaughter of King Abdel Aziz, founder of the modern state of Saudi Arabia, and she goes on and on to raise questions about geoengineering. As I said, we have a number of people here, Hollywood names, big Hollywood names, raising these questions. People like Prince, in fact. And, you may be asking, who cares, what some Hollywood celebrities have to say? And, you may have a good point there. But the fact that the conversation is even entering the mainstream like this goes to say something. So I want to go ahead, I want to bring up our guest on the line, Matt, to break this all down for us and tell us all about this global chemtrail summit that he has organized coming up here in Vancouver on Saturday. But before we do, let's check out this short little clip here from Prince. Now, keep in mind, Prince said this stuff years ago. This is an old clip, but it has since resurfaced because of his recent death. And now it's sparked a lot of interest in this chemtrail issue. So when we get back from the clip, we'll be joined on the line by Matt Landman. Here is the artist formerly known as Prince, talking about chemtrails.
When I saw the State of the Black Union, Dick Gregory really moved me and a lot of my friends. I show it to everybody who comes over the house, especially white folks. because they need to hear that, you know, so that they know more about all of us. Because what he said affects all of us. He said something that really hit home about this phenomena of chemtrails. And, you know, when I was a kid, I used to see these trails in the sky all the time, and so that's cool. A jet just went over. And then you started to see a whole bunch of them. And the next thing you know, everybody in your neighborhood was fighting and arguing. I wanted to smack somebody. You know, I wanted to know why I was taught otherwise. Just tell me the whole story. I'll fill in the blanks, but don't, you know, don't tell me something that you think I'm supposed to know.
Really just looking for the whole story there and trying to get some answers. And, you know, it took some courage for him to come out and say that. And so I want to go ahead and bring on our guest for today. We're joined on the line right now by Matt Landman. Matt, man, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here on Press for Truth Live.
Hey, Dan, thanks so much for having me.
It's my pleasure, man. I'm excited to get your thoughts on this because you have been immersed in this issue for years and are now about to launch this Chemtrail Summit coming up on May 7th at Simon Fraser University. We'll have a link in the description. But tell people a little bit about, I don't know if you heard my breakdown in the beginning there of what chemtrails are and what's it all about. Was that a fair and accurate description? And what would you describe as chemtrails as being? I mean, let's just start with that. Well, what are chemtrails?
Well, first off, I want to make sure everyone knows that it's at the Simon Fraser University downtown. Just to cover that. But yeah, I mean, of course you do it justice, but it's so multifaceted that everybody has their own.
I don't know, but it's wrong and it's got to stop. And we don't ask, we say no. Fuck that shit.
Folks, just a quick reminder, we're at the Global Chemtrail Summit. I want to remind you that we have been filming all of these speeches and we'll be uploading them in high quality to patreon.com/pressfortruth in high quality for Patreon members. Let's finish out the rest of the speech here and see what he's going to say.
Help, which you will have when you're helping. Look at the beauty around you. When you're helping that, you get all kinds of help. I don't care if someone will write me off as though we were some sort of, New Age, whatever the hell. This stuff's true and people know it. None of the shills. I've been very open about this good-evil thing and calling them by name. Not one of them has dared freaking call me on this because everyone deep down knows it's true. There's good, there's evil, we're all connected. The enemy is just like your crappy uncle. He's family, and we need to tempt them back over here because we have like ice cream and puppies. It's actually nicer here. They are held together with fear and control. They're horrible pyramid thing that goes to a point, and it's like really where ours is a lotus that goes out. We have it way better. I mean, we call it good. You know, that might give you some clue of it. So, yeah, be a foot soldier for good. Now, if anyone has any questions? We have so many examples all the time. Those are the, yeah. Okay, question. Yeah, the question was how, you know, using the Fort McMurray thing as a way to expose what's going on. It is a good thing, but what we need to remember, I'm part of a continuum, they're part of a continuum. The reason I needed the work done by people before me, and I'm not going to go to depletion, there's going to be people after me. You don't just, oh, let's have a war. You have to plan it. You have to train all your people. You've got to get material into position. You have to, oh, what if they do that? Oh, what are you going to do? It's a long process. The scumbags work in 100, 200 years periods where they plan stuff for a long time. It takes a long time for them to settle this stuff. I mean, like, it's just freaking getting on a plane foot, oh, it's a drag. But they have all of these freaking things. That's a lot of work with a lot of people, and it took a lot of time and a lot of planning. Our side, though, gets to play with puppies and ice cream, and we are just given the information we need at that point. We don't need to be a part of a this big organization or group. As individuals, you will get the thing that you need, and this is a great example. The Fort McMurray thing is what people are thinking about right now. And then you say, by the way, did you know that aluminum kills trees? You got massive levels of aluminum, and that's why you got dead trees, increased fire. You know, however you're talking to people, you can get into any subject because the scumbags have their freaking tendrils and everything. If they're into sports, have some sort of thing that goes from the sports into this. You talk to people directly. You don't shout at a room. You go spirit to spirit, soul to soul, connect with them, and they'll feel your truth, and they'll say, like, you know, I think you should know, by the way, this stuff's bad. Maybe look into it, and then spark their interest, and maybe one in however many, you know, the seed lands and fertile soil and whatever. But the thing is, I'm finding now, the more I am given, I don't have any people who disagree. I mean, Dylan already knows. I mean, he's paid to hold the other line, like, oh, these guys are crazy. He knows too. When you have truth, people can feel it. It's a thing. Like, love is a verb. You know, anyway, sorry. Again, you're talking to Dilly. Oh. Okay, so the question was, the statement I guess was about Hillary Trump. I don't pay attention to what middle management does or what's going on in the mailroom. They can argue about whose turn it is to clean the coffee machine, but who cares? Folgers, I don't give a crap, you know? They are wheeled out to say, it's like the scumbags. Okay, I should actually explain the scumbags a bit better. So we have this mob thing. Like people stealing lunch money, whatever, and the government is another fractal of it. Pay your property taxes or bad things will happen, and above them, at the global level, it's the same sort of thing like The Godfather. The most powerful people will group together and screw everybody else over. I don't even know who they are, because the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers could be fronts for somebody else. I just call them the scumbags, the other side. And politics is theatre. Nothing ever changes with an administration. Except maybe the rhetoric. Don't even bother. I don't pay attention at all.
Has anybody tried any kind of like public demonstrations? I know that's an old-fashioned way of doing things, but I mean, we simply not have enough people.
No, we have. You'd be surprised once you start talking to people. A lot of people are fully aware. and a large number of people are like, what is that? I've heard two things, but I don't know. It's very, when you get into it, it's easy to go over. Organizations and groups, I don't, because the other side uses organizations and groups. We have family and loosely knit tribes or friends and stuff, but not, like, no, we don't have a chain of command, and plus they all get infiltrated anyway, but...
Yeah. They say 5 or 10,000 people showed up. Of course, nowadays everybody showed up. But I mean,
that's going to happen. That's going to happen. That will happen. Yeah. And it won't get covered. I mean, they didn't cover them on March Against Monsanto. There's thousands of people there. But it's not about marches. It's talking to the person next to you on the bus. It's your, everyone, you're just like, oh hey, and by the way, it's kind of nasty today, you're not good. And you do it with care for their well-being. And it's always with love. I mean, it seems counterintuitive because, they're fighting us, we need to fight them, we should shoot down the planes. No, that creates widows and orphans. And then sympathy for the other side. No, it does not work. Getting into an argument with a shield, if you get into an argument with a shield, you come away feeling horrible. That's not good. Just like, flop. So don't use or even look at their stuff. But when they are directly coming at us, you say, no, hell no, fuck no. And we all need to be that freaking 2-year-old who won't get in the car seat. We all have this. I mean, cats. Trying to get a cat to go into a cat carrier when he doesn't want to, ain't gonna happen. And it's like this big, it has claws, but it's that big. So we all have that power, and we've been drilled into our heads. Oh, the Lone Ranger, the cavalry, it's the hero who will do it. No, you will. You will. I'm doing it right now. Earlier I heard myself being described as a leader. No, don't follow me. I mean, if you see something that I do and you think it's effective and you want to steal, borrow, whatever, use that, be my guest. Everything I do is open source. It's for everyone, and we are getting help from nature itself. Capital N. And it's already won. The amount of serendipity and love and perfection that's going through me, I know it sounds crazy. I mean, if I heard myself a few years ago, I'm like, who's that guy? But when you realize the force of it, we have that, and they don't. They don't have empathy. They got none of that. And it sucks. I mean, I'm sure they get pleasure from being evil and cunning and all that kind of stuff, but we have all the good stuff, and we've already won. Light and dark, light always outshines dark. Dark will always be dickish and try to go, but all you have to do is turn the light up and go. And we need to turn the light up in our souls and say no. So with that, I will pass another good soldier.
Okay, I just have one thing to say. You guys know I talk about the trolls and the shills, and they do infiltrate movements, and they actually infiltrated this movement or this event tonight. They approached me and told me that they were fans of mine and they wanted to take pictures with me. They took pictures, videos, they took pictures and videos of my friends. I was pulled to the back and I was told by a very credible and reliable source that they were CACU trolls. If any of you know what that is, it's chemtrails are killing us. They're paid government shills, trolls, and haters. So I just wanted to make all of you aware that we did identify them. I have all the footage. Once I identified them, I went ahead and recorded them, recording us, and I'm going to post all of that on the internet. They did, one of the guys...
Selfies.
So one of the guys actually had a camera, he flipped it back so the camera was facing us in his pocket, and he just recorded all of us while we talked, and it was sad to watch because I couldn't inform the people that were around at the time, but I just wanted to to make this, because this is a live feed, I just want to let everybody know that they did infiltrate our group and we did identify them. One of them goes by the name of Dylan. He's planning on posting this on their hate site, but we're going to go ahead and expose them first. So, thanks, guys.
So that will wrap it up, I guess. I want to thank everybody here for being true to your life, doing the right thing. And the more you do it, you get rewarded, and it is awesome. And this is the most important thing. They are fighting life. Like all life. Sunlight, water, carbon dioxide with it. Take one of those away, you know, you got some problems. So it's very clear cut. Pure evil, and we use pure good to defeat them. And like I said, I was talking with Dylan earlier. I was talking to him as a friend. He is my opposite number, who made some wrong decisions. And everyone in Kaku, I wish you'd figured out that you're getting poisoned too in all your family, and you really should maybe put your tools down or take up gardening or something. But look, spoiler alert, we win.
And that about wraps it up, you guys. Oh, Elana, come on. Oh yeah, we're gonna get Dominic. I forgot. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you so much, everybody. Stick around, we're gonna have food. We have food. We're gonna have drinks. We have drinks. And if anybody is short on cash and they want me to give them a glass of wine, please come ask, and I'd be happy to do that. Thank you so much for being the change you want to see in the world. I love you guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that just about wraps up the day here at the Global Chemtrail Summit. We, all throughout the day, we only had. Maybe 50 people tuning in on Facebook at one time. Meanwhile, I have 365,000 people on my Facebook page, but it's funny, we do one of these types of streams and we get 50 people tuning in at once. But that's okay. I hope we were able to provide an inside look for you guys here at the Global Chemtrail Summit. Got a couple of interviews with some of the speakers. Again, I want to remind you, we have all of these speeches in high quality. We've been recording all of it, so if you missed some of it, if you want to catch it all, you can find that at patreon.com/pressfortruth. We're going to be uploading this footage, better quality footage and audio, to our Patreon stream, and that's patreon.com/pressfortruth. And if you go there and contribute $1 or $2 a month, it really helps us out here at Press for Truth, and then you'll have access to all the behind-the-scenes videos and, all the speeches that went on here at the first annual Global Chemtrail Summit. So that's all for me for today, folks. This is my 9th hour of live streaming in a row. I'm surprised I'm still able to talk and keep my wits together, so I'm going to call it a day at that. I want to thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you back here next time. Take care. Keep fighting the good.